Okay. I can hear Max kind of in the background. I think the comms are open. I can hear an echo of my voice. There we go. Maybe if you... Can you hear me, Max? I think your mic is closed for me until we go live. I can't hear you if you talk. Everything else is fine though. Like this.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I am forever alone, last man standing Atlas, and I think I'm joined by Wolf here on the desk today. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well. I did test positive for coronavirus this morning, self-tested, then went to the hospital, got confirmed that I do in fact have it, so I'm now isolating at home, but I don't have symptoms, so I can continue to cast with you, and feels very strange to actually see you with my seat. I normally sit in cut out, clipped out, and like I'm superimposed on top of it. But I'm excited for today's games.
I think it's kind of cool because if I look here, I can see you on your monitor through the plexiglass, and it looks kind of like I'm looking at you, like a little bit. So it sort of works out. So hopefully this is going to work out for everyone at home. Thank you so much for bearing with all of our illness issues that we've had going on left, right, and center. Of course, everyone's going through the same sort of thing, so I hope everybody else is staying safe in these difficult times. However, we've got some video games, Wolf. So let's get into it. First one being KT taking on DRX, and this, I don't really understand how to call it right now. How your thoughts on the whole situation?
I mean, I think it's going to be a very exciting one. We take a look at the points of the match and sort of break things down here because it is a tough match to call, right? And I think the win conditions here for both teams are very different. I think that if you're playing against DRX right now, you want to avoid giving Deft Kalista. I think that's step number one.
I think so too, and here are those points of the match that you were talking about. And yeah, two faltering teams, and I think it's a little bit less egregious on the DRX side. They've had a pretty difficult run. Of course, last week was a tough one, picking up what we thought was an upset victory over Dalmon Kia and then losing to Gen G. But Gen G, as we've seen, have only gotten better after losing to T1, so an understandable loss there. KT, however, are still struggling here and lost to Kwangdong Freaks, who are not necessarily as steep competition.
Yeah, and of course, Cousin Life in the same company with me, online, joining LOL Park tonight. So Cousin Life going to be playing from the KT facility, and we'll see if that ends up affecting their play too much. We haven't really seen these teams who've had these online players actually be affected too much. We saw Kwangdong excel with it earlier on, and we also saw Deft play online with no problems. So I think that it's not going to affect tonight's match too much here, but could be something that affects the bottom 2v2, you could argue, because that is going to be a really important part of this matchup. Aiming versus the one-man army. Deft, I am very excited to see if Deft is given Kalista tonight, because the Kalista Corki we've seen DRX do so much here in their last few games is something I think KT should absolutely target in the ban phase.
Yeah, and Aiming hasn't had as much success on the Kalista. He's played it a couple of times, hasn't found a win just yet, but he's in the same boat with a lot of other people. Kalista, as chat well and truly knows, is a bit of a trap pick, wondering how on earth teams can possibly win with the champion. Well, if DRX gets it, they might teach you just how that is supposed to go. But let's have a look at some of the team stats here. Dragon percent at number 1 for KT. And their Dragon Salt percentage is also first as well, as we introduce the 3 remaining members of KT that are going to be able to walk out onto the LOL Park stage. Just to confirm, I did see Aria backstage as well, so he is there in case Vikla is not performing to the highest of standards in game number 1. I had a few questions about Aria and what's been going on there, but Vikla is the man that is going to remain in the mid lane here, and he hasn't been performing too badly. Wolf, what have you thought over the last week?
I thought, honestly, Vikla is shored up some of his weaknesses very well. I think the nerves that he's had in some of his games have kind of faded away, and it's always hard to say whether we prefer Vikla or Aria right now, because we usually one is kind of in the shadows. We don't know their current form, and that's the case for Aria at the moment. Vikla continuing to be played here, but I think KT Rolster, similar to Live Sandbox, have really started playing around aiming on the bottom side of the map, and I think that's where we really need to keep our focus. Yeah, Vikla versus Aria is a fun discussion to have, but right now I think tonight's matchup is going to be about aiming and depth. Which one of those two players gets more resources and gets ahead?
Yeah, exactly right. And here is DRX. All 5 members going to be making their way out onto the stage. Of course, Def did spend the first week at home. He had similar issues to that of Cuz and Life as well, but is now fighting fit and ready to help DRX get further up the standings. They have faltered just a little bit recently, but I feel like the worst of times are behind them And they definitely are, because the first round robin is also about to be behind them after this game as well. Of course, just a reminder, guys, that the first 2 days and half of Friday as well is the last game for all of these teams in the first round robin. We'll get an idea of how all the teams stack up against each other after our first match tomorrow.
And for DRX, a win here tonight would at least temporarily put them ahead of Damwon Kia again. They'll jump up to 4th place. Damwon Kia, of course, the favorites in that match later on this evening against Kwangdong, so that could, of course, just bounce them back. But it's still a race here between, you know, Damwon Kia, DRX, Live Sandbox to find out which one of these teams is going to end up getting in 3rd place. So getting a 2-0 here for DRX, extremely important if they can pull it off. I think they are the clear favorites tonight based on what we've seen so far this season. But KT have gotten some upsets already, so I'm excited to see how that bottom 2v2 in particular goes. And let's zoom in on that bottom 2v2. Let's zoom in on these two players, because look at kill participation for both these players. Pretty high on aiming side, not as much for depth. But if you look at damage percentage, you might be surprised to see that actually aiming at this stage of the season actually has 3% higher than Deft, because we've always thought of Deft as the carry player for this team all year long, even in spring. But aiming has actually done a bigger share of damage actually so far this season. They rely on him similar to how Live Sandbox relies on Prince.
Yep, and also aiming has played half the games that Deft has on Senna as well, so that might be skewing that stat just a little bit. But one thing that we can agree on is their damage per gold stat really is standout. Both of these players 2nd and 3rd in the league for the amount they get out of each bit of gold that they gain, and that, I think, truly exemplifies how much they use the resources that's given to them. And aiming especially, I think that stat must have skyrocketed over their last few matches, because he has really been a true carry here for KT, and I'm looking forward to seeing more from the guy, especially now that he's up against one of his old rivals here in Deft. I mean, I'm remembering back to like KT versus Afrika back in the day, where these two players have played against each other quite a lot.
Yeah. I'm excited to see Cuz versus Pyoshik as well in another kind of isolated matchup here, because Cuz has been looking a lot more consistent in his last few games, and he was one of the weak links on KT, I think, in the past, obviously outside of Arya really underperforming in some of their games, but he shored up some of his problems. And I think when the bottom 2v2 is going better for KT than it has in a long time, obviously it looks better for Cuz. It's easier to look better as a jungle player when you've got a new mid laner who's performing better. The bottom 2v2 shored up. Rascal, you can always trust, so
yep, I'm
excited to see what the jungle pool is going to be, as obviously KT with side selection will choose blue side here.
Yeah, they're going to choose blue. This was the first team that ever chose red throughout the summer season in the first round robin. That was in like week 3 or something like that, but have elected to go back towards the blue side here for this particular patch. And let's see what the plan is going to be. We have seen a lot of, you know, Corki and Azir priority and things like that, but I think that everyone's eyes are going to be glued to that bottom lane to see whether aiming is going to get one of these key picks that, especially yesterday, was so incredibly valuable. And I know, Wolf, that you've got a lot of thoughts when it comes to bottom lane priority, be it the jungle or the bottom lane 2v2, and we'll see whether that eventuation is going to happen yet again.
Let's find out. KT here, I think 100% want to put that Kalista on the ban list, and that is the first one that goes.
Now that you're at home, do you have future sight? Is that what happened? Is that one of the symptoms, Wolf? I'm a little bit confused here.
I'd be so happy if I could actually just tell you guys the draft 10 seconds ahead and look like a god. But notice it's also, they take away the Kalista and they also remove the Lulu that Deft pairs with the Kog'Maw if Lucian is left up, so they don't necessarily have to ban the Lucian unless this Lulu ban does come through. So it's a more common blue side ban we are seeing. But I like that KT have correctly identified the bottom 2v2 as one of DRX's greatest strengths here early on in this draft.
And this was a trap that was set up yesterday as well. The second ban Lulu to come through to really help out the possibility of that Lucian Nami if it does come in. Senna is going to be banned away as well, and that's going to be used to deny a potential Senna bottom lane. We know that Zeka is very happy to play the Seraphine though, and DRX will ban the Azir and leave up the Lucian for aiming, and he'll very happily lock that one away. We'll see what DRX's plan is going to be into this.
Yeah. Kyoshik's Poppy is one that I always get very excited about. And see, this is what you do. When you have the Lucian control bottom side, it becomes a little bit less threatening when there's a Poppy that can gank you so early on into the game. Level 3, we've seen it so many times. So your bottom 2v2 priority on blue side isn't as powerful when there's a Poppy on the other side of the Rift. They also have Renata here very early, so a lot of disengage opportunities for DRX and some extra range damage in the 2v2. So DRX came extremely prepared for the Lulu ban to be there. They still left Lucian up, but instantly lock in the Poppy Renata. There was not a second of hesitation.
Yeah, there definitely wasn't. I think this Nami is definitely happening, but KT have decided to run the clock down to make sure that they have enough time to consider these first snap lock-ins from DRX. It's actually a really cool plan from DRX to lock in so incredibly quickly. They, of course, knew that the Lucian would be first picked. It's the most obvious choice to go down, and so they could have planned this draft out already and had this on the table and give KT the least amount of time to think about the situation is cuz we'll lock away the Volibear. Solo lane's still a mystery on the side of KT. As DRX, what is going to be paired alongside this? And it will be the Renata Ashe here for Deft and Beryl. I don't know whether it's a whole lot of power into the Lucian Nami, though. We'll see how it goes.
In the 2v2, I don't think it's that strong, but in 3v3 fights, I think it's incredible, especially if you have a Poppy coming down very often to lock down these members so they cannot retreat. The Volibear can go in very easily, but with a Poppy and an Ashe and a Renata with Handshake, like, you're really timid actually at committing to those heavy dives in the bottom side of the map. So I think it has neutered the Lucian Nami quite a bit here. So we'll see the Gwen removed now. I think for DRX, you still need a little bit of scaling damage, and that's why I love this GP ban coming through from KT Rolster. I think would have really amplified this comp's strengths around slows with Cannon Barrage. And they need some extra damage here, because Ashe, yes, she can be a very strong carry in the late game, but it's not always the hyper carry style that we see, and Lucian is going to be a lot more deadly in mid to late game.
And I had a little bit of a chuckle there, Wolf, because Gwen and Sylas being banned could not scream nah any louder if it tried. As KT are just looking for the nah button, they're like, where is it? Just FYI, it's very close to the top, I believe. Unless, is it actually? Because I know G is the first, but
wait, no, you're right. No, because it would actually be N in this case. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So it'd be like halfway down. So it took them a little bit longer to find it because they're like, it starts with G though, right? But no, tricky. And then the nah will be banned.
Yeah, so let's see what DRX want here, because they could just go ahead and lock up the top lane here with a safe match, something like a Gragas, and then save that 5th pick. Nope, just going to be a Taliyah insta-lock. All right. That's
very
a lot of damage.
It is, and it's also a lot of, like, anti-dash. Like, this is making Aiming's life as difficult as possible. And he's the only one that's actually going to get locked down by that, as here is an answer to the Weaver's Wall. Twisted Fate being hovered for now.
Yeah, I actually really like this, because it's basically KT's draft has all been about, like, okay, they're going to swap. Never mind.
The old self-counterpick swap. I love it.
Yeah, well, KT's like was trying so hard to be like, all right, well, you guys are going to try to win the bottom 2v2. We're just going to one-up you every single pick we lock in to outdo that. But it will be the Ornn at the end. So a lot of power here in the mid game for KT with pick potential, really nice AoE setup for team fights, and a lot of burst damage. It's like the Gragas will be the response here. Not going to see the Sejuani lane. Wanting to have a little bit more damage and engage possibility here. DRX have so much in that regard between Renata, ult, Cask.
That's a bit more damage.
There you go. So less in terms of hard engage from a ranged situation, but a lot of CC and power in the mid game. And this draft for both teams felt like anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you're going to lock into Taliyah, I'll lock into Twisted Fate. They did, of course, pivot to the Ahri in the end. But it is going to be a fiery bottom 2v2 with how much these two teams are going to be trying to roam down there and put that power there. Volibear and Poppy going to clash there. We'll see where the jungle paths start, because this game, I think, for KT needs to be a tempo lead. Otherwise, they will fall far behind. But the same could be said of this Aatrox pick. And if Taliyah loses lane here, the Ashe isn't going to have as much damage later on in the game as a Lucian will, especially towards the mid to late. So this is a very even draft, I think, between these two teams. It's very rare that we walk out of a draft, you and I, these days and go, well, it really could go either way, and I strongly feel that way this time around.
Yeah, I think it's really, really interesting, right? Because Aatrox into Ornn has historically been one of the matchups that we get the most upset about, just because Ornn so very consistently outscales the Aatrox. But if you are aiming for mid-game power, which is precisely where DRX are trying to go with this style of composition, they have a lot of AoE vision control in the Hawkshot, as well as the Weaver's Wall coming through from Zeka as well. A lot of snap decisions can be made with a composition like this. Plus, Weaver's Wall, Heroic Charge combination. It is so much fun, some of the interactions here. We'll see whether they work out as we hop onto the Rift. All right. Both fan chants,
crazy.
Pretty even here, Wolf.
Yeah, it's crazy for me that I can hear that in my house. Like, that was always the weirdest part of casting from home, is not having the crowd. We didn't have a big crowd last year anyways when I was casting from home, but now I can actually have that pumped into my ears. Is Vikla just going to get hit by this slow?
Yeah, he's going to W, speed himself up, and he will get himself away. But Foxfire taking level 1. Not exactly the greatest. There's it's a bit of value there as DRX are looking for a bit of an invade. Rascal's already moved down, but the Ahri did go for a bit of a back here. Some vision
really
goes
just
through.
Trying to bully.
Yeah, and this Storm Strike is just getting a lot of value, as you can see. Already, KT with a gigantic health advantage. It's like infinity to not infinity.
Trying to set up some vertical jungling here, our DRX, to prevent the pathing to go full clear and then go back down to the bottom side later on. So Pierce will have a lot of control over the bottom of the jungle this way. If they further commit to this, we'll get hit.
Yeah.
By aiming, who also takes that first.
Now the Storm Strike comes down, but we've got 5 versus 4 here, but Life is out of position. A lot of autos. The Frost Shot getting a lot of value here, as Life takes a lot more damage than he otherwise wants to. Rascal moves on up. You can see the Aatrox is in lane, and this means that KT will get positional advantage. Rascal will have to teleport very early. However, they do secure the red buff and they deny the vertical jungling, which is exactly what DRX wanted. They wanted to play around this bottom lane and put the Lucian behind, but that has been denied for now, at least as far as the jungle clear.
Yeah, that's definitely true, and I think DRX, the damage they have in this comp early is quite strong, especially with the threaded volley shots going through from Zeka, but I'm just always scared when we do see the slow come through from an Ashe, because anything can happen there. But yeah, they had a lot of burst damage there, but KT were so patient. They handled that extremely well, and Cuz obviously hitting that AoE repeatedly in the fight just pushes DRX back. They're just not able to compete with those health bars anymore. But at least Aatrox gets a win out of this on the top side.
Yeah, you can see already utilizing it is Kingin. I don't think Rascal's going to be too worried about the situation. He's been very good at playing tanks in the past and will just play towards the weak side of the matchup and just scale and scale and scale, as an Ornn is wont to do. Cuz here is just going to be chilling on his wolves. Deft is going to spot him out there with the Hawkshot, as Cuz is going to book it towards the bottom side. Seismic Shove is good there onto Vikla.
This is a really interesting pathing from Cuz. Because he's trying to use it against DRX here, I think, and try to go, oh, okay, I'm going to come down a little bit faster than you expect, actually, because you saw me on Wolves there. He's going to come down and take those Krugs and look for potentially a gank here for Pioshik's early one he's looking for. You can see that scry there on the mini-map across the river. This is going to be fireworks in the bottom lane.
Yeah, you can already feel it. DRX looking for a cheetah recall, though, as Deft and Beryl will go home. We'll see whether Deft is just going to start stacking a tier or build a cull or something like that, but it's just going to be the Vamp Scepter purchase, as he does have a decent advantage in the lane right now. Beryl's stuck around just to make sure that none of this experience is going to go to waste, as Pioshik takes himself a Rift Scuttler, but you can see the volley bear not actually spotted. As a bit of a battle here between Kingin and Rascal.
Yeah, a lot of trading going on here, popping that Conqueror, and Rascal is going to back away. Rascal is so good at actually trading in matchups like this and then backing off and not losing out too much. There's a lot of patience being shown here in this bottom 2v2 without full vision. That ward setup for KT, though, is superior at the moment, so could try to bait them in a little bit further. Just playing so passively right now, as Peanut will actually grab both Scuttles here, or Pioshik, excuse me, a Peanut-esque performance hit for him on the Poppy. It's one of those things where you see this play.
Yeah, you see the Poppy and you're like, it must be Peanut because it's Poppy.
Yeah. Both he and Peanut have been so good at dominating early game jungling with this pick, and Cuz does finally go and get those wolves he's seen again with the hawk shot here.
Yep, spotted out. You can see DRX not going to be able to play too aggressively. Pyosik not in the area, and with this giant mound of minions, it's going to mean that KT can utilize that to start fights where they want to. Deft and Beryl going to move past them, though, as you can see. We'll see whether the volley is going to come through as Beryl misses the handshake. And it is going to be a good trade there. Electrocute proc comes out from life as well. And yeah, DRX probably don't want to fight them anymore.
Yeah, definitely not after missing that handshake. You hit the handshake, maybe you actually force out a summoner there, but will actually end up being a poor trade for them in the end. They don't have to commit any of theirs on the retreat. Much easier to pull off the handshake opening rather than an Aqua Prison opening, obviously, at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
So that's what Beryl is just fishing for here, because Aqua Prison has to be aimed, whereas it's a line skill shot for the handshake.
Yep, as Rascal going to be trading here, but not exactly going to be winning out. Infernal Chain's working extraordinarily well here for Kingen in the early stages of the matchup. That's always how it goes, but also Kingen had a tempo lead from the very beginning of the lane, which he has been utilizing very effectively. As Cuz is going to be the first one down here. Pyosik is, you know, alongside, but Deft by himself right now. Beryl went back home, got himself a Ruby Crystal, as KT will just shove this lane forward. And Cuz doesn't have ulti just yet, so not going to be able to turn off the turret or anything.
Yeah, and I'm glad the Observers finally pan over to the mid lane. We haven't talked about this lane at all, really. I think it's a matchup that can be very early on, one that Ahri can get ahead in, but hasn't gotten a massive advantage or anything like that. Zeka is going to go ahead and grab a tier here, and did go for a perfectly timed stopwatch, so he's going to be able to team fight very early on in this game, very deep with his ultimate. So this mid lane is, the reason we haven't looked at it is because it has so far been inconsequential. But it's important to kind of point it out as DRX will grab this first rake here with the control they have on bottom side with this back timing. Will clear some vision. And Herald spawns in 90 seconds here. And this is where we're really going to get a sense of how well these teams can operate these team comps, because I really like this first team fight here for DRX despite the Ornn pick, just because they have an Aatrox, they have Ashlows, and of course the Taliyah, who can completely shift the entire battlefield.
Well, you can see Beryl actually getting a whole lot of value as Deft finds a volley onto 2, as KT will just be left to deal with these minions. Means that Ash will have an opportunity to go for a recall, potentially, unless that one's going to be stopped. Aiming's going to need to face check it, but does manage to make it home in the nick of time. You
could see in that last trade what I was talking about Aqua Prison being so much harder to pull off, whereas Beryl is just going to constantly be able to trade pretty aggressively. He just kind of spams comparatively, isn't really aiming. Speaking of aiming, is going to push this wave in. 30 seconds to go on this Herald as he tries to put the pressure on the Ashe to keep her here. Deft does not have 6 yet, cannot make an impact across the map just yet.
Yep, plate goes down though, and Deft makes it back for the cannon, so probably both teams going to be kind of okay with how the situation has gone, as Zeka hunting for an opportunity here onto Vikla. Fantastic threaded volley placement there. As I want to mention something about how this comp works and sort of talk about DRX's mindset moving into this game, because I think it's kind of ingenious, as DRX is going to try and interrupt me here by actually doing some stuff, but thankfully that isn't what's going to happen. The thing I really love about it, Wolf, is the fact that they have both the stones that Zeka can throw down and the Steadfast Presence to deny dashes, which is only, like, all of these champions were picked purely into the Lucian. And what they've identified is the fact that KT's carry is aiming, and if you stop him from being able to play the game effectively, then you really put a dent into what KT's trying to do in this game. And I think it's just a really, really smart idea. Whether it pays off is going to be the question, right? Because Rascal's going to be very strong, and Vikla does have some opportunities to get some work done, as Cuz lying in wait, as you were talking about.
Ash Arrow obviously ready here too for Deft from so far away. They could set up a ton of CC onto anybody, including Cuz here. If he does show himself, they could just line that up. Level 6 not ready for Beryl just yet, but DRX in full control over this objective. And then Aatrox priority is one of the biggest parts of this, is Rascal's ultimate, arguably of the 10 in the game, is the most powerful for Rift Herald fights, but it doesn't matter if he can't get close enough to use it when you look at all the CC that DRX have that they can use defensively. So setting up first here, they got first Drake, now first Herald power here. The gold lead they have is only 400, but that's about to balloon.
Yeah. And I just really love the chess-like aspect of how this game has gone. Even the early invade is really smart, as the rocks Going to do a fair bit of damage there to Vikla, as threaded volleys are going to be thrown through. But as you can see, Vikla is very, very happy with the situation right now. Farm-wise, he's just chilling and should still be able to get some value. However, does need to be careful about how these team fights are going to go, because it is very, very hard to ult whenever you'd like to against a Poppy and a Talia. As Pyosik
Barrel has 6.
Walks into this ward, is aiming, throws out the culling, but isn't going to be doing a whole lot of damage here. And Zeka, he's made his way down as well. Handshake is not going to find the target, but Beryl is able to get at least a little bit of that harassment through, and KT will survive for now.
That was really well played by both sides. I think KT, the culling usage there was perfectly placed to make sure they could push them away, buy some extra time for Cuz to come over. And DRX knew Beryl has hostile takeover, so they're like, okay, if they actually mess up this defense, we dive them, we kill them. We have a Poppy here, we have the Ashe Arrow, we have a Talia, can of course join from so far away. And KT just instantly ult the wave there, aiming did, and then back off, and then DRX take a turret shot or two and then decide, okay, this is not going to work out, let's not overcommit, let's not lose the game over this 2v2. They grab a plate, a forced plate, they grab a plate and walk away here. Don't drop the Herald or anything like that. They can find an opportunity elsewhere. You can see Pyosik is moving now towards the top side of the map. Zek is starting to get a lot more control in the mid lane. In DRX, like you said, it almost feels chess-like in the way that they've set up how this draft works in early to mid-game team fights. And the laning is now going so well for them. They have a gold lead. They have a tempo advantage. KT's route back into this game is going to have to be on desperate team fighting through this mid-game. Otherwise, they're just going to fall so far behind.
Yeah. And I think that this will only get you so far as DRX. And now it's going to be on how they actually play things out after the planning phase is sort of over, right? Because it's very easy to plan out early games, but much more difficult to work out exactly what you want to do in the mid game, because that depends so much on how the early game has gone. So far so good here for DRX, but we'll see how practiced they are with this style of composition, as Ebb and Flow is going to make it so that Def looked like he did 0 damage with an auto attack. However, he did do damage. It was just healed instantly.
Okay, this is a scary moment here to commit to Drake for KT. They need to stop the snowball from rolling for DRX, but they just don't have a teamfight comp just yet.
Yep, Bubble is going to miss as Cuz has moved on forward. Tidal Wave is decent, but Pyosik gets himself into the brush. Hostile takeover comes in. Cuz is going to get bullied away. Deft is getting these auto attacks down, but Vikla is making his way down the river before Zeka can get here. And that does mean that KT do get a little bit of control. However, they've just denied the Rift Herald for now. We'll see whether they can get any more, as this Rift Herald's going to be needed to be used pretty soon.
Kingen does not have teleport, and even if he did, it's not unleashed, and he's just going to try to push top instead. DRX have just completely decided after that exchange there on the bottom 3v3 to give this Drake up, and it will be a 1-for-1 now in terms of the Drakes, but the push and the power that Kingen has top side of the map is still going to last a significant amount longer. Zeka.
Yeah, oh, Charm is going to miss. The cleanse comes out there as the arrow just barely misses. That would have been a dead Vikla, 100%, but not going to be able to find the target is Deft, and now the Rift Herald is going to go down. Zeka's quite low. They should still be able to get plate value here, as Zeka's going to surf on over, look to make sure that he can actually gain the money. He does so, shares it with Pyosik. So successful plate money put in here, as we have had some issues in terms of that in the past.
We certainly have. Especially feels like when you and I are casting in particular, these teams miss the plates to their mid laners, but it's going to be a little bit of camp steal here for DRX going into the blue side jungle now, going to grab this red buff, it looks like, here for Def.
Yeah,
and
Light is
playing with fire over here on the edge.
Speaking of fire, some infernal chains going down, as the bubble's going to be sidestepped. Life is still happily in range of his turret, so he's going to be all right, as Kingen can just umbral dash to get himself over that. And he'll be absolutely fine. Def moving on in, looking for some damage onto aiming. Pyosik lying in wait. Cuz is going to find him here as Control Ward goes down. There's the stun. Tidal Wave looking for Pyosik, who is going to be able to make his way out of that, but Cuz is still on the chase. Still, he's going to have to back away. They get the flash out of the Poppy, though, and that's very high value.
Yeah, hostile takeover coming up very soon here for Barrel. Same with Deft's Arrow, so KT need to be so careful about overstaying their welcome here. They are able to take back control of their red buff, though, and this lead that Kingen has, where he's been, or Rascal has been left on an island and Kingen is getting advantages, 30 CS, and these plates here won't matter necessarily for DRX, so hold that thought.
Oh, this time the charm is going to land, and Zeka's going to have to go golden. Pyosik's going to come on through, looks for the Poppy Copter, there's the flash, as Zeka throws down the seismic shove, but it's not going to find the target. Cuz turns off the turret, but he doesn't turn it off enough, and first blood goes to the Poppy, and now Deft is throwing arrows at aiming, But aiming is slinging light, and he's pretty happy about the situation, as Def now going to be preoccupied with these minions. The battle was erupting everywhere, Wolf.
That was crazy all over the place, but that was a really nice turnaround there by Zeka. Stopwatch comes through. He bought that one early, or rather ruined it early. It was his perfectly timed stopwatch, so he had that one at this timing that KT, you know, were trying to pick him off with. Once again, he had cleanse previously. This time the stopwatch saves him, and then perfect ult from Pioshik to help turn that one around, turn the save into a kill. But what I was going to say earlier is that DRX here need to be getting turnaround kills like this. They need to be winning this next Drake fight, because otherwise some of the tempo certainly can go away from them, and KT could start getting a little bit more control over the map. As we're going to watch this one more time here, Zeka is charmed. The charm angle is so perfect, and the follow-up there from Cuz was beautiful, because he gets the cleanse first, of course. Then the stopwatch buys just enough time here for Pioshik to push him into the wall. Turret reactivates, and Cuz is donezo. That's 400 gold into Pioshik's pocket, going to relieve some of the pressure there in the mid lane. But still, summoners did have to be expended for Zeka.
Yeah, and the Keeper's verdict was absolutely fantastic. Just made it so that Cuz looked a little bit silly in that moment. So Pioshik, once again, demonstrating that he is very, very good at making this Poppy work. And it's his ults that have been fantastic in the past as well, as Arrow is going to connect. Handshake just barely misses. The hostile takeover was actually invested as well. Oh dear, a little bit of a mess up there from DRX, but not going to be the end of the world.
At least they get out safe. Definitely a cool idea here to make this dive work, but when they see Cuz, it is definitely time to retreat. Hostile takeover, kind of awkward there, but not going to be too consequential at the end of the day. Is this game has slowed down so this game has slowed down so significantly that, you know, we take stock of the lead that DRX have. It is not that big, and it is on an Aatrox and a Poppy mostly, whereas the Lucian hasn't been really hindered. Yes, some, you know, of his laning phase wasn't as strong as he would have liked it to be, but I still think this is anyone's game to take. This next objective fight is going to be so impactful for either teams. Taking stock of ultimates here, Barrel missing his critical hostile takeover. Could be an angle here for KT to wrestle this one away. Yep,
Def doesn't have Arrow either, but Kingen has rotated down. Rascals this time in the area, though, as now Vikla's going to be forced to ult early. There's the Weaver's Wall. Kingen very happy just to stand over here as Pioshik collects Shirley. Charm is going to go wide, actually finds Deft, I believe, or just barely misses him. The pathing would have made him move that way anyway, so a little bit confusing as now KT are grouped up. Kingen finds some more Infernal Chains. The volley value is massive as they are going to turn onto Rascal. He gets CC'd out of the ulti, and Cuz has already fallen down. Deft is free hitting Kingen. Not going to get bailed out of this one, so it's going to be a 1-for-1, but DRX have priority of the mid lane, and this composition is working.
It is working 100% here. That's going to be a turret as well, and the power of bailout on an Aatrox is just insane. He does, of course, go down here, isn't bailed out in the end. We can see all the resources focused onto Kingen in that moment are completely wasted. He's already so difficult to kill as a mid-game Aatrox who has a Gore Drinker, but then he gets bailout and he lives just a few seconds longer, and that's enough to turn fights. Yeah. As Rascal was completely focused down, wasn't able to utilize the second part of his ultimate here. And this is just a great turnaround here. As soon as they identify the Ornhorn is coming out, everyone on DRX is just collapsing onto Rascal. Nami ultimate here with the charm onto Kingen is great, but that's all your resources. Deft untouched, Zeka untouched. Bailout buys a little bit of extra time, and now you are on the retreat. Could have been worse here for KT if they didn't leave immediately.
And that's what the bailout did. It got like 3 flashes. Everyone saw the Aatrox get bailed out, and they're like, oh, nope, we're not giving that guy a kill.
Bailing out.
That is not happening. And so the bailout, yeah, like you say, is actually on KT's side. As, yeah, KT are just like, nope, we want none of this. We'll take the 1-for-1 and give up this outer turret. And they do so, and that does mean that DRX retain about the same 2k gold lead, but they also get themselves the Drake, moving towards that Cloud Soul coming up pretty soon. As you know, very happy about that. Am I? Some people would say that it's less valuable, but I do not think so. And it's actually a Drake that KT would love, because the Ashe value has been so good in these fights. So anti-slow is, yeah, it's at a premium.
It's pretty massive for them if they could secure it. But right now, DRX have full control. Look at the resources that have to be committed here to save this top turret. Lying in wait. Barrel does, of course, have his ultimate.
Ooh, Bubble is going to connect, and they just pop over the wall. That is a really nice pick there from Vikla. Guarantees that one as the back comes through there from aiming. I think was not having the greatest of times against King in that mid lane, but good answer here from KT.
The idea here for DRX is good to try to force a rotation up and then trap there with the Renata ultimate. But unfortunately, they're the ones who are caught here as, yeah, just an extra bit of vision. Aqua Prison connects, and it's chain CC to death.
Yep.
Very easy with the follow-up charm. But this ends up being a turnaround here for KT. Still a small gold deficit for them, but they keep that turret alive, and that is a lot of power for them around the top side of the map as Baron spawns here. I don't think either of these teams are going to be taking it anytime soon because of the damage or lack thereof on their 80 carries at the moment.
Yep, Rascal is pretending to do damage. It's not really a thing, as Shirley is available. Aiming's moved down here towards the bottom side. And Rascal's going to move all the way up. Let's see whether this bait is actually going to work out, or who's actually baiting who in this moment. As, yep, Searing Charge is going to get Rascal out of there. As Pioshik, yeah, he's going to be denied because there is also life here as well. And so the 3 versus 2, probably not something DRX wants right now.
Nice Bellows Breath there as well to stop the chains from pulling him in. I want to talk about Vikla in this game because he had a very quiet laning phase, but he is gifted both of KT's kills in those skirmishes. Now has a ton of extra gold, 4 stacks, not full, 4 on his Dark Seal.
Yep.
And is building towards an early death cap here. He's going to be a menace in the side lane and can actually threaten Zeka if they do collide out there. So a lot of extra power to KT in this new side lane champ they have in the Ahri. They didn't have, of course, with the Ornn. Only made possible due to the fact that Vikla gets those extra 2 kills. So something to keep an eye on here as we head into this late game.
Yeah, exactly. King going to turn up here at the mid lane as this Rift Herald probably just going to do nothing. As, yep, that is how it's going to go. Had a few Shirleys just going back to the Void early. So, yeah, it's sort of a thing this week.
It's just sad.
Yeah.
It's a little bit sad.
Yeah,
Rascal
doesn't get the same value as her sister. It's not okay.
Yeah, it's not fair. They take the plates away, and
I know. Justice for
like,
Shirley, everyone. Justice for Shirley. That's what we need. She's valuable too.
It's not her fault when she was born.
No,
you know?
Exactly. It's Pioshik's fault. You got to utilize her. She's very, very good. Anyway, aiming dealing with this minion wave. Of course, that outer turret has been down for a while as Arrow's going to connect onto life. As aiming throws out the culling in response. Loyalty program there keeps Deft alive for a little bit longer. As Pioshik just playing bodyguard as best he can. The 3v3 erupting here as Kingen looking for a teleport angle by the looks of things. He's going to teleport immediately to that mid lane. Yeah, exactly. Not exactly the flanking teleport that it could have been, but it's just DRX with their eyes on this Cloud Drake.
And they have the choke point control DRX do here with hostile takeover, with Zeka's ultimate. This is going to be very difficult for KT to break through. No culling for aiming either, so your options here are really just all in the Rascal basket right now. DRX, though, just going to play Ring Around the Rosie with them and go straight back to the mid lane. This will allow Rascal to take down the turret. But DRX, I think they need to fight over this. They have the tools to do so, and this Aatrox is 2 items strong. This is as strong as he's going to be this game. You need to use his power spike here in these mid-game fights.
Oh, Pioshik takes a bit of damage there, but KT unable to really punish him too much. First, the attack was stacked up a little bit, otherwise he will be fine. Loyalty program used once again as Weaver's Wall going to come through here from Zeka to block off the KT members. DRX probably not going to be able to use this as the Searing Charge is going to knock down some of the wall, but Tidal Wave, hostile takeover, all of the buttons going to get pressed as Pioshik is out of the pit. They're not going to be able to take the Drake as Zeka is doing his best to stay alive, but it is going to be the Drake secured by KT, and they'll take that in an even trade.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing here that this fight was as almost turnable for DRX as it was, with the Weaver's Wall and the hostile takeover being used just because there was a very awkward Drake take time here. The coordination for this is desperate at best because DRX don't have the damage. They haven't started the Drake when they start this up. Wall is broken, the Ornhorn comes through. Then they use the hostile takeover to prevent KT from going through, but it means they don't have any follow-up damage or real power. No Zeka seismic shove here in this fight to actually turn this on its head. And yes, some Ashe value is had on the retreat back here, but those ultimates used very early in poor conjunction with each other means that DRX still get the Drake, get away, or rather KT still get the Drake steal, get away with it. And we're back at square one here, and you can see this gold difference has stayed mostly the same all game long with a dip here or there. But it's the Aatrox that's going to lose value as the Ornn gains value later on in this game that I'm most concerned about here for DRX.
Yeah, and we'll see how DRX are going to be able to play around, because it's about denying aiming, right? And he hasn't really been denied in a lot of these fights. A lot of it is about the frontline getting value. Last time, Ash tried to hit Rascal with the arrow to deny the second round of the Ornn, but it did not work, as now Def is going to immediately stop Vikla from coming in. That trap was just amazing from DRX. Now Cuz is going to have to ult to get himself out of here, but running away from this comp is really hard. He does so. Zeka is going to create a wall, and aiming not going to get shoved back or anything like that. So a lot of flashes are now down for KT, and DRX move towards the Baron.
And if they don't have hostile takeover for this, I don't think they could start this Baron, but because they have it, they have this choke point controlled vision in both chokes. I think there's just no way that KT could realistically hope to steal this. They don't have Tidal Wave. All they have is an Ornn.
Yeah, well, the Ornn is going to come through. The hostile takeover will deny the second shot of it. This barrel's not going to get bailed out. Cuz is so incredibly low, though, and Deft is just going to fight off aiming by himself. The Baron's going to come through, and they'll get kills to augment it as well. Great knock up there on to Rascal, who bellows press to get out of the seismic shove. Nicely done, but honestly, most of the damage had already been done.
Yeah, and this is just what I was talking about. If you have, as DRX, 2 choke points of vision, it's very difficult for KT to actually force this fight without their critical ultimates, their key ultimates, the Nami ult in particular. All of these tools, of course, used in this turn attempt after Vikla is completely tricked and trapped here. Then all their ults are down, so DRX are like, okay, we chased you, we pushed you away, we have just enough damage to do this Baron. Then we go to the next part of this replay. Not this part, where Zeka uses Weaver's Wall like that, but we go to this part of the replay, and Rascal is in the front of this fight because he has to frontline, and the way he just telegraphs his Ornn means that it's instantly shut down for Beryl. Yeah, Beryl gives his life for it, but you win the Baron, you win the ensuing fight. Just look at aiming so desperately try.
Yeah, no, exactly right. You put down the rocks and you really make it a hard time for the Lucian. This is why we were talking about the value of the Taliyah, the value of the Poppy into this pick, and aiming's going to get bitten by it.
Yeah, Lucian is so strong still in this meta, even if he doesn't get a tempo lead because of his dash and his Gale Force dash.
Yeah.
Because that's execute damage on top of burst damage that Lucian has, so when you put those Taliyah rocks down, aiming can't close the distance on the carries he needs to, and Deft is just untouchable in that fight as a result. Obviously, with the other tools down for KT as well, it was a bad choice to go in.
Yeah. Do you know what it reminds me of, Wolf? It reminds me of, like, riding your skateboard on the road outside and there's a rock. You know, and you like you get the little chalky as you run into the rock, you know, and it makes that really awful sound, and then you trip over, and it's just the worst. And then you have to go and tell your mom that you grazed your knee again. I mean, that's kind of what it feels like playing Lucian into the Taliyah.
For me, it kind of feels like those spikes that you put up to pop tires so people can't enter a certain way. So I'm just going to delay
like
this.
Rock and Roll Racing?
Yeah.
Oh wait, no, that was oil. I always thought it was spikes, but actually it was oil. It was just the, you know, the pixelated look of a Super Nintendo
I know what
game.
you're talking about.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
that they did look like spikes for sure. As Gyoshik's isolated.
He is indeed. He's going to run very, very fast though. Does eventually have to flash. The culling does come through, but Gyoshik losing that key summoner spell is going to be very valuable. He has the Hex Flash available, and he still will get the Rift Scuttler.
Yeah, I still think the Flash is extremely important for him, even though he has Hex Flash, though, because it can help lock down the front line here for KT or punish a Lucian who is trying to dash forward, because that's the other part of this. We talked about the stones, but we also talk about Steadfast Presence here.
Yeah.
And the slows from Deft plus hostile takeover makes it so difficult for KT to engage.
Ooh,
Arrow, majestic.
Indeed. It's going to just cruise on by as Deft's going to get hit by the Ram, but he's a long way away from any sort of follow-up from KT. More about denial than anything else, as the Baron has worn off now.
KT keep using these ultimates right before critical objective fights, and obviously trying to defend their Nexus, or rather the turrets in the mid lane is really important, but, I mean, again, another Nami ult down.
Yeah.
You've got to be so careful, because now your options are limited. You, like, save this turret, but it was already at, you know, only at half health, like, not 100% necessary there, and KT is kind of throwing their best engage options from behind this game, where they're 5,000 gold now, down into the bin repeatedly, trying to save these turrets. I think you might have to sacrifice some turrets and hope for an objective fight instead, KT.
Because you keep throwing away the Lucian ult, the Nami ult, this Ornn Horn, and you won't ever be able to take a fight.
Yeah, well, you can see they're trying to still stay in position to keep this inner turret alive, and at least they're able to do that. Inner did fall on the bottom side. You can see that DRX only have about a 5,000 gold lead after that Baron does wear off. A little bit less than that, you might say. So KT's still holding on, still doing okay, as Kingen will have his Spirit Visage completed relatively soon. And that is going to be a very difficult Aatrox to kill, especially after you already mentioned the value of the bailout with the Aatrox. I didn't even really put that one together. It is absolutely massive for a pick like this.
It's crazy.
Because he just gets to on-demand get so much health back if that bailout does actually come through. And then you have to just do it all again with less cooldowns. It's not very fair.
Yeah, if anybody dies in that state where he's frontlining at the front, like, then he just becomes a second Aatrox, and like the fight is over. It's just not winnable at that point because you're fighting a 4v5 against a second Aatrox.
Yeah.
And buying him just an extra second, just an extra knockup, just empowers Deft, empowers Zeko, who's got good damage here. As once again, we're just going to see a Weaver's Wall to try to finally take this turret out.
Yeah, they are going to be able to do it. They put some rocks up there as no one's dashing over that. Of course, there's no one there to dash over it. However, if they were, it would have been a difficult time. But Aatrox going to move into the jungle, might be able to deny a blue buff as DRX get what they wanted, as the Baron is going to be spawning in 40 seconds time. 3 minutes on the potential Cloud Soul for DRX as the arrow is going to be thrown out. Does find aiming, but it's basically just Def doing it for fun because he's going for a reset anyway and he'll have a backup button available when he needs it, I guess.
Interestingly, I want to point out that Rascal went for the Everfrost ornament, the Forever Frost as we like to colloquially call it. And didn't go for the Gale Force upgrade. And in terms of raw stats with Death Cap, like, that's a good choice, but I think you really need your Lucian to have any extra damage he can get because he's the only one who has any agency when you set up these fights with the CC. Like, yes, it's good that Ahri has this build for side laning, but that hasn't worked out because they fell so far behind. Would have rather seen it given over to aiming. It is just now, as we say those words, given
Imagine
over
if it
to
was
him,
the
so at least
Imperial
he's not that
Mandate.
extra damage.
As, okay, Koshik, he's going to go on forward, finds a fantastic Keeper's Verdict as well onto Vikla. Buddy makes his way out, but hostile takeover is so valuable. Now the Ornhorn comes in as Rascal looks for someone, but isn't going to be able to find it. Charm also goes wide as Kingen has just taken 0 damage. Deft is frontlining. They do have a decent tidal wave, but Koshik is tanking up so nicely. You can see Kingen is just doing all of the work here in the front line. The Nami is just seafood as the arrow's going to connect onto Vikla. Great aim there from Deft, who celebrates by breaking his watch on the floor. He just throws it down, much like Kingen is right here as he's fighting, aiming. This base gate doesn't mean anything as you can umbral dash over it, and DRX should move back to the Baron.
And this is just a boring and clean DRX game of League of Legends. Like, there isn't that much exciting about it because DRX are just playing it so methodically, so carefully, so cleanly, leaving nothing to chance, making no real risky plays. And the composition of KT is so predicated on burst damage in the late game around this Ahri pick potential, the Lucian pick potential. They have the Nami and Ornn set up for mid-game fights, but they fell so far behind that it just doesn't function anymore, and they fell behind because DRX played this comp, prepared it so well around shutting down dashes, shutting down the Lucian Nami. We saw the Poppy insta-lock. You know, just going back to the draft, they knew if they locked in the Lucian, they had an exact answer ready, and we don't see that too often in the LCK, and it makes me very sad, but I mean, this is just salt in the wounds the rest of this fight. You can see the turn is so fantastic here for DRX in every fight they force.
Beautiful, like, target selection there from Deft as well, to be shooting Cuz and then throw the arrow at the opposite direction, really throwing off Vikla there and catching him out. Nicely played. Good to see some great mechanics on display here, as Aiming's going to be able to get some bounty gold as they take down this outer turret, but DRX are just going to move towards this inhibitor turret, and that's going to be the trade. And I think if you're DRX, you're probably pretty psyched about destroying a large chunk of the base here and putting on so much extra pressure. 2 minutes of this Baron still remains as well, as the Ornhorn's going to come down yet again. Rascal going to be able to find Ashe, but the hostile takeover is going to deny any sort of follow-up. That's a good little knock up there from Kingen as they move now towards this inhibitor turret on the bottom side. And so many tools just being thrown away by KT. And they're just left dry without too many options into what DRX are putting towards them.
Yeah, And if they don't use those, then they just lose their base faster.
Well, Tidal Wave comes through here as Rascal is going to break open a hole in the wall, but I don't think it's going to be enough there. Decent handshake comes through from Beryl, but they still take down this turret. And the war of attrition that DRX are putting down right now is unanswerable by KT.
Yeah, I mean,
Vikla is just going to run away.
They can just back off here and grab the Drake, but if anybody walks forward, if anybody overextends, they just end the game right here, right now. But they get a Cloud Soul as the Baron buff is still up for a minute. But there's just no more push that they want to go through here. But without the Ornhorn, without Nami, with a Tidal Wave here, you just don't have anything you could do to contest this Drake if you could even get to it, because they cannot.
Yep.
And DRX, once again, could have forced the issue here, arguably, with a Pioshik ult or something like that. Try to slow it down until the hostile takeover is ready, then force another fight there and just go for the throat. But why not just back off and take Cloud Soul and win the game, is the name of the game here for DRX, as aiming will spot out King, and I thought he was going to try to go for something sneaky here. Might have caught and caught.
Yeah, if he dashed over that wall, I would have lost my mind, Wolf. It would have been too much.
I thought that's what he was about to do, but at least he warded first.
Yes, indeed, indeed. Extra level on the Enchanted Crystal Arrow here for Deft. He's got his GA. GA almost ready for Kingen as well, as Deft and Pioshik just patrolling the enemy jungle here towards the top side. Steadfast Presence gives Pioshik that extra movement speed as Live finally gets his Imperial Mandate upgraded. But I just don't, I feel like it's too little too late here, Wolf. Is Kingen throwing out some Infernal Chains, and the wall is going to be set up. Pioshik on the wrong side of it is feeling forever alone, much like I am here in Lowell Park, as the Ashe will find the arrow onto Cuz, but he is not exactly the opportune target to be bursting down in moment's notice. They just make sure they take down this inner turret.
Yeah, just Weaver wall the turret down, let that bottom wave do its job with the super minions, then push down the final inhibitor of the game here.
Yeah, it's all pretty textbook here, Wolf.
Yeah, it's very boring, but it's very effective.
No, precisely, and it's boring, but it's boring in the way that Monty loves boring League of Legends, right? Like, it's just the right way to play it, and the situation is just executed exactly the way you want it to. It's really good to see. Yeah, you'll have to ask Monty when you're on his show, you and his show next time around, see whether I'm correct there, because this is a great game of League of Legends to answer just the blind pick Lucian first pick, and I think other teams are going to think twice before doing it again as Rascal goes golden, but that means the stopwatch is going to be unavailable as Kingen moves on over. There are super creeps just barreling towards the base, and Kingen he sidles to the right. And that's his answer to a lot of what's coming out from KT here.
Yeah, KT need to make sure they can...
Oh, Beryl gonna have to flash. Oh my goodness. Okay, aiming still needs to be respected. 4 items have come through. Ezeka's gonna put down the wall, and Rascal's on the wrong side of it. Hostile takeover. The Nami is just gonna be fighting his teammates because gonna use this as an opportunity to go in. Then goes out with the ultimate as Deft is taking damage, but he just straight up doesn't care about it. The Ornhorn once again going to be left a little bit wanting, as DRX gets so many buttons out of KT, and KT do not find anything with them.
It's just so oppressive, Rascal. I mean, he's got his Warmogs. If he can get that to proc here, he needs to get out of aggro for a second. It's going to heal him up real quick, but he's going to be hiding in the fountain as DRX are just trying to find any pick, any opportunity. If they get a single one, they end the game, and if not, they just continue to push these 2 waves in. Now, KT have great wave clear here if they're all defending together. It's stopping these pushes from coming through and actually ending the game. And the Ahri with the AP that she went for, the early death cap, she actually clears these decently well too. Yeah. So KT can stave off the pressure. They've actually been able to survive long enough here to where these 2 inhibitors are going to be respawning. And it looks very likely they're going to get one major objective team fight here when they actually have their ultimates online. A fair 5v5 minus the wallets here. Maybe that miracle fight goes KT's way, and they could turn this one around, but it's going to be so tough.
Well, the arrow is going to come through. It lands onto Life once again, but Vikla diving on forward. Steadfast Presence is going to deny the ulti as Rascal looks for Def, but he flashes it so beautifully. Tidal Wave also completely misplaced this time around as Kingen's getting the knock-ups. There's a heroic charge, and Cuz will fall. Rascal now as well, not going to get hit by that hostile takeover, but they are on full retreat right here. Remember, Deft has GA, Kingen has GA. They were never going to die in this situation, and now these newly rebuilt inhibitors are going to be thrown to the ground yet again. Whoever built them is going to be so frustrated as DRX will take down the inhibitor turret on the top side as well. And that is all of the outer and inner and inhibitor turrets removed, as the inhibitor will stay alive. Def throwing some autos into Rascal here, that just has a little last whisper.
Yeah, it's gonna be bottom inhibitor respawning here. They finally got the mid one reset. The DRX just gonna group up on this Baron, it looks like. But remember, the ultimates here that KT have are so good in a fight like this. Nami's ult coming back online. Rascal gonna have his Oran Horn, and it looks like KT will get that one chance, this one opportunity to fight this team, but they'll have to kill Def twice. They'll have to kill Kingen twice, as you mentioned. Kingen teleporting back in.
Yeah, they might need to kill him 3 times, Wolf, because the bailout exists, although Barrel's at half health. So he may need to use it on himself. They do have the charm that comes through, but it lands onto Zeka in that backline. Great Ornhorn comes through this time around as the bailout is onto Zeka here. They do manage to take down one target, but Def is free hitting. Vikla is out of the fight for now as Life is just trying to swim away. Just keep on swimming, little Nami, but she's not going to be able to do so. And now the knock up onto Def. He does still have the GA, but he kind of throws it away here as he is going to be respawning. Kingen going to be able to get the double as, oh my god, Deft will finally fall, but there's the heroic charge and Vikla will go down. And I think Kingen has well and truly earned his POG this game.
Oh, he just popped off, man, in this last fight. 4-1-4, dominated the lane all game long, and is just unkillable. No bailout needed this time. They tried to use that one on Zeka, just completely wasted it. Kingen's like, man, they can't kill me. I guess you're never going to cast it on me again this game. DRX, it's a 40-minute-and-a-half win here. Doesn't feel like it was that long of a game because DRX were always being proactive, always doing something on the map. Was slow game, very, very pragmatic the way they did it, but they will take the Nexus down in the end.
Yeah.
KT, always 1 foot, in their base. For the majority of the last half of that game, they just could not actually ever walk out, and they had to use their ultimate so defensively over and over and over again. Nami's Tidal Wave, the Ornhorn just used to try to keep those turrets alive a little bit longer. But it really begs the question, had they been a little bit more decisive in the mid-game with those ults, would we have seen a different game?
Yeah.
Because, yeah, DRX were coordinated, they had a great plan, but some of those team fights were definitely winnable if they had saved their tools.
Yeah, I actually think that this is a really beautiful game strategically, and it was played out so well by DRX. It's like, yes, there were some moments where KT found some angles to get in there and try to make things happen, but it's the setup from the very beginning of the game. Getting Kingen that slight advantage by trying to go for the vertical jungling. Ultimately, vertical jungling didn't work out. However, they were then able to make the Aatrox big enough and utilize him as a win condition as we check out this final team fight as Rascal goes for that flash Ornhorn play to destroy this Talia, but the bailout buys a bit of time, and then Vikla gets too low to come back into the fight, and in the meantime, Kingen is just being an unkillable monster.
Yeah, and when this Darken pops back out of the res, he is just going to explode. Def gets isolated. Like, Rascal had a great team fight here, because he finally actually got to use his knockups and his ultimate in a fight, not defending a turret, and he actually played it so well. And it just goes to show if DRX were not like 7,000 gold ahead at this point with GAs, that KT actually had a very strong late game team fighting comp, and they were just unfortunately stuck in their base for the majority of the last parts and never got to use it until that final moment, and it still wasn't enough. So I think it was a great final fight there, and like you said, the biggest win for me in this whole thing is DRX just coming with such a plan, leaving the Lucian open and saying, yeah, you banned the Lulu, but we have other plans.
And I just can't wait for the Monty and Wolf Show's next episode where we get to discuss the fact that teams are learning how to draft on red side, dude. I am so incredibly excited because that's exactly what we just saw for what felt like the first time. But ladies and gentlemen, a short break and then the Analyst Carpet Space.
야 벽공 아 까비
가비.
야 루시안 날렸어
나 죽었어. 형 아래. 아리 자꾸 빼. 남이 보자.
네
나
나 이거
이거
시간 오래 걸려 내가 시간 나 가인 있어 야나
아리 형 뒤에 아리. 나 가인 있어. 천천히 봐줘봐. 루시안. 잡았어.
나이스
잘 싸워봐.
텔
헬 타면 끝날 듯.
나이스 어우
헬이 없다.
아니 너무 연약해 챔피언이.
오른 풀 빠졌다.
Hit hard, hit fast. I only see you from missions now, Kaisa. What happened to best friends forever?
Akali, I know I've been...
No matter what, we fight together.
Never be afraid to listen, this little girl. Harmoniously.
All I feel is joy.
Hello and welcome to the Analyst Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler, and we're going to break down that first game. Was a bit of a doozy. Went quite far, I feel like, for the average game time nowadays. About a bit over 40 minutes, but DRX eventually were able to put the nail in the coffin, Chronicler.
Yeah, DRX, as well as I think they played, still seem to have some issues with actually closing out games, which has been a problem for them in the past. And if they hadn't actually gotten the leads, which they did very well, and we're going to mostly focus on in this analyst segment, they could have actually been in trouble. Because if you look at specifically the Ornn combination with even late game like the Lucian has been kind of a late game threat as well. And overall, I think the KT comp works really well when you just get to actually fight in open and closed spaces. And if you are on even footing, or if you get to really late. But if you look at DRX's skirmishing power and fighting in like smaller choke points, it's unplayable for KT. This Taliyah pick actually making it through draft, being put into the mid lane, worked so well. And the R5 Aatrox, a pick that often can feel a little bit lackluster against the Ornn, which was highlighted by the casters, actually worked out splendidly as well. So overall, I really like the DRX draft, and they played accordingly, and that's really the key thing, because otherwise this draft does lack some range, so it can fall a little flat.
Yeah, I liked how the casters did point out the almost immediate lock-ins of Renata and Poppy. I'm a big fan of Poppy nowadays. Think that it's not just Peanut and Pyosik that can play it as well, but those are currently the only two players that we really see playing it consistently. Let's take a look at the first highlight of this game that we did pick out. And this one was actually the level 1 fight.
And the reason why we picked this one up is because it actually had lasting repercussions for a lot of the lanes. Overall, the level 1 is a lot stronger here for DRX if it actually was 5-man unit, because there is basically only Storm Strike for the side of KT, whereas you have Ashe, Renata, and Taliyah, all of which have like very strong spammable skills with a lot of range early on. And it's never really the intention for DRX to actually go in here because they are down a member. This teleport is huge because it means that Rascal, like, he's Ornn, so it's not a complete disaster, but still, he misses experience. Barrow and Deft make it to lane earlier, have complete control as well. And because of this, Topside is able to build an early lead, so this Aatrox actually gets to push his lead, because normally, between the items that you build and Ornn being able to teleport, like, actually getting pressure is very hard, and it's justified, but now it was like a 40 CS lead, I think, once they got out of laning phase.
Yeah, it was definitely a bit of an issue, even, having to feel insecure to smite it on the red buff. It kind of messed with the clear and everything like that. The Volibear wasn't able to get on the map.
And bot side as well.
The bot side was a bit of an issue. Let's take a look at highlight number 2, which was the try at the attempt at taking down an Ashe, which normally is a very immobile champion. And Vikla was looking for opportunities to make something happen in this game, and so you thought this was going to be it, but Deft was just too good.
And if you have a comp that doesn't have Engage, I'd be more okay with a play like this, but you have Ornn. So like, it's not like you need to be the one that starts it all off. The reason why this is our second and final highlight is because this is where the game should have been over, because after this, DRX get the Baron, Deft plays that out really nicely, and the expectation is then in 5 games they'd win the game. Took them 15, which does really hint towards, one, the power of the composition in like more open spaces that was there for KT, and DRX also just not really pushing their leads as much as they could have, sitting with like 2 open inhibs for an extended amount of time. But in the end, they got the win, so we're not going to go too harsh on them.
Yeah, I mean, they got the win. It was very methodical, as Wolf was talking about. There weren't a lot of bumps in the road, but it was a long journey. It was like, a long road trip. You take with the parents. It's like, it's okay, but we get there in the end.
We saw Gen.G beat the third place team in half the time yesterday. So that was Liv Sandwich.
Less than half the time.
Yeah, and Gen.G, but it says a lot. And overall, though, I really liked the priority in draft from DRX, and that has been one of the consistent things where they have actually been quite strong, and I would like to see them continue and showcase that kind of inventiveness which Barrel has really become known for.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, we do have the player of the game ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up for this first game on the side of DRX. I think it should be a pretty split vote. I think that Deft played very well. I even thought that Pyosik did a lot of little things right, did not die even once. Kingen, obviously, with kind of the never die attitude. And he will pick up the player of the game for that attitude here.
And it was between him and Deft. And Deft had a very, very strong game on the Ashe as well. But if you look at how any team fight went, Kingen was the front line, and there was never really enough damage for the composition of KT to get through. And let's be honest, in large part, it was also because of this play right here. This is the most POG of plays, where you single-handedly deal with a threat, and at this point, he'd already been tanking. You don't even really get to see him zone aiming out the fight for a large part of time. All the other votes generally, oh, it's interesting actually, not that many Deft votes. Deft was, as you often are on the edge, is more of like a supportive play style where his arrows were good, his positioning was good, but a couple of PO6 votes. Zeka also had a good game, so I actually really like this split.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, Zeka did set up a lot with the Talia. It was a very split vote. You know, I'm happy that Pioshik got some love too.
Yeah.
I thought he did really, really fantastically in some of the team fights, even though he was kind of just the support of Poppy this time around. But either way, guys, DRX pick up the pretty straightforward first win in the series. Let's see what happens in game number 2.
Thank you so much, Valdez and Chronicler, for the breakdown of that Game 1 DRX victory. Wolf, are you there? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, thank
I'm
goodness.
Here.
I felt I was so lonely because you're not actually here on the chair. However, I'm really glad that you're still there in spirit, as KT will choose blue side yet again.
And in terms of how the first bans go in this draft, it's really tough actually for KT to adapt here, because if you go ahead and ban, okay, we have to ban Poppy now and ban the Lulu, because if, you know, otherwise, like, they have the counter to the Lucian, they might leave it open. Then they could just ban the Lucian if you go down that path. So I think they will just have to adapt here and potentially play better around the 2v2. And it's a really good point that Chronicler mentioned actually in the you know, the carpet space segment there, that level 1 really did affect the early parts of the bottom 2v2 and the top lane. So it could have been a completely different game here, I think, if KT hadn't fallen so far behind. They had a really good team fighting comp, and they were so close to winning some of those fights.
Well, someone there really wants Def to pick up a POG. We'll see whether that is going to happen, as here we are into the draft for game number 2. And all those things that you're saying about this draft are going to be very, very important here as KT think about what the bans are going to look like this time around, realizing that so much went wrong at this particular phase of the draft last game.
The Kalista ban was never a problem. I think it was such a smart ban the first time around, and going to continue with that one. Zeri's gone, so no major changes just yet. I would love to see a Poppy ban here if KT wanted to once again try to dominate the 2v2. It's going to be Lulu first, so we're heading down the same exact path we were once before.
Yeah, this is really interesting. They're not really adjusting too much, as Gwen going to be taken away second in place of the Corki that we saw banned away second last time. That means one of either Corki or Azir will not be banned this game.
Yeah. Also means that DRX might be looking for a red side Gnar priority pick here as well. You know, early on, Gwen can be a frustrating champ to lane against, especially with Rascal at the helm. So, do like this. KT, the time is ticking away because this is such a tricky position to be in.
Ooh,
and I like this because, yeah, just take away the X factor here of DRX around the jungle. And look, I talked about how I was excited to see how Pioshik would perform against Cuz. Game 1 kind of told us all we need to know in that regard. Just don't put Pioshik on one of his best picks this season. And as soon as DRX see that, they just ban the Lucian. Like, well, the game isn't about that anymore, actually. But this is the power that DRX have with the control they have in this game right now, in this series, I should say.
Well, Renata is going to be the lock-in here. As you can see, Life at home, just chilling out next to Cuz. As you can see, their backgrounds very similar. As Kingen and Pioshik could just lock in Senna Seraphine here if they would like to. Seraphine has dipped through the entire draft. However, Azir Gnar could also come out.
Yeah. Or Azir Gangplank, which would be very early priority for the Gangplank, but it would be a really nice denial potentially of the Gnar. They'll save that one and wait. Take away the Senna right now. Now, you don't need the Seraphine in the Senna lane. You could also just play something like a Tahm Kench. They've already locked in their support, so either way, Def gets a strong laner with him, be it the Seraphine or the Tahm Kench here. They already have the Azir for scaling.
Ooh,
beautifully done.
Yeah, aiming's Aphelios has been very, very good. So definitely a dangerous one to be going into. Yeah, exactly right. He's been so good on this pick. But we'll We'll see whether it's going to work into this potential center lane. We still don't really know what it's going to be, as Sylas will be locked away into the Azir.
Sylas is a really nice potential denial of the Gnar if DRX wanted to pick it up here, but
also a denial,
Tom
theoretically of the Seraphine, just because the Encore is so powerful in the hands of the Sylas as well.
Yeah, I think the Tom Kench really just fits the bill here for DRX. It's not exciting, but they're going to take the risk of the Seraphine. It looks like you're locked it in, so a lot of power here against the Aphelios in the early laning. And, you know, it's Renata Aphelios, so it's not just going to be a free win down there. There is some handshake possibilities to be had, and Aphelios can do a lot of damage, but I like this change, too, taking away the Gnar early, saying, all right, we're completely moving away from that style of play. And this is going to keep KT guessing, I think, a little bit right now, as like, okay, we picked the Sylas, you picked the Seraphine into it, and you've banned the Gnar now, so really limiting the power of the Sylas here in the draft.
Yeah, Wukong going to be banned away. I would have preferred a Trundle ban. I feel like Trundle would be so powerful in this composition, with the pillar being able to set up for so many things like Emperor's Divides, like getting the Dawning Shadow and the Encore in line and things like that, adding that slow to that to the arsenal, to the power. But not going to be banned just yet, as it's in fact DRX that banned the Trundle themselves.
So I was thinking alternatively here, DRX want a really strong front line, so banning the Trundle for them, like so they can get so DRX banning Trundle away from KT, so they can get something like a Sejuani, or potentially an Ornn on the top side, but probably the Sejuani works out super well for this composition. And also, potentially, we could be looking at DRX putting Kingen on the tank Shyvana again. I think that's not out of the realm of possibility here. Now, it's normally played with a more damaging AD carry like an Ezreal, or a Jinx on the bottom side of the map, but it's just going to be Olaf. Okay, well, that was a different tank than what we were thinking about.
Yep,
okay, it's going to be a second time he's the first player to play at topside and the last player to play at topside here in the LCK Summer.
Yeah, and also, this is Olaf with so much support as well. Like, this could be a late-game powerhouse Olaf, as we saw how Kingen was playing in the last game. He really took the bull by the horns, as Rascal, he's a fantastic Lee Sin player as well. We'll see where they're going to go with this. I mean, Sejuani Lee Sin could be locked in, then we're like, who's jungling? Because Cuz has actually played some Sejuani as well. But it won't be the Sejuani in the jungle. It will be Bristle on the top side, as Viego is going to be locked in here for Cuz. So pretty short range is this composition.
This could be the Bel'Veth angle.
Oh my god.
But
I got so
it depends on if they want to
excited.
have a scaling jungler, or it could be just Pyosik wants to be able to make sure the bottom 2v2 doesn't end up to be a disaster. Or it could be the really boring Xin Zhao pick, which is the one that first came to mind here.
Oh, he
But
just
the
does
Bel'Veth
it.
angle, yes!
All right.
Yes, this is the Bel'Veth angle, because you've got the scaling. You have this composition that has so much speed. You're wanting to go to the late game, and KT's damage is all on one champion who has extremely low range on the Aphelios, yet you have a really great front line for the Aphelios in this game, and aiming is 4-0 on the champion. He is so well versed at this pick. He has been given the keys to carry KT's games 4 times, and he has not failed. But DRX have their own strong front line that's going to be empowered by Senna heals, empowered by Seraphine's shields and speed boosts, Azir's disengage opportunities as well, but also the burn damage Azir is going to do in this game, the burn damage Seraphine's going to do, and Bel'Veth is just going to get stronger and stronger and stronger the longer the game goes. This is the first time I've seen a Bel'Veth in a game of League of Legends where I'm like, this just makes sense.
Well, we'll see whether it's actually going to work out. Last time we saw Bel'Veth, it was not exactly the greatest of situations, but that was in Damwon Kia versus DRX. DRX actually managed to take down the first Bel'Veth that we saw, and now they're the ones that are attempting to pilot it here. So maybe they've just figured out exactly the Bel'Veth angle, and it would be one heck of a 2-0 to win with the 2 compositions that they've put together here today. I really think that there is a lot of power elsewhere on the map, though. The Azir and the Senna Seraphine is a very scary prospect, but there could be a chance that Deft and Beryl fall behind in the early game, because there is a powerful bottom lane on the side of KT, and if you let Aiming's Aphelios get out of control, the game could just be over. But let's see how it goes as we hop into game number 2. All right. right. Belveth just going to be swimming her way out onto the Rift. Just a bit of Manta Ray action. We'll see how often Pyosik can get these transforms going. So we'll see him swimming around the Rift. But we'll see. I don't think we'll see very much Pyosik in the early game, though, Wolf. I think it'll be pretty similar to what Canyon was doing, which was hard farming for as long as possible.
So the one time in the quote-unquote early game that I think Pyosik is going to have a lot of power in is on first Rift Herald, excuse me, fight. Some production suddenly came in my ear that startled me. I'm sorry. Anyway, the first Herald fight. Then subsequently, if they take it with the Emperor's Divide and obviously the Senna ult that they have, a big spike for them, leads to early Herald drop, and then of course the Belveth passive going to be so powerful in a fight like that. You can push the Herald really hard, get a huge advantage as Kingin, take Rascal out of the game early, and that's when Pyosik can really start to come online. In terms of like clear speed, he's going to be fine with this. He's got a lot of mobility, does have some modicum of follow-up CC for the Azir. But yeah, I don't think we'll see him otherwise outside of being able to really empower Kingin on the top side of the map.
Yeah, well, bit of a battle here towards the bottom side as Beryl's dropping some high notes, and Kingin is, yeah, just throwing things around here on the top side of the map, as Olaf is wont to do. Right now, Rascal is definitely struggling, his life taking a fair bit of damage there also. See how it is going to go. 3-1 is the center Seraphine. One time it has fallen short, and we'll see whether aiming and life are going to be able to add another one to that column. As right now the trades are working out pretty well. As Vikla just dashing towards Zeka here. Let's see how these trades are going to go as we are checking out the Silas win rate while Kingin's just real dead. The Olaf is punished. The Viking went to Valhalla far too early here this game. Wolf?
We'll have to take a look at how that one went down, but it looks like just based on the CS numbers here that Kingin went for an aggressive trade with a push forward there and is just punished very early on in the game by Cuz, who is just punishing his lane positioning. So that's an early kill going over to Viego. Definitely going to hurt Pyosik's chances of making any appearances in the lanes here in this early part of the game. So definitely a bit of an ouchie here for Kingin on his second game of the Olaf.
Yeah, definitely. I think things went a little bit similarly last time around as well. So we'll see how he's going to go as the lane is going to continue and whether Cuz is going to set up a bit of a camp towards that top side. Deft and Beryl still laning very effectively. As soon as surround sound comes in, Beryl will be able to, alongside Deft, keep this lane very, very safe. Piercing Darkness plus the surround sound heal is a lot. As we're going to have a look at this one more time.
Yeah, it's just this
get that flash
over the wall, and Kingin is just, he realizes, oh no, this is not right. Like as soon as Rascal walks past the minion wave, he's like, I'm not safe anymore. And you have to be wary that if you don't know where the Viego is, he can flash over the wall and kill you like that. You're not always safe with the vision you have on the top side of the map. And now Kingin's fallen extremely far behind here.
Yeah.
I mean, Sejuani is getting some deep vision.
And Pyosik going to be spotted out there on that ward when he does continue his clear through as well. Really, really important vision. As Cuz is going to walk over a ward, but Def doesn't quite find the route as he immediately has to cleanse to get himself out of the way of this one. Beat drop does come through from Beryl, but aiming just going to take a little bit of a tap from that one as Cuz is going to slink into the mist. Feel like his work is done. Just a cleanse, so not exactly the end of the world, but Vikla is just going to get solo killed by Zeka.
Wow!
Remember, do you remember this, Wolf? Like, the Azir-Silas matchup is so skewed in favor of the Silas, and Zeka just solo kills him. As now Rascal is going to be taking a whole bunch of damage. But yeah, that's going to be a cannon that goes down as well.
They knew Cuz was on the bottom side of the map, and that is just the power of Conqueror Azir in extended trades like this. Vikla just not handling the pressure well there, and it's just straight up destroyed. I mean, he's just solo killed out of the lane, and Zeka has a massive CS lead. He's going to take the opportunity to grab the first component of his mythic here very early on and teleport back in. I don't know if we'll get a shot of the bottom side one more time. As look at the zoning here. He's just walking up to try to CS. The wave is in a perfect spot. And, like, you either cannot farm or you cannot live. And he should have chosen not to farm.
He should have chosen to flash.
Just up on the range.
Why didn't he do the flashy flash move? That's normally a
Also
pretty good
that.
option. Bit of a
He
shame.
just kind of walked right into that one.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
And like, this is just going to continue.
No, it is. And this is also buying so much space for Pyosik as well, as with that extra pressure that he's found in that mid lane, he's then able to continue just farming freely, knows that Zeker is going to continue to have permanent pressure down there towards the bottom side, well, at least towards the mid lane.
Now, okay, I'm going to make a point about Cuz, but he's going to make my point for me potentially here with this dive setup. Level 6 for Rascal.
Yeah, let's see whether Kingen is going to be able to stay alive here. He doesn't have the Ragnarok up and available yet, as he will be taken down here. And Cuz is going to reset the aggro quite comfortably. And yeah, this whole minion wave is going to go down. Kingen does have teleport available, but I've seen this one before as well, as Vikla is going to go back this time, not going to get killed, but this means that DRX is able to take down this Drake. And the teleport back to the turret does come through here, as Kingen is going to try his best to salvage the lane.
What I was going to say about Cuz is that he has played his role in this game so extremely well. He knows he's going to be out-farmed and outpaced by Pyosik this game, even with the solo kill that happens to Vikla there in mid. And he has just been, from top to bottom, ganking non-stop, knowing that in the early parts of this game, he wins any sort of 1v1 or exchange with the Bel'Veth. So he goes topside, gets an early kill with the flash over the wall. He commits that hard. Comes here a second time now, grabs a kill as Rascal hits 6. It's a perfectly executed dive as Rascal holds aggro so Cuz can do the damage. And we'll just, of course, transform here, grab some extra plates. But he also made that path bottom side where he was able to force a cleanse out of depth. Almost gets a flash down there as well, just knowing that Pyosik isn't going to be relevant at this stage of the game. And I like the impacts that he's making with this Viego early on. Now, unfortunately, hasn't been able to make that sort of impact in the mid lane, but at least on top and bottom side, he's doing his job extremely well.
Yeah, and the thing that I'm worried about here for KT is whether or not this is going to stand the test of time, right? And Piercing Darkness going to come through here as DRX are going to interrupt me for a moment as Beryl throws down some high notes but doesn't get the beat drop. But what I was going to say was DRX's comp scales extraordinarily hard with what they have, especially considering the lack of range on KT's side. It means that the value from the Bel'Veth is going to be so much higher. She scales so effectively as the game goes on if she's able to play her game effectively. And right now, Pyosik is being afforded that opportunity as well, as Deft and Beryl are just cleaning out waves over and over again. And yes, Cuz is able to get things done in the early game, but I mean, that's kind of what happens when you're jungling into a Bel'Veth. It's, can you outpace her while she's just power farming as fast as possible?
And the other question is, will Vikla ever be able to recover from this abysmal laning phase? We haven't seen the laning phase go this poorly in a long time in the mid lane across all of our teams, and one of our teams hasn't won a single series. So this is a really big gap that Zeka is putting on here, and with the extra prio he has and Pyosik down here on the bottom side, they're just going to stop aiming in life from grabbing some of this experience. Don't lose too much of it, but it is a forced plate here going over to the bottom duo of DRX. And, I mean, this advantage that DRX has in Tempos not only should have this early on.
Kingen's going to find the undertows, and he's got Ragnarok, and Rascal is just dead. That's what happens after level 6 is hit, and Kingen says, yeah, you can kill me twice, but you need to bring your friend. I need no one.
Yeah, Kingen is just going to rip through that armor, picks up the undertows easily, resets those, and once he just presses Ghost and his R button, there's nothing Rascal could do. Notice Rascal's ult cooldown. He was not really interested in using that one. Cuz is going to come up here and at least push him back, but I mean, there's nothing you could do as a Sejuani at this stage if you end up getting caught like that. And now, Kingen bought a Cull because he had a rough start to this lane, is still able to trade back a kill, so he's going to get that value of that once the 55 stacks are down. Undertow gets picked up, and he hits another one, picks it up, and presses his buttons, holds on to the W, and he has an R, and he's just like, I'm going to kill him. Got him.
What are you supposed to do? Like, you actually can't do anything. There's no counterplay.
You literally can't do anything if he has Ghost ult. Yeah, if he has Ghost ult, what can you do? You can't do anything.
Well, Deft is going to have to Dawning Shadow here as Vikla picks up an Ember's Divide and then just gets divided himself. Goodbye. That is going to be Pyosik picking up the kill as well, which is a disaster for KT. DRX in such a good position now. Everywhere on the map has just collapsed for KT.
Yeah, DRX in a dominant position here. Now this Herald does crash through, takes away a turret here, but Kingen is happy to just take this one out, sit up here and free farm, and he can kill a Sejuani if Sejuani overcommits near him, as we've seen, but he can also just finish a call and then be a functional Olaf through the mid game because he's empowered. Like you said, that's the most important part of this Olaf. You mentioned it in the draft, is it's not just an Olaf that runs at people, it's an Olaf that has engage options because there's so much happening here. As Rascal just completely whiffs that one, unfortunately. The Def just gets out of here casually. Does have the flash. Ults as he flashes away and Burst Divide comes through. And the Vikla, not having the greatest of games here, unfortunately, now finds himself 40 CS down nearly.
Yeah,
actually
and
exactly
2 deaths. Yeah, this is an absolute smackdown from Zeka. And yeah, Zeka's been improving, but this is just on another level.
And we've never seen even Arya struggle this much in a game like this. And he just clearly seems, not that he doesn't know how to play Sylas, but that Sylas into the Azir seems to be a weak matchup for him, as he's just not able to set up trades effectively, which you have to do so aggressively as Sylas into this ranged matchup.
Yeah.
As at least DRX, you know, I mean, the advantage they have there is going to carry through a lot of this mid-game, regardless of the struggles Belveth has in early.
Yep, and that is only going to discontinue as the game goes on, as, yep, Maelstrom. And there's the possession. And Pyosik can just now start swimming around the jungle and get even more value.
And the scary thing about this game for KT is that their saving grace is very difficult to find in this game when you consider the only kills they picked up. Like, if you look at the 2 to 3 kill score right now, if you're watching this as a KT fan, it might feel hopeful because you're only 1 kill down, technically speaking. But where your gold is on a Sejuani and a Viego. The Aphelios is ahead by default as, okay, stolen away.
Yep.
The Viego has some gold, but the Aphelios is ahead by default, but that's not going to matter necessarily.
Yeah, yeah, that is going to be Zeka finding himself an ult and using it to escape. He holds on to the flash. Like,
Vikla has
what?
flash!
I mean, so does Zeka.
Vikla has flash.
It's nuts.
Yeah. I mean, Vikla could have tried to flash stun there or tried almost anything, but he didn't decide not to, and like the casual nature at which Zeka was engaged upon and then walked away gives me pause, Atlas. Like, I have to watch it again.
This is...
And this game is suddenly all about the Sylas for all the wrong reasons.
No, it absolutely is. This is going to be the possible downfall of the Sylas ridiculous win rate that we've seen. He's on a huge winning streak here in the LCK that you saw illustrated while there was a fight going on the top side earlier on. Kingen going to miss that undertow, but can then just walk past the Sejuani and pick that one up as Rascal misses a cannon and then has to deal with an angry Viking who doesn't miss his cannon. It's not the greatest of situations, especially after what happened in the early game. Rascal's like, why can I not win this? I'm 20 CS behind now.
Cuz is also, like, on the other side of the map, so Rascal is like, I want to sell the idea that he might be nearby, but I'm also scared that if Kingen doesn't believe me, I will just die.
Yeah.
Because Kingen doesn't know where Cuz is, but he also just might not care at this stage. He's 16 stacks away from his call, completing his... Please pan away from this land. I don't want to see any more tragedy. The Pyoshik's over here. He's got 3 dashes. They're all pointing at Vikla. Looks like he is going to just go for a topside dive here instead, however. And man, DRX are really quickly starting to take control of this game.
Yeah, you can see Beryl able to move out of the way here. Good control ward does give vision of the attempted dive on this bottom side. Stun's going to come through, though, as Beryl's going to have to walk this one out. Does at least shield himself up, and he'll be all right. Throws back a high note as now Deft and Zeka are going to try and take down this outer turret in the mid lane, and I think they should be able to do so. Piercing Darkness going to help out as Pyosik comes down and just throws one of his fins towards the turret, and they will take it here. Zeka makes this a very small ARAM for Vikla in the mid lane. It's probably not what he wants. His aiming does take down the turret. Definitely good news. Like, he is the carry for KT, but he's not online just yet.
And that was the point I was making before we had that crazy gank attempt on the Zeka that just completely failed, was aiming is the golden ticket here for KT, but I don't know if they'll get to redeem it because he's so low range into a slightly accelerated Olaf, a free Belveth, you know, early game, an Azir that is fed, and Ascena Seraphine that are slowly becoming a problem as this game goes on. And Aiming is hoping, you know, as many Aphelioses do, like, okay, I'm going to hit 2 items soon. I got a whole turret. I've got a lot of extra CS in the lead. I'm going to actually pop off in these fights. But he looks around at his teammates and their lane states, and he's like, ooh, I don't know if I can do it alone because I am a so low range in this composition. And DRX have so many ways to slow down the fight, run at me, Emperor's Divide, and if Aiming is in range to do damage to these carries, he's probably going to be blown up by all of the threats that DRX have.
We're seeing that demonstrated here in the mid lane, right? Like, Beryl and Zeka are just going to straight up outrange him, and every time he gets hit by a Sand Soldier, it does so much damage because this Azir is unanswered in this game. Kuz is going to loop around, though, and he's looking for Kingen. Kingen does have Ragnarok as he's trying to keep himself alive. Dawning Shadow gives him a big heal as he wants to pick up his axe. He does so. Kuz is going to be slowed down, and now Zeka's going to come in to help him out. Life now out of position. He'll get snared. Encore is going to pull him back as now Aiming is very scary. He should be able to kill Def, but no. The flash does come through, and now Pyosik is swimming after the members of KT. Beryl possibly caught out as this fight is happening on way too many fronts. But KT are still losing out, and I think it has to do with the fact that these wallets are already pretty padded. Pyosik just going to face check, though, and that's bad news, Bears. The Renata is just going to get immediately taken down, though, as, oh my god, the damage from DRX, but Aiming is still alive, and Rascal's trying to frontline for him. Beat Drop is going to slow him down, and you can see DRX, they still want this fight.
Yeah, they still want to force it here, knowing that Aiming's already used his ultimate, doesn't have flash here, but they need to be so careful because this is just so much sustained damage on this Aphelios. Doesn't have red-white, but has a red gun. And if he actually gets into the opportunity to hit Beryl, he will take him out, and they will now retreat. Don't want to give any extra kills over to this Aphelios. DRX played the early part of this fight so brilliantly. Got very greedy, though, on the chase after getting that pick onto Kuz. KT looking to take the Drake, though.
Yeah, immediate teleport to come forward here, but Life is wrapping around. The Drake is going to be secured there by Kuz. Zeka just going to shift his way out as Vikla finds a great ulti onto 2. The Seraphine going to be taken down immediately. The Olaf follows suit. It's a double kill for the Aphelios as it's a great knock up there onto Kuz, but he just heartbreakers, and Zeka is going to be taken down. KT find the turnaround as DRX get greedy.
Well, I was going to say, you know, I was getting to the point that DRX were greedy on that last fight where they, after killing the enemy Viego, decide to chase. So this is when the teleport comes through, right? And Kingan's like, okay, I buy a ton of time. Look at how quickly DRX is responding for this. They have the Dawning Shadows to keep him alive. Then he's able to retreat up here to the top side. And the moment they kill Kuz, after he flashed Heartbreakers for the kill, you take this, you reset up for the Drake. But they got greedy and chased super far. But that is nothing compared to the greed in which we saw from DRX trying to turn on the Drake buys. Pyosik walks into 1,000,000 CC like you mentioned here. And the follow-up damage from Aiming is, after all the resources have been used here on DRX's side to actually save Pyosik, there's nothing they can do to lock him down. And then a teleporting Azir comes into this fight, which does not have his ultimate. Look at where he's teleporting in, Zeka, with no Emperor's Divide. He's like, oh! Never mind, actually. I don't want to be anywhere near this. He gives Vikla an ultimate, and then Vikla is the better Azir in this fight. Yeah. And that's the end of it. Like, it's just that simple, as Aiming was never under any threats because KT knew DRX didn't have the tools to engage. They used them trying to save Pyosik, and then they teleported in without them to lose a fight. As now KT is in a fantastic spot in this game. Aiming is 4-0-2, and so maybe that carry dream that we were talking about, that golden ticket, actually could come and be realized here for KT.
The Aiming ending is well and truly set up here, Wolf. As Rascal over the wall, going to clear out a control ward as, yeah, Aiming is too scary even for Kingen to deal with, especially with Severum available. As, all right, DRX, 4 members grouped up here towards the top side. They will just back away, unable to take that outer turret just yet, and KT now with a gold advantage to the tune of about 2,000. Trying to figure out how they can fix this situation, as they still have a lot of tools, right? Senna Seraphine is still pretty broken.
And I do want to point out that this is a different Bel'Veth build than we often see. Like, Blade of the Ruined King is sometimes first, but not always, but it looks like it's going to be that build we've been seeing where the Blade of the Ruined King Sunfire on Yone. And Bel'Veth is similarly going to be very sticky in these team fights, so she becomes very difficult to deal with, helps burn through the front line, and if ever gets on top of aiming, if Pioshik's ever back there, then like you have so much follow-up damage. But does mean that her ability to actually do front-loaded damage early in fights like we saw Pioshik dive in to do last time isn't going to work if you don't have the setup for him. So, you know, build here I think is smart for Pioshik, but he has to play it very carefully around the fact that his team needs to be set up to empower him for success, especially in these mid-game fights where he's not quite online yet.
Yeah, not quite there. Endless Maelstrom we saw was able to do a lot of damage there to Cuz to lock down that kill. So far, 2, 1, and 2 on the Bel'Veth, so she is kind of working, but still yet to see the full peak of her value just yet as Deft. Possibly face check in here. Got a little bit worried for a moment as Vikla is going to rotate up. Control ward goes down. Deft should be able to clear out Vision here as KT look towards the Baron. Vision comes on through. KT clear it out immediately. And look at this. I mean, man, there is Vision everywhere for KT around this Baron buff.
Yeah, this is why you can't just force fights like DRX did and then, I mean, and lose them. Like, they didn't have the tools they needed to win that fight. They forced it anyways, and now KT just has so much extra vision against a Azir who had so much control. Is now sitting at 2, 2, and 2. Doesn't have a second item. It's like hard to believe the turnaround actually that DRX faced. The Umbral Glaive here now being used defensively instead of oppressively. Like, DRX were set up for so much success, and then they just kind of tossed it all away, forcing that last fight. And now KT with this extremely fed Aphelios, a Sylas who picks up 4 assists in that fight, grabs a kill of his own too, suddenly relevant. Suddenly that CS difference that still somewhat exists here isn't as important, because Vikla can hit his own Emperor's Divides. He can hit, you know, his own Seraphine ults, as you were pointing out in the draft. And
yeah,
KT, if they have the defensive start in a fight and DRX have to run at them, it is a very good look for KT Rolster.
Absolutely is. DRX going to pick up some more gold, though, as they take down this outer turret on the top side. Zeka going to continue pushing forward. The rest of his team waiting in the wings. You can see King and Beryl and Deft get some vision around this Baron as well. As Pioshik very happy to steal away the enemy jungle as he zigzags, ziggies and zaggies around the Grump, as we dubbed it earlier on.
Yeah, DRX is just not going to contest for this Drake, nor could they start a Baron because they're running a Senna Seraphine comp.
Yeah, I mean, Bel'Veth does a lot of damage.
Leaves a lot to be desired.
Yeah.
But the macro leaves a lot to be desired here because they clear vision on Baron, then like walk towards top and do nothing. Whereas by the time they realize the Drake is being taken, which is their sole point now denied, KT are already pushing towards Baron because they didn't have vision. They're like, all right, we just leave Cuz on this and we should have just enough time with 2 teleports up to come over to Baron and deny DRX. So DRX get nothing here. And this game is, for a second it looked like, okay, KT are kind of getting back control. Now I feel KT are in complete control of this game, and DRX have really lost the tempo that they needed so desperately.
Yeah.
But now it's not doomed because they still are a Seraphine Senna Azir comp that has Bel'Veth coming online. Went for Frostborn instead of the Sunfire this time around, but there still is a late game for DRX, but it is so much necessary to mention that DRX need to be the first ones on objectives to use this comp to its fullest potential, and without control of the map, that is just not going to happen.
Yeah, they need to have vision control, and they need to kill aiming instantly. They just need to wipe him from the map. If they don't kill aiming, they probably all die. That's kind of how it is. However, they do have a lot of tools for that, right? And the initial idea of, well, if Kingen gets big enough, then he just runs at aiming and aiming dies because he's got Ragnarok.
They can start this.
Not quite as much of a thing as, oh my god, yeah, this is taking so much damage as Crescendum is there. Beryl going to move out of the way as Vikla does have Encore. Deft is over here. Let's see whether they can actually contest for this one, as let's get into the pit, but no, they're not going to be able to do so. Kingen dives on forward. He's ghosting towards them as DRX are desperately trying to chase, but they've lost the Baron, and they haven't been able to find their fight.
Now, imagine if DRX were the ones on that Baron fight first, starting it. Yeah, they have a slower take time, but I mean, it's starting to be crazy with Bel'Veth and the Azir, right, who's got double mask here, and they're controlling choke points with Seraphine ult. Instead, it's KT who get in here first, start up because they have vision control, and DRX have so many tools to chase them and stop them, but they're too timid to come in, and then they don't end up even using the Seraphine ult at all, as Rascal on the flank was going to be a little bit scared. Yeah, I was a little bit scared that he was going to try to commit there, but you could just see in this last fight, or lack thereof, therefore, that DRX, without vision, their comp struggles so hard to function. And when Vikla can just have his own Seraphine ult, defensively, KT can just walk out through the choke point.
No, absolutely. It should have been working well for DRX, right? They were supposed to ride the advantage that they'd picked up in the early and mid game to a victory, but not the case. KT now looking to utilize this Baron as best they can. You can see Sejuani splitting on the top side, but the mid wave is not going to be able to make it to that inner turret just yet. And this is kind of exactly where DRX want them, right? So KT do need to be careful when it comes to sieging against DRX's comp, because like you were talking about, DRX wants KT to come to them. And this is the time where they have to.
Comp. Yeah, this is the turn opportunity they are so desperately fishing for. Barrel is going to need a big ult here. Vikla does not have his. He just used it mid because his hijack was timing out. Yeah. So this is the angle, DRX. You have to be decisive here. You cannot be shy. You cannot be timid. You have to be decisive. Try to collapse onto aiming here.
Yeah, all have the right answers. All right, hostile takeover comes through. Zeka does some damage there to Deft as Rascal just dives on forward. They're unable to grab any of the kills, though, as Cuz gets into the back line, but isn't able to do too much more. And with the health bars low, DRX kind of happy about this, right? They get to utilize their composition for the sustain that they have, as Kingen wasn't in the area, and also doesn't look like he wants to be fighting against Cuz right now, considering the proximity of the Silas.
Yeah. And he's just trying to deal with these Baron buff minions that Cuz was holding on to. Cuz's functionality pretty limited in a fight like the one on the top side there. That's why you see a jungle split pushing, because KT needed every other of those 4 members to actually look for that engage with the hostile takeover over the wall. DRX do hit a follow-up charm as Beryl is trying so desperately to line that one up onto aiming, but it's just onto a Sejuani, who's super tanky, is going for that 3rd item now, the extra magic resistance coming through, and Rascal is just so difficult to kill here, even with all that percentage damage that Zeka has coming through. And, I mean, again, KT, if they're not running at DRX, forcing a fight into DRX's defensive setup here where maybe they could kill aiming, Aiming's damage is just too great. Like, he does more than anybody does more than a late game Azir, and he's not worried about the range anymore. He's like, oh, if Azir's hitting me, I'm ready to Gale Force on top of him and kill him.
Yeah, that's precisely what he's been doing. His aiming slowed down there. The beat drops need to be respected. The double Leandri's coming through from DRX's comp as well is burning him down. However, they do just back away. Cuz over the wall. Won't be able to find too much, but stun does come through onto Beryl. There's the Glacial Prison as Rascal was thinking about going for it. Snare will connect though as Zeka round the side, denying Vikla's flank. As aiming now grouping back up with his team. Not exactly the most optimal guns, but if he lands a good ultimate, it could do a heck of a lot of damage with the items that he's picked up right now.
By Vikla.
Yeah, exactly right. Zeka over the side avoids the handshake as now KT looking for that soul point. DRX doing exactly the same thing. Now grouped up, Vikla has the encore available. And that's precisely what they want. All right, securing Scuttle Vision. Here is DRX. Just trying to keep this phalanx together. They have to do it, and they have to play out this fight so much smarter. Exactly right, Wolf. Drake is going to get held up. Now KT backing away. Kingen, can he actually find the fight that he wants? The on-call goes completely wide on KT's side. We'll see where the Beryl can find his. Moonlight Vigil does absolutely nothing as the hostile takeover. A very similar situation. Beryl taking a lot of damage. It looks like this Drake belongs to KT, but DRX, but can KT get out of here as the Bel'Veth will lock that one down and gets her transformation. Zeka doesn't find the ulti whatsoever, and now he's fighting against both Rascal and Vikla. Dawning Shadow means the end of Bristle and Sejuani as now Pyoshik is zigging, he's zagging, and he'll pick up the kill after Vikla's bought a little bit of time. As there it is, double kill for the Azir, and DRX show us what their comp's supposed to do.
Yeah, this comp in longer fights like this where the Aphelios ultimate does nothing, the whiff there from Vikla on the stolen Seraphine ultimate does nothing. This comp is so easy to turn with. This was a fantastic showing from DRX here. They forced their way through the choke point, and then from here in this neutral fight, all they're doing is trying to chip away with their Leandri's burn and bait out Vikla's ultimate. They do it so perfectly split. Amazingly, right after it comes down, then they just kite the hostile takeover, avoid the Aphelios ult, and now Beryl just needs to add shields, shields, and more shields. And notice every time he does, KT lose more and more ground. It's a fight they cannot win in the long term. Now, This was not the greatest Emperor's Divide ever here, but they are, of course, able to turn this around because there's just no aiming damage here. Look at where aiming is on the right side of this fight. He cannot actually do anything to save Vikla, who's then picked up here, and DRX back in control of this game once again. And it was pretty miraculous that DRX were able to force their way through that choke point because aiming was positioned so far back that even though Vikla had the Seraphine ult, the Encore there to control them, without the follow-up damage from aiming, he didn't want to use it there. He was like, I'm going to waste it. And DRX just literally walked through the choke to get into that neutral fight we saw. Great plays from really the front line of DRX to help set that up.
Not precisely. And now 3 items for Beryl. He's got that Rylai's, so is going to be able to consistently get that CC down with the beat drop, as that interaction is going to allow. 2,000 gold is still the lead here for KT, but Drake advantage for DRX. They have a lot of tempo that they can utilize in the next 3 minutes. That the Baron is live again, and we saw how quickly aiming dealt with it last time, and now he's got Severum Crescendum. So, I mean, the Baron will just die unless DRX gets over here. They do get vision,
they
but
need to get over there
this might
fast.
actually just straight up be too late. Because there is so much damage here from aiming with that Crescendum, and yeah, it's just gone.
Hijack.
Baron is just going to be secured. Yep, Vikla looking for the Encore. It goes entirely wide. And yep, KT will still be able to get out. And you may as well fish for some sort of ulti because KT have already gotten exactly what they wanted.
DRX want to trap aiming here somehow, but his positioning is too good.
Yeah. Well, Life is just going to face check, so never mind. Aiming, can you fight the Olaf is the question. With Cuz's help, the answer is absolutely yes. But DRX still able to group themselves up together, wanting to take down this inner turret. Cuz is a dangerous unit here on this Viego, but the turret will still go down. Yoshik zigging and zagging around the battlefield. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but remember the Baron still went to KT. That advantage is still there.
I cannot believe that aiming was almost caught there. He does barely survive. He does take out the Olaf, but man, Life and aiming both just threw that whole Baron they got away by being out of position there, because DRX were fishing so hard. King in here with the sweeper knows nobody's there, and Beryl and Piotrek are like, free, thank you. Look at the charm connecting. Kingan's on top of him. He has cleanse, so he's able to get away here. Take out that, he gets that fadeaway kill, take out the Olaf, but like, oh man, DRX, if they get both of those kills, the Baron is worthless. At least now, KT still holding on to their big damage dealer here, who's now on 4 items and holds a stopwatch. But, ooh, you gotta be careful. That is like I keep calling him the golden ticket, but he literally is. You don't have that. There is no admission to game 3. You need this Aphelios to be in the perfect spot every time. And you have to respect that DRX have so much engage. The Baron setup itself was beautiful from KT because they have the speed to take it out, they have so much damage, and obviously the Encore setup there for Vikla after he steals it away from Beryl means that there is just no way DRX can force their way in. So I really liked how they took the Baron. The follow-up scared me, but at least it's still just a 1-for-1. Aiming lives, now has his GA.
Yeah, and also just uses his cleanse and not his flash, as now Cuz going to be slowed down by the Undertow, but Rascal's going to be here. Life turning up as well, hostile takeover at the ready. DRX still, this is a scary composition, and they can still get a lot of work done. Aiming does have to be so careful, but if aiming's in good position, then KT should be unstoppable. 20 seconds
Vikla
on this Mountain Soul point for DRX, and KT can even that out with 6 Elemental Drakes so far this game.
Vikla has 16, so he could maybe ult twice if he gets 2 good ones.
Yeah. Now Piotrek
trying to control the choke.
Looking for that side. Yeah, exactly. Vikla on the flank does find an Emperor's Divide here. Zeka's going to take a bit of damage, but aiming looks for the move ball. Death almost just explodes, but he will survive. Encore does come through and it lands onto aiming. Can they get there? Can they take him down? He's going to flash to get out of the way. The Emperor's Divide from the Silas is not great. However, they still get rid of the Viking. And DRX, they lose 1. KT lose some health bars, but gain position on this Drake.
It's a full build of Aphelios ult that pops off on the 2 most important players on DRX's side. Yeah, the Belveth can do a lot of damage, has a lot of power in this comp, but, you know, she's sitting on this build here with the Blade of the Ruin King and the Frostfire Gauntlet. It's just not that powerful. She can't carry a fight if the Aphelios just blows up. The enemy carries. Deft and Zeka both go down to about 20% health there with just a Moonlight Vigil, and that's all it takes. And it was a really decisive call here. in this fight, because in the neutral, DRX always win this longer exchange because of the burn damage. But Aiming had no fear, just goes straight in with the Gale Force after the ult is popped. The follow-up charm here is amazing, and DRX have so many heals. They're trying so desperately to turn this, but it doesn't matter. The carries still, even with that health they get back, have to be so far away, because they're just in range of Aphelios means they're dead, because they're at sub-half health.
Yeah, no, exactly. And now, Aiming has a GA. Like you were talking about, it's 6-item Aphelios. This time he doesn't have Flash. So there is a possibility that DRX can make something happen, but the same can be said for Zeka and for Deft, because they had to flash in response to Aiming Gale Forcing right on top of them in that fight.
Yeah.
He's really taking matters into his own hands. We've seen a lot of other Aphelios be very anemic in these situations because the rest of the composition is so low range. He has so much on his shoulders making things happen. And if that flash didn't come out from Deft, then it could have been so much more than just evening out the Drake count.
Yeah, it's really just like, I mean, Aiming is 4-0 on this champion. He's 5-0-3, hasn't died yet. It's just showcasing why KT could prioritize this champion more than other teams. Here we go.
Well, Zeka is going to get stunned up, but he does have his stopwatch available. Encore is decent. The cleanse comes out from Aiming, and he is still alive. Pyoshik, not going to get taken out yet, but Deft is not going to be so lucky, and KT get the pick they're looking for. Aiming still at full health. Doesn't have cleanse, but who cares? There's no Senna available, and DRX's composition is really starting to fall apart.
It falls apart when the Aphelios is full build. Doesn't matter what his range is, if he could just two-tap basically everybody on the screen. Pyoshik just trying to buy time over here, distract them. He's got a lot of dashes to escape with. His Ghost is on cooldown.
Yeah, he's zigging and zagging as best he can, but yeah, not going to be able to do so as Aiming does round the bend and easily picks that one up with the reactivation of the Gravitum. So, yeah,
that's
possession
50
of
seconds.
yeah, the Belveth, and yeah, that's 50 seconds, and there's only 25 on the Baron, so it's just Baron.
Exactly. That's a Baron for KT, plus this top side control. They're going to grab this turret here, maybe even more. Deft versus Aiming in this game is not even a question. Like, Deft is just a healer. He's a Heroes of the Storm support, okay? Because he is doing no damage comparatively, all right? Like, his role is to keep everybody alive, but the fights cannot be the long, slow-paced fights that DRX needs them to be to win the game. If Aphelios can just Gale Force onto somebody and kill them when he has his Moonlight Vigil, and this Baron will just disappear when Aiming looks at it angrily. He's level 18!
Yeah.
On a full build Aphelios. It is, I mean,
he's a raid boss.
I don't know what else to say.
He's an overtuned raid boss, you know? He's like, release Nax Ramus, man. He is very, very scary. As this was the fight, Zeka, it was a good stopwatch to try and keep himself alive, but shifting sands, things like this, just getting himself to relative safety is not going to win you the fight. And KT just walk over them.
And the functionality of this Sejuani in this comp is really illustrated in fights like these where the Aphelios is full build, because there's just an angry Sejuani between you and the target you want to kill. And in moments like this, you could see, like, Zeka has to hit the Sejuani several times. Like, he's shooting Bristol with his Sand Soldiers and trying to burn through that health bar. And if he gets on top of the Aphelios because he didn't go for a burst build, Aiming can still just kill him first. Like, it's such a catch-22 problem that DRX now face without being able to have that defensive turn on objectives. 40 seconds left until this Drake spawns.
Yeah, Aiming also has Severum and Bloodthirster now. He has no shoes on. He just needed more weapons.
Yeah, he just took them off.
Yeah, he did. He must be coming inside to eat something at a Hejanguk restaurant, I would assume. As DRX at least have Kingen splitting on the top side, as they just do not want to team fight anymore.
KT's got the nice Hejanguk restaurant, man. They've got, like, the locker for him and everything.
Yeah, no, exactly
They gave
right.
him the number 18 locker because he's level 18, full build, no shoes. As the Bloodthirster means that, like, he can 1v3 basically in this upcoming fight now, if there is going to be one, because DRX can't get anywhere near this Drake pit right now with all these Baron buff minions. Cuz is just going to take this by himself, add a bunch of shielding to this already fairly low damage composition. It's a high damage comp over time for DRX, which is never going to kill an Aphelios that has Flash and now Cleanse.
Yeah, no, you need to kill him instantly.
Mountain Soul.
Yeah,
It's like he has Flash, Cleanse, Mountain Soul, Bloodthirster, GA, but also it's a 4 Mountain Drake Mountain Soul. Like, how do you ever kill this guy? Like,
I don't know how they'll take his
2,000 years
GA.
we're watching.
Will they ever take his GA? Maybe the GA is like the most worthless pickup here for aiming because it's never actually going to get any value because he'll never actually go down to the GA level. As now DRX trying to defend as Pioshik dashing on forward. There's the Emperor's Divide, but my god, look at that. Aiming just tears him to shreds with the Moonlight Vigil. No one's dead just yet, but everyone's way too low to defend this turret. And now Kingen, yeah, he's a referee. He's trying to hold up the red card and say stop. And KT's like, no, don't care about your opinion whatsoever. We're just going to break your things. And that's precisely what they're going to continue to do, as 2 inhibitors just evaporated a moment's notice. Snare going to connect there onto life as now Kingen looks for the undertow. They do manage to get a flash because aiming is nowhere near this fight. Kingen now chasing down Cuz as Vikla does have an encore available. But in comes aiming now as Kingen's gonna have to turn tail and run for the hills because going down so extraordinarily
Longer
low.
fights.
Yeah, all right.
Longer fights. That value of the Leandres is really starting to show. Cuz gonna almost lose his GA here, and if the fight goes this long, I mean, this is a fight that's basically over a minute long, then DRX do win the war of attrition here. And I cannot believe we just witnessed DRX actually push them off of the map here. Aiming loses his cleanse, does not have to flash, but holy hell, DRX actually just technically speaking won a fight against this. And even though the Moonlight Vigil basically deletes the composition of DRX, it doesn't actually get any secured kills. And once that's gone, and DRX can then continue to chase with this Senna range, look at the aiming position here. He's like over on the wrong side of this fight, and eventually his teammates are going to get burned out by all the Leandre's damage. Not the greatest encore there from Vikla. Might have been timing out, but that could have been a nice turn opportunity. KT do all escape with their lives, but you can see if the Moonlight Vigil isn't amazing, or if they don't secure a kill early, and DRX are given over a minute of team fighting, the range that the Senna is stacking up infinitely does really start to play through here. We're going to take a look at the stacks. 180 he's got right now.
Yeah, Deft is really starting to build up some stacks here. Hasn't done exactly the most damage, as you can see, aiming 32,000 this game. Zeka is trailing by quite a considerable margin after having a decent game himself as far as that money is concerned, looking for a Flame Horizon that aiming already has, and then some. Flame Horizon and a half over Beryl there, who does have a smite, and is now thinking of using that, trying to steal away a Baron, potentially, you could imagine.
Look at the traps DRX are setting here. Try to catch a jungler, try to get a GA. You can grab aiming, win the game immediately afterwards. The bounty gold doesn't matter because we're 42 minutes into the game, so just pay no attention to those golden rings around the turrets there on the bottom side of the map, the KT side of the map, as everybody's starting to become full build here. And the Azir, double mass, death cap, void staff, and the Zhonya's means it's very difficult to kill him unless the Moonlight Vigil hits him.
Pioshik has to swim away from Cuz. I thought maybe he was actually going to do something, but not actually able to find any anything there. As the Bel'Veth has continued to... I mean, I'm a bit quizzical as to her value, but obviously it's something that has been working in scrims. He's been playing a lot of this. As Cuz looks for something here. Deft moving pretty quickly, but now Rascal's found Kingen, who throws out the ulti. Glacial Prison connects onto Pioshik there as well, as Kingen's trying to survive. He can't flash to get over that wall or anything like that, and doesn't even have the Ghost available here as Emperor's Divide comes through from Vikla, as then they go down to the GA. Now the handshake comes through onto Zeka as well, who goes into his Zonya's. Emperor's Divide comes down now, and oh my goodness, KT just roll over the top of them, and aiming is untouched. They cannot get to this Aphelios whatsoever, and the DRX bottom lane is not going to have any answer to this at all.
There's just not enough damage, and that was not the greatest Emperor's Divide of our time here from Zeka either. Just not enough follow-up there. KT gonna bring us to a game 3.
Yeah, they certainly are. Moonlight Vigil comes down yet again. Beryl and Deft, just no options. Another encore is gonna be dodged there, but the Nexus will still go down, and aiming just wins the game. Honestly, it felt to me like he turned around that one fight in the mid-game. DRX had no way back in.
Yeah, that was literally the, and you could call it a winning moment, but I really think DRX fans are so frustrated with how that Dragon fight went, where they teleported in when there was no Seraphine ult, there's no Emperor's Divide for Zeko, who teleports into the middle of the Drake pit, then instantly shuffles out, and they donate kills over to the fellows. After that fight, I believe it was 5-0-2 or something like that. Might have been 4-0-2, but he was gifted so much gold that from that point on, he was actually chasing the carries down and 1v1ing them, or 1v4ing. When the carry was at the front, he's like, yeah, I'll just kill him and then get out of here. Threatening them nonstop, threatening Barrel nonstop. And it's that Drake fight call from DRX when they already had a comp that scales so extremely well. They were in a winning position. They had such a nice lead. They made that call to just double down on a losing team fight that, like you said, they never could recover from that. We saw a miracle fight won for them. Technically, nobody died on the top side of the map there at the last parts when they were able to zone aiming out. And then we saw on that last skirmish, like, if you could hit all the CC, maybe if it hits aiming, you could win that fight, but they didn't. And DRX, this draft, looked actually to be the weaker one once aiming hit full build.
No, it absolutely did. Looked like they had absolutely no options, but felt a little bit like it was thrown away. And let's have a look at that damage. Aiming 40k. It's a very easy pog vote this time around, Wolf. And Belveth, we know that, like, if you've played solo queue, you know what she's capable of, but it's like, I swear, she is just newer Master Yi. And it's just not going to be enough. Plus, she's a lot of that win more type style. Then you need to start winning in order to get that win more style to work first. And then, honestly, you don't need to be Belveth.
I mean, if they already had a tank, she didn't need to build that way either. Could have gone Kraken Slayer for some extra damage they so desperately needed this game.
Exactly right. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. Game number 3 after the analyst chairs.
올라갈 수 있어요?
플로우 한번 할게.
올라부터?
플로우 됐어.
올라부터 탈피. 가봐. 부숴줄게. 앞으로 가자.
천천히.
벨베스. 광란했다. 아지르 광란.
아지라.
벨베스 맞아. 아지르 노플. 미드로 가자. 바텀 얘기가 된다.
바텀 가자.
더블 몇개 알아봐. 더블 가자.
조심.
나 더블 8초. 더블 5초.
얘네 세라핀 노고. 봐도 돼. 안돼.
하고 찍어 지금. 내려가자. 세라핀 공 풀 있다.
해줄게요. 공 10초.
내려가자. 네.
이미 상대 좀 위험한 상황인데.
부담이 팔이 떨어져 나가라 때리고 있긴 한데 상대가 체력이 뭐 다 있든
쇼메 걸려. 밑에 또 와. 베릴 또 들어가요. 베릴.
하면서 전멸까지 활용하면서
버튼 또 들어갔죠.
하는 이 협곡 지금 오늘 롤도사가 지배합니다. 근데
가볼게.
아무 맛있다.
아무 지렸다 그냥.
코르키만 집 가서 폭탄을 들고 나머지가 쪼이면 나르분은 뚫리거든요.
집어 던질 수 있는.
아지르 이게 지나기 어렵고요.
와, 제대로 긁었습니다.
이거 완전 폭격기 클로저. 와, 후발 타이밍이 완전 대박이었.
나 쿠팡 줄 테니까 그냥 쌈 볼래 이거 미드?
해도 돼. 그렇게 하자. 그렇게 하자.
앞으로 병력 움직임이 중요합니다.
네, 다음
반대로,
어깨가 또 반대잖아.
와, 이러면 여기 아수라장 아닌가요?
이거 칼리스타가 뒤로 못하는데요.
아니 여기 아수라장이 돼가지고 광역으로 소트도 다 빠지고 이러면 어떡하죠? 칼리한테 안 먹혀요.
3초 졌어요.
이러면 제대로 하나 생명.
아무가 미니언 정리.
예, 박아볼게 이거.
계속해서 스카너를 붙이고 나서 앞대시 플레이를 눌러가 하는데 데미지가 이게 말이 돼요 이게?
무시한 남의 들어?
야 시야 나 이거 잡았어. 나이스.
그러니까 이게 마무리를 좀 확실히 해야 되고
근데
싸울 거면 싸워야 되는데 지금 화가 났어요 일단.
그리고
그리고
약간
오너가 들어가면서
야야야 다 터지고 빵빵빵빵 다 터지고 이렇게 되면
그래도 나르랑 오공이 열심히 돌긴 하는데
디컷 문제는 이미 너무 콤보가 잘 들어갔어요.
맞습니다.
오케이.
이만 시대.
나이스.
We cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Hello and welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space. It's me, Valdez, with Chronicler, and that was game number 2 of the League of Legends that we have tonight. DRX up against KT. KT were able to take that one, and it felt like they kind of jumped off the trampoline that DRX kind of gave them somewhere in there when Aiming somehow got 5 kills.
Yeah, I like the idea behind the DRX draft. The Belvev is obviously going to be a point of contention, as mentioned by Atlas in our chat. He mentioned the Kindred ban, and I really agree that the Kindred ban is very smart, not just because it's PO-chic, but if you look at the DRX draft, first half has incredible sustain, team fighting and range, but the problem is you don't have an AD threat, and that is something you're gonna kind of have to deal with in drafts. Unfortunately, with Kindred being gone and Graves not being in a great spot, they choose to go for the Olaf, which can be a threat in the early to mid game, and Belvev. But Belvev, I think, still is very reliant on one having prior range, which that part worked out well, but you need to snowball. You need to snowball at Herald, because when she's ahead, her fighting is incredibly oppressive, but one, I still don't feel like PO-chic felt that comfortable on her, and he was really being negated by most notably Vikla and Life between the handshakes and the ultimates. And then Aiming had so much frontline, so much power surrounding him, and laning phase wasn't great, but who cares when you get to 6, not 5, 6 items of Aphelios.
6 item Aphelios, and he got there incredibly fast as well. So that huge front line, and I thought that Life had a fantastic game as well. Something that you pointed out, just really did a good job of keeping him safe. Even in that last fight where it was like, oh, you know, maybe we're gonna get the huge 5-man Emperor's Divide. Was not meant to happen because of the handshake, but let's take a look at highlight number 1, because this one was a very important turning point, I would say, because DRX looked totally fine before this fight.
And PO-chic you have the passive. Like, you can end the game off of this push right here. If you don't walk into an unwarded brush with multiple people, because at that point, with Herald being spawned, like, that's the kind of pushes that can win you a game with Bel'Veth. That's why she's so strong, seeing them not do that at all, and then give over another few kills to aiming for, and Vikla for who knows what reason.
You can see, I mean, Zeka's like dashing out of the pit while the rest of his team is going into the pit. So it's like
gone.
The Drake's gone. Nobody's on the same page. It was like, and that happened not a minute after the first fight, which was under the turret. So KT was like, okay, let's roll this into the Dragon, and DRX were like, no. And then they just lost everything.
You have a death ball comp with a huge lead. Your Olaf is strong. Bel'Veth can snowball if you actually allow her to utilize your passive, spawn those minions, and then you just throw it on a dive that you don't need to do. I don't get it. I don't know. That's why this is DRX through and through. This is what they do.
Wasn't meant to happen, but it did. And let's take a look at the end of the game, highlight number 2, where essentially we see one of the plays here towards the end, because man, we were talking about this as well. Beryl felt like he was in a bit of ELO hell, and DRX handled this pretty well, but it was not enough to win.
The key thing here is that what you can see is that the composition of DRX is able to do. This is the reason why we picked this, because this is the final time this game that they actually get a fight where the comp looks good. Right, and that's kind of the weird thing, and where you see some of these moments working out as Zeka. His laning phase was so good, and it felt like him and Vikla kind of traded places afterwards, where Vikla actually had a lot more impact. But the reason why we picked this highlight, because this was the final okay moment for DRX, where if you have a slow fight, where you actually don't get two-tapped, then you can play the game. And the reason why the other highlights are not there is because every single subsequent fight was aiming, killing 3 people before the fight began. And that felt like it should have been the winning point for DRX. And I think criticizing the Bel'Veth was fine. It clearly isn't working out, but the level of inconsistency in the gameplay just needs to be noted.
Yeah, I think on both sides too. You know, KT was a little bit spotty there in game number 1. DRX looked a lot stronger. Kind of similar here in game number 2, where DRX just, you know, some nice moments, but KT were just, I feel like maybe on the ropes. They felt the pressure, and they felt the pressure to make less mistakes.
Yeah, it was just it was a weird game where there were a lot of really big individual mistakes, like Vikla dying in laning phase 1v1 should never happen. Kaz getting, or rather Rascal getting 1v1 by Olaf, also picking that Sejuani into Olaf. Even though it worked out, it's such a risk. And I guess it worked, so who cares?
They got the game in the end. Let's see who does pick up the player of the game here for the side of KT. As who is it going to be, I wonder? Aiming 8-0-5 legendary by the end of this game. He didn't hit the 1,000 damage per minute mark, but I think that's just because the game went for so long.
And we see again this moment, and it's a moment where DRX, surely the coach is like, this is why you lost the game, guys. This is what we had. We didn't have to fight it the way that we did. And then, because aiming is so accelerated, like these plays continuously goes to this, and that makes it really easy for the rest of the team to just follow up, right? Like Vikla finding a couple of really nice ultimates. We had Rascal continuously engaging. Like, if the Aphelios' fed, this comp just works. They also denied, crucially, the Mountain Soul. That could have been a problem. Picked up a 4 Drake Mountain Soul themselves. It's like, aiming was sitting on, I think, like 140 armor. That was just of GA.
Yeah. As an AD carry.
I would have liked the one life vote. The one life vote would have made me happy.
Kind of interesting. I thought the Viego was kind of there, was helping out, you know. Everybody deserves a shot. But either way, guys, we do have game number 3 on the way. Let's go back to the casters now.
Just a bunch of boom boom damage voters is what I'm seeing there. However, the one Cuz vote looks a little bit out of place, so I guess the Keck W's are warranted here, as DRX will choose the blue side, Wolf, as we get into game 3.
Yeah, I thought Cuz had a fantastic early game, and I do want to shout that out, as I did when we were casting the early parts of that game. I thought he did his job very well, but yeah, I do not think this game was about I mean, this game was so about aiming that if they had lost the game, he should have gotten POG. Because there was just... I mean, anyway, we've talked about it to death. I think Chronicler and I are both on the same page about KT's decision, or rather DRX's decision to force that fight on Drake, give all those extra kills and gold over. The inconsistency we need to see shored up here, but for the first time in this series, DRX will have blue side draft priority here. We'll have that first pick option.
Yeah.
We'll see what they take with it here.
Yeah, exactly. It might
I'm
be
excited
their
to
turn.
see. Yeah, I'm excited to see if they have something else up their sleeves here for Deft, because the Kalista ban that's been against him every time feels a lot stronger for DRX when they're on blue side, because it means that Deft might get a Lucian, might get a Zeri, right? There's a lot of things that you could pull over. Zeka's Corki, also something you could try to grab here. So DRX will have a very different style of game here in this third one, as Deft will still pull the Kalista ban.
Yep, Kalista ban on the red side. I imagine it'll be Kalista, Zeri, Lucian from KT, and then they'll see what they can pick up on the other side. As Poppy going to be taken away from KT, as Cuz is another one of our Poppy enthusiasts. And it's something that we have to bear in mind. Of course, Pyoshik and Peanut have been the ones that have been playing it the most, as KT ban the Corki. So one of the picks is getting through.
I know which one is the better one. It has, oh, look at this. They're like, yeah, we're just going to ban away the Aphelios here, and if you ban the Zeri, we'll take the Lucian, see what your plan is. You don't have the Poppy. If you want to play Zeri into Lucian, we'll play that game. Deft is very happy to play Nami Lucian into a Zeri lane here. And with the Poppy banned, it feels stronger to have that Lucian lane. So I think KT have trapped themselves in this draft quite significantly here, and this is what I was talking about. You can feel the weight of that Kalista ban that they need to pick against Deft. Like, you cannot let Deft play that champion if you're KT. I agree with it, but it means that DRX are basically broken on blue side here. I would like them to take the Lucian.
Yeah, I'd like to see the Lucian here as well, but Zeri is still available. They're going to lock in the Azir. I would have much preferred a Yuumi first pick, because Yuumi goes so well with both Zeri and Lucian that you guarantee yourself a good lane, but they've just decided that the Azir is what they're going to take, and KT, they can pick up the Zeri Yuumi if they would like to, and it's a lane that has done well into Lucian Nami before.
Yeah, I actually really like your point on the Yuumi. It's something that you don't really think about in terms of pickaways, and it's like 3 layers deep into the draft. The coaching staff is probably thinking about other aspects, but I think it would have been the perfect pick. I think KT will lock it in now. And we will see that Lucian Nami versus the Zeri Yuumi. Unless, there's another counter pick that DRX have in mind, but looks like they're going to save this pick for now. We'll bring the Wukong in for a little bit of power. Defensively here, the Poppy is taken away. Could have seen a Volibear or a Trundle, the more common responses here, but Cuz is going to pick up the Wukong.
Yeah.
But now DRX, I mean, Lucian Nami into Azir for DRX is basically Kalista Corki in a different way. And this is where DRX's power has been all season long, is dominate 2v2, put Pyoshik on a jungle champion where he makes sure that he can shore up the fact that lane's going to push, and then Zeka's on a scaling mid. But now, because you still didn't take the
it works out in the end.
Well, now they get it. But interesting that they prioritize the Wukong over this, especially when there's a large pool of jungle champions that could be used the same way, if not better, at defending the bottom 2v2.
Yeah, let's see what Life is going to do here. Zeri Renata might come in. You never know. But still, a whole bunch of other options. The Nautilus, one that we've seen paired with the Zeri many, many times.
Nautilus Zeri, very strong because he locks down the target for such a long period of time between the dredge line and the follow-up route that she does so much damage. Sometimes you can just win those 2v2s. But that's, of course, assuming Yuumi does not actually hit all of her final chapter. As KT here now, in terms of bans, it's a scary place to be. There's the Gangplank angle. You could look for the Pyoshik Kindred ban, which was so great last game, does come through once again.
Yep.
But DRX already have power in both early and late, and a very flexible comp.
Yeah, I think that DRX need to ban Sylas. I know that Zeka did a fantastic job into Vikla. However, I think the Sylas still needs to be banned away unless they want to deny the Ornn, which I imagine KT will definitely fourth pick. So knowing that, you have to then start planning for what you're going to do when that Gnar is picked up. So I wonder what DRX's plan is going to be.
Yeah, I think you're 100% correct on what everything you've predicted here, and the Ornn pick is just too strong to let through. So the Gnar response comes over, and then DRX might just be happy to say, well, we'll just play GP into this and just have two aspects of our scaling on the top side of the map, or the top half of the map, and leave the Lucian early game control. They banned the Gragas instead, which does mean that they can now force KT to kind of hide that final pick and pick the Gnar themselves.
Yeah.
Potentially, if KT are like, oh, I don't know about this anymore. There's the Sylas.
Yeah, okay. So Sylas is going to be there to sort of deny the Gnar pickup, as it does get a lot of value into the Gnar. I think the Gragas ban should have definitely been a Sylas ban. I understand why they're not respecting Vicla's Sylas, given the fact that he got solo killed in lane, but I still just think that the pick is too strong into what DRX are trying to craft for themselves.
Yeah, especially when you consider that despite Vicla getting absolutely wrecked in lane, he was super impactful in that last game, because hijacking ultimates and actually having a little bit of extra frontline is so valuable in a composition like this.
Yeah.
It's not about what happens in the lane. Now, DRX will take the Ornn themselves, it looks like, over the Gangplank here, as the Gnar is not an option they're interested in anymore with the Sylas coming through. So they have a different type of scaling here with this. They have mid-game team fighting. This just makes the Gnar pick so easy for KT Rolster. I overall like DRX's comp so much more here, because they can shape the early mid so well with those ultimates that they can use. Like, Lucian is going to be strong there basically by default unless something goes super wrong. And Cuz picked Wukong instead of a Trundle, instead of a Volibear here, so isn't going to be able to impact that lane as much. In fact, because Trundle is on DRX's side, Pyosik might actually snowball this lane even further. But then you have Ornn's Call the Forge God, you have Trundle mid-game, you have Azir ult, and you have Lucian power spikes, and then it all just scales up well with the ornaments later on. I think that this is going to once again be literally aiming 1v9, or KT do not win this series. He has to pop off, he has to play super safe in the laning phase, he cannot die early, he cannot be giving up plates, or it's doomed. So all the pressure is on his shoulders once again.
No, I agree. I really like both of these compositions coming through here. I mean, the shorter range, lots of ruckus style of Zeri composition is really beautiful for her. However, look at this DRX comp. Like, it is just nutty the amount of priority picks that they've picked up for themselves. We know that Kingen, he designed how good Ornn is at the beginning of this season. He picked up a lot of POGs on this pick. He's the one that really did define the Ornn playstyle, so you could imagine that he's very, very happy with it. Into Rascal's Gnar, plus Trundle makes Zeri's life quite difficult to deal with, and Deft's solution is something that I've enjoyed watching since his EDG days many, many years ago. He's fantastic at the champion, plays very aggressively. See how it's going to go as we hop onto the Rift here for game number 3 between DRX and KT. All right, KT fans a little bit drowned out by the DRX fans today in the final chance. But you can imagine that DRX fans are doing their very best. KT fans are doing their very best not to get over enthusiastic about the situation.
That is the way.
Yeah, don't want to do that, as that's an E word that I'm allowed to use. There are other E words that I am definitely not allowed to use. This ward gets a lot of value.
Yeah. Lots of value there. One will be placed, of course, in the red buff pit. Rascal was very far away from the lane he will eventually go to, but is going to back and will be able to head straight there, so no harm done with that heavy commitment to the bottom side of the map. I do not think Vicla will get solo killed again. I think this is probably the narrative the Korean commentators are showcasing here and talking about a little bit.
Yeah.
But I do also think he will be dominated. I don't think that there's anything that Hirai can say to him during that break, or that Acorn can say to him during that break after game 2, which was a win for them, that is going to just make him play this matchup better. And he played so timid around his flash. Let's see if I'm wrong. Like, I'd be very happy to be wrong. But I think that is going to be a huge sticking point.
Nice little dredge line there, but yeah. Beryl is just going to hop off and then hop back on again, and that means Bop and Block is going to be very, very useful here. Of course, we're slightly buffed. Zumi's healing, not quite so much, as Aiming and Life just taking back some control of the lane. As, yeah, it's exactly as you say, Wolf. I also agree that I think that Zeka is going to have a real good time here, but as we saw, it's 9 wins in a row now, even though Vikla got solo killed in lane. The Silas is still working out.
It's something absurd, like he's 9-2 or 10-2 in the LCK as well in this matchup.
Yeah.
It's very, very crazy how well this is going for Silas right now, but not particularly for this player in the laning phase. Obviously, we saw that things were turned around big time for Vikla the longer that game went on. But yeah, this is rough. Zeka went Conqueror again, is looking for extended trades.
Yep.
As this is also a pretty big win rate, or win streak rather, for Zeri, who keeps getting through here. We're not always happy about it, but when it's aiming, I think we can get a little bit enthusiastic, as you said.
Yep, this was one of those decisions, right, where you leave up a whole bunch of things, and then you see which OP picks are going to be the ones that prevail. And I think KT made the right choice in priority picking the Zeri. I just think that leaving up the Yuumi was a silly idea. When the Wukong is not necessarily that strong. However, he is still going to dash on top of Pyoshik here, who throws down a pillar to avoid Life's dredge line. Doesn't seem to matter, though, as Kuz is closing the distance. Finds another Nimbus strike, as there's the flash forward. Not quite enough damage on the Q. And Pyoshik will survive for now, but no flashes remain. As Aiming, he has to get the heck out of here. Doesn't have a Nautilus available, and so, therefore, does mean that DRX do get some control here of this bottom side.
I loved how Deft set up the lane here, though, for the Trundle gank, and then Aiming is able to communicate it.
Okay, dredge line is going to work out here as Beryl. Can he actually dive on top of Deft is the question, and the answer is no. As the you and me cooldown is just a little bit too much. As now Vikla trying to trade back, shifting sands, and Conquerors do come through from both of these mid laners. Great start for KT, though, as Aiming already has a kill. What is it with the LCK and Zeri's just getting early leads, Wolf?
Yeah, I mean, look, so I want to talk about how this all happened because it's very complex what both of these teams are trying to set up. So Deft was trying to pull the wave towards his turret so that Pyoshik could come down and gank. And then this was communicated to Kuz, who actually wins 1v1s against Trundle. One of the only champions that can actually do well against Trundle in the early game is this Wukong. So Kuz almost gets a solo kill, then comes back. As Deft realizes, okay, we're not going to be able to set this gank up anymore, he's already back into laning mode, pushes the wave back completely into almost turret range of KT Rolster. And that's the moment he made an error because he was like, all right, junglers are away from me, I can push this lane. I'm playing Lucian Nami, or rather Lucian Yuumi, into the Zeri, so I win this. I'm going to get the maximum advantage. They just overstayed his welcome there, and they didn't know Kuz was going to actually come back and sacrifice a lot of time for that potential gank. They end up killing the Yuumi, which is really important. It's not Deft who dies, because otherwise this lane just becomes unplayable for Deft and Beryl, and then the game basically ends. It is still a very bad game state here for DRX because the Zeri is so massively accelerated in the game where she's the one who's supposed to be losing this early part of the lane. But it was about Kuz, actually, because he sets up the 1v1 as they push the lane forward, and then as he pushes it back, Kuz is like, all right, well, I know Trundle can't be here. I know for a fact.
Yeah.
I'm just going to come over here and punish.
No, it was beautifully done, and Kuz, his job is completed already. The Wukong's early game was theoretically nerfed, but not if he's in the right place at the right time. Able to play it out so beautifully. As Vikla does manage to secure that cannon minion, and now Rascal in Meganar going to be shoving this wave towards Kingan's open arms, as he will just look to try and collect this one. Vikla is rotating over, though, and this is a huge wave to potentially deny. As Rascal moves on in, he'll pick up his drill. There's the Nara into the wall as Kingan's going to flash, get himself out of the way. Great double knock-up is going to come through, and the teleport comes down as well. Now the Ornhorn's going to come out. The answering one is there as well, as the Emperor's Divide's going to throw Vikla back towards the turret. The flash forward, though, and Zeka may have overextended. The Conqueror comes through, and the kill goes to Rascal, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is a tilter.
Yeah, I can hear the Benny Hill theme all the way from here. I'm a 15-minute drive away from Wall Park, but I can still hear it, as that was very messy how all of that went down. But Vikla held on to his hijack so long into the fight that I was super worried for how this exchange was going to go is Kingen ulted first, but then he had a really nice flash play there to actually turn things around. So we'll pick up the assist gold here. A kill goes over to Rascal, and things are looking great here for KT. That was crisis averted, because if that actually goes poorly for Vikla and he dies there, then the laning phase is even worse for him this game than it was last game, and even with an assist, obviously he's not going to change his prio here, as you can see. But at least he's able to turn this into a really aggressive lane state now for Rascal. So nicely set up dive here. Rascal pulls the aggro first so that Vikla can then follow up. Vikla is knocked up here. Luckily he doesn't have turret aggro, but notice he doesn't hijack until after Kingen actually takes this ult. And I guess the reasoning might be that he's hoping he's going to steal Zeka's ult, expecting to roam up. But then the flash play from him turns this around so brilliantly. Cuz comes over, does get the charge through, and they end up turning this into an extra kill. So 2 kills for KT on champions in this early game that can dominate the Zeri and the Gnar. And suddenly that early prio just doesn't feel like it's a thing anymore here for DRX.
Yep, it's kind of evaporating here, Wolf. And it might be based on how the last game went, right? As Cuz going to pay another visit here towards the bottom side. Dredgeline is going to miss. Cyclone will get the knock up though. As now Pyosik going to make his way forward. Extendo Beam trying to get that work done, but Def turns it around. Cuz now getting the back massage that he would prefer not to have. And now Vikla is looking for Zeka. Shifting Sense going to come through to keep the Azir alive. And now Pyosik does have a cat available. And okay, let's see whether KT can hold on to the advantage that they've built.
Man, Vikla is really just... He's 2 dualities of one player in this game, from both the weak start to a shaky engaged topside to then making the incredible flash play there into the brush. Now catching Zeka on a rotation, now threatening a kill here with Emperor's Divide, messing with Zeka's lane state. Instead of trying to Emperor's Divide Zeka, who he knows is flashless, knowing that Zeka should still just barely be able to escape, he holds it here to actually push this wave in so they get extra prio now on the Rift Herald. He can also then hold that hijack for if anyone was going to come over and contest for that prio. Playing this really well, great decision making from him. And KT are in full control of this game right now, like no 2 ways about it.
Yep, Pyosik going to move in here. KT, full information. Dredgeline lying in wait as Prowling Projectile comes down. Zeka's the one that's caught, but everyone just gets pushed away. Zeka does manage to escape. Final Chapter will secure the kill onto Cuz. Now Pyosik has his cat back, but KT still have control of the Rift Herald that I think just reset, actually. DRX are now going to look to push in the mid lane.
Yeah, it resets and they don't have a jungler. Vikla.
Yeah, Vikla looking for it here, is aiming, getting some Qs over, but they're not quite long enough. And Vikla's not going to be able to find it there, as I believe the hijack just timed out.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to use it there in the choke point, and Zeka ends up getting the much bigger one there. And KT just aren't able to hold on to the fight anymore. And I think Vikla, sometimes when he's holding these ults, I'm like, ooh, I think he's big braining it. And sometimes I'm like, well, I think there was a pretty easy and clear path to victory here. So over here, this is when Deft just has Star Sense. Like, Deft actually just suddenly realizes something's not right, steps to the left, avoids the Dredgeline he knows is probably coming towards him, gets Cyclone, then instantly turns this around, and just with enough healing there from the Yuumi, is able to trade a kill back. And then choke point here is controlled by Vikla, has the ability to, of course, follow up, but is knocked out first, and could have actually gone for follow-up here, but it's just zoned out again by this Yuumi ultimate. And he's just super patient, ends up losing his jungler.
It's a different story this game,
they lose control of the Herald.
Yeah, it's a different story this game, though, Wolf, because DRX have a composition that is very happy to get to the later stages, much more than their last one was, with the fact that aiming kind of just, like, was unanswerable when they fell behind. This time around, you've got Pyosik there to throw down pillars. Kingen's engage is much better, and DRX do have engages that are not just a Viking runs at the opposing team and hopes, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Definitely a lot more tools this time around. We'll see whether KT can use the power of the Zeri pick to answer it.
And for a moment, I was worried that we were just going to have an out-of-control aiming, actually, just in a very different style of champion, in a very accelerated state, even further, faster than we saw in the last game. But after that first kill, he has been, you know, pretty tame. Hasn't been able to find anything. That kill that Deft and Barrel were able to turn in the bottom side onto life actually really relieved a lot of the pressure. If Deft dies there and Zeri picks up a kill, then I mean, we might not have even watched a Rift Herald fight there. KT might have just actually walked up and taken it, and DRX might have just been having to hope for that Azir or scaling. But as it turns out, yeah, like you said, like this game state is still okay for them because they have that safe and very powerful late game scaling that's set up for mid game tempo fights with great ultimates they can use. They have a lot of ways to dictate fights around choke points, as they did last game, but this time with damage that comes with it instead of just longer fight winning.
Yeah.
Because last time it was like, okay, if the fight lasts for like 20 seconds, then the Azir works. But this time it's not that way. They can actually win the fight faster and use that engage to actually get picks.
Yeah. We'll see whether it is actually going to work, as KT currently sitting on about a 1,000 gold lead as we tick towards 13 minutes. Still, minute and a half on the clock for these plates to be picked up. A couple already taken here on KT's side, and one secured on the bottom side for DRX. Probably wanting to get a little bit more value onto this Lucian as the game goes on, as Bullet Hell bottom lane is going to work wonders as the mid game does come around, as Beryl's just going to soak an extendo beam that wasn't very extended.
Yoshik's here. They have to be so careful, Aiming does, about continuing to try to chase on these, is, you know, farming well under turret here.
Yeah, Vikla looking for Zeka here, closes the gap nicely as Zeka will answer it. He procs his Conqueror as well. Yoshik now looking to slink in here, get themselves some control. He really does just want to hover around where he thinks Cuz is going to be, as once again walking into a dredge line. The ulti comes out from Aiming as Deft is going to Gale Force and try to get out. Pioshik also having to flash as Extendo Beam, almost enough damage there onto Deft, but the Zoomies will then heal him back up again. Wards going down all over the place, and Cuz should be able to get in position to give Aiming more plate gold, as there's 20 seconds on this one. I don't think DRX are going to be able to stop it. But he is just going to
teleport.
Oh, okay, very interesting. He's actually just going to back away, not going to use it here towards the bottom side.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I think that would have been a really guaranteed setup for Aiming to grab money, but they just really want to hold on to the zone of the map a little bit harder, knowing that Zeka does not have teleport, cannot come down to assist, will have to give up a lot of lane prio to come down. And the thing is, if he does come down, then that relieves a lot of pressure for Vikla, and then they could just drop it anyways, a little bit delayed. So they're going to put it in the mid lane here, but they missed their opportunity to grab that plate goal.
Yep, not going to be any plates here. Zeka will also probably leave with a turret that is left alive. So Shelly, yes, she makes it easier for the return trip, but not actually going to be able to get first brick or anything like that from that one. Rascal's having rocks thrown at him here towards the top side. And you can see KT with some leads everywhere around the map, outside of the Yuumi, who's a little bit further ahead of life.
And even the Sylas staying even this game. So that's one of the big changes this time around, is Zeka will be a force to be reckoned with in team fights when he steals that Azir ultimate. Now I do want to point out, as Aiming is just trying to duel here, if he brings Deft down low enough when his ult comes back up, he could just solo kill him.
Good.
I do want to point out the Luden's build here for Zeka, which I think is absolutely correct. Is okay, here's the turn.
There's the dash forward. Is the mini wave going to troll Life completely? The entire culling soaked up there, but Life is going to take enough shots to keep Aiming alive. Doesn't need to invest his heal or his flash or anything like that. Deft holds on to his flash as well. He'll coming back up relatively soon, but a little bit of a display of dominance.
Yeah, that was really well played by both sides of this. I mean, it's a 1v2 for Deft, but he knows he has Gale Force, he has some kill pressure here. If he can actually get Aiming low enough, then get that chase off, because he's got 2 dashes, but then Life appears, and of course the minion wave comes out, and you know, we know how that ended, but it was really well played on both sides there, as Deft was starting to feel the pressure and did pull the trigger. But this Luden's build here for Zeka, I do think more Azir players should be willing to go for this in comps like this.
Ooh, the side steps from Zeka there as Emperor's Divide's going all around the rift, but Vikla just going to get wrecked by the pillar, and Pioshik's just going to chomp him. 26 seconds on this Infernal Drake as well, as DRX should be able to collect their second off the back of that.
Yeah, Aiming needs to get out of here, too. He pushed a massive wave into the turret. He will be able to escape here. Pillar not quite going to catch him, but that was a close call there. But this should be, as you say, DRX grabbing their second Drake of the game. Trying to find an angle here onto Deft.
Deft kind of reading that one a little bit. Yeah, exactly right. Prowling projectile going to prowl around in a circle. As this Infernal Drake is on the minds of a lot of these players, but Zeka needed to go back and clear out this wave as Kingen moving towards that top side. Rascal covering really nicely from where Vikla left, and Cuz is going to be able to come over here and get this.
Yeah, they don't actually get enough control here. Kingen did not have teleport. Zeka did not have teleport. Had to catch those waves, and despite a missing Sylas, Sylas had teleport, and of course was going to be able to come into the fight and steal away a key ultimate. Could have actually stolen Zeka's Emperor's Divide, which he had just used. So ironically, the kill onto Vikla there from Zeka made DRX in some ways more vulnerable, because Vikla can come in and Emperor's Divide. I'm pretty sure he didn't steal that one too recently. And then win that fight.
Final chapter coming through here. Here's the bullet hell that we were talking about, but maybe it's hell for DRX as the culling now going to try and turn it around. Barrel going to be taken down yet again though, and now Vikla turns up, subjugates the Trundle as Emperor's Divide is going to come through, but Zeka is just dead. Oh no, he is going to survive, shifts the sands to get himself out, but honestly the damage has kind of been done here. And Kingen trying to get down towards his bottom side, but he's lumbering a little bit too slowly, and KT will be able to just take this turret anytime they want.
Well, there's the Vikla teleports for the subjugate value on his hijack this time around, but does come in, and DRX losing this fight in really dominant fashion. The KT win it, but this is the Emperor's Divide, actually, that he does steal, so he did actually have that one. I misspoke earlier, but he does go down. Has his teleport, of course, available after this. DRX do end up wrestling away control for the moment, as this was just a really beautiful attempt here from Def, coming in with the Yuumi ult on top of him. But unfortunately, this is a very tanky comp, and Vikla comes over, has Subjugate, and the idea here for DRX is so good. But the consequences, if you win it, you get a small edge here, and you're like, great, and we grab our second Drake. But if you lose it, Zeri's 3 kills in the game has Phantom Dancer online, and just like the game 2 was lost by DRX heavily committing to a Drake, this might be a similar story. Now, aiming is on a Zeri, so it's not the same sort of huge spike he's going to get, but it is pretty massive, the amount of money he just got in his pocket.
No, absolutely, and I think Zeri's a more scary late-game carry as well. So this is all just bad news for DRX, who are now trying to find themselves the team fight that they want. Ornhorn picked up by Vikla, and he's going to call the Forge God pretty early. Dredgeline doesn't find the mark, but oh my god, the burst damage here from KT is absurd. Rascal looking for depth, and he'll find him. Emperor's Divide to try and keep them away, but the Lucian is still going to be taken down, and aiming is just a man possessed. Zeka will be taken down. Beryl has no friends left, and KT, I mean, this game is just donezo.
It's over. It's over now. It is 100% over. And you know what? DRX did it again.
Yeah.
And they literally just took 2 back-to-back forced fights. Their composition has some aspects of scaling, right? Yes, the Zeri is accelerated. I understand the feeling of desperation here. At this stage of the game, you want to try to get a pick. You want to try to actually get a win in a fight and shut down this Zeri and grab a second Rift Herald and get a little bit more map control. But if you force these fights against a Zeri in a choke point, after forcing a fight into a Zeri, trying to kill her, as we saw Deft and Beryl try to, and the execution of it again was good, but at a high risk. Look at the position here of KT. Rascal has his Narbar finishing up here. Cuz with the double Cyclone. And yeah, the follow-up ultimate here is really good with the Ornn, but you're in a choke point against Zeri, and she's already fed. She's got Phantom Dancer. She can chase you down. And now she's got 6 kills. And this game is well and truly over.
Yeah, it's just done. I just don't think that there's going to be a way back into this one. Sylas as well, not being banned was just, I think it's rearing its head as one of the most egregious mistakes that DRX have made here, because Vikla is being better on in these fights, and aiming is having all of this space created for him, and Vikla can just choose whichever one of these ultimates he needs in any of these situations, and it's 20 minutes. There's a 10k gold lead. The game is, it's been cancelled, and aiming is now going to move up to the ruler level of POG points after this game, because I have a feeling he's going to pick up yet another POG.
It's crazy too, how much KT were willing to play around him and sacrifice other parts of the map and bait engages on the bottom side. Cuz has had a fantastic series, and
he has. Kingen's not so much had a great series, as he'll cram his head into his own turret and die. That's how that one's going to go, as Def Gonna try and find Cuz here, who goes into his stopwatch pretty quickly. Culling is going to take down the Wukong, but Dredgeline, max range is going to connect, and Aiming turns up in the nick of time. KT gonna get swept up though, as Zeka's trying to be the hero, but Aiming still has full health, guys! This Zeri cannot be ignored, and KT can still push forward.
Hey, he's got full health, he's got an Immortal Shield Bow that doesn't even pop. He's not interested in all of your damage. He wants the kills, he's not afraid of anything. And Deft is over here, meanwhile, just desperately trying to defend minion waves. The mid inhibitor almost goes down throughout all of this as KT look to take their second Drake of the game. They do not have a jungler at the moment, but they should be able to burst it down with all of that Zeri damage we've been spending so long talking about. Looks like it will be just mostly Rascal taking this one out, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter, as this is just, once again, the best fight you can hope for as DRX, but you're so far behind, and yeah, like, a lot of resources are used on Kingen before he dies, but then this heroic attempt by Deft and Barrel once again just kind of guarantees you're locked into this as Deft. Like, you get a kill here, but you die, and, well, he's essentially dead, right? He does escape and go and deal with those minions, but, like, you've given over so much power here to KT on the bottom side of the map. Look at the teleport they commit. Silas is in here, and DRX are, like, trying so hard to force this with a Lucian Yuumi that's several items behind. Well, now just a single one, but still, like, so much gold behind. You cannot be forcing these fights like this, and I'd like to see DRX play a better macro game, which we are not seeing in this game, and frankly in game 2 there were a lot of errors there as well.
Yeah, they fed the Zeri. This is a mistake that everyone has been making, but it does go back to the draft and the fact that the Zeri got through yet again. But I think Aiming as well is just having a really, really good day. I think that Kingen's having a bit of a stinker this time around. Unfortunately, we've seen him play much better in these Ornn lanes into the Gnar. But sometimes, you know, it's that consistency thing that we heard Chronicler brought up earlier on the desk. And DRX just sometimes are just not on the same page. Other times, they look fantastic. But this is one of those times where DRX are just not on the same page, not able to get these plays working. And yes, I mean, there is opportunity to potentially find your way back in here. There's a lot of scaling options here on DRX's side, but KT have a Zeri, and she's massively accelerated.
They have his Fed Zeri.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the Fed Zeri is about to make the Baron disappear. Now, I think a lot of you guys have seen this trick before. KT very careful to make sure they do not actually clear that ward to make it obvious that they are there.
As Teleport is going to interrupt the back there from Rascal, who will die, but he'll get his team of Baron. He's just going to dance, throw some buttons around, sounds good. And that means that KT will be delivered the Baron buff, and Rascal says worth in all chat. Make sure that he does that. I really wish that we could pick up the chat here and check that one out, but just assume that he said worth.
Yeah, I mean, look, he pulls all the aggro away, and DRX see the Baron notification, and getting a little bit sadder about that small orange tuft of gold they picked up.
Yeah.
Deft has been now empowered by the first ornament of the game, of course, outside of Ornn's own. So he'll have an upgraded Gale Force. That's a lot of extra damage on him, but if he was ahead, we'd be feeling a lot better about this. Like, this is what you very often want to do. And he's 3-1-2. It's not like he just got owned this game, but his one death was the really big turning point of the game where they forced a fight they once again didn't need to. And it's almost like DRX's coaching staff has been telling them, like, you guys are too passive, you're too passive, you're too passive. And after game 1, maybe they really were, because they, you know, in game 1, remember, they did win, but it was a 40-minute slog where DRX didn't close it out early. And maybe the aggression that DRX has shown in poor judgment in games 2 and 3 is a small symptom of that. We'll never know, but yeah, DRX just taking some poor fights here. Now there's just no fights to take.
It's getting more difficult, but Def just did complete his Infinity Edge. Theoretically a possibility for a fight. Ornhorn going to come through. DRX's last chance saloon. Great double knock up there from Kingen in the backline as Deft is going to pick up the depth charge and move it towards the back of the fight. Aiming is extraordinarily low this time. The pillar to deny Rascal his entrance into the fight. The extendo beam not going to work. And DRX will steal the team fight from KT, even when 10k gold behind.
That is the kind of decisive play that I want to see, and it's on the back of Kingen with another flash Ornn ult. It's his trademark at this point. We've seen so many times that even on red side or blue side, doesn't matter, this pick is banned against him. As watch him flash to guarantee the double knock up here before they can escape. Yeah, well, of course, the triple there, the last two, of course, those players that almost got out are guaranteed in there. And, like, Kingen he's making this pick work so much, and people have banned it against him in the first phase. He's 2 levels down on Rascal, but if you have that Miracle Engage, win the 3-item spike hits for Deft with the IE, you have the damage. Let's watch him go. Says ready, goes in, gets the double follow-up knock-up there after the Ornn Horn locks them in. And then Deft, look at him at the end of this fight, just kites forward here. And, I mean, that's the moment, right? You just got your upgraded Gale Force and your IE, and you force a fight like this, and now you're back in the game.
Theoretically, however, they are still 8,000 gold behind. KT still hold all of the cards here, as Kingen does have his ulti back available yet again. No flash, but at least does have Call of the Forge God as Pyoshik. All right, here's the other Call of the Forge God to come through here as Kingen. Let's see whether he has the answer. The Trundle's already dead, though, and Kingen will be able to get a few knockups, but aiming is unanswered this time. And yeah, I have a feeling that KT may have just found the victory in this particular team fight. Rascal finds a Gnar as Deft looks for Vikla. Extendo Beam is going to be there as Rascal is going to chase down the Lucian as best he can. Zeka is trying to escape, but he's not going to be able to do so here as Deft is dashing, but it's not going to be enough. And this inhibitor will fall, and that will spell the demise of DRX.
Another fight forced here by DRX, but this time it was the only choice. They didn't have any other options. KT had the better prio setup. They were hoping that they could just force their way through. But unfortunately, the better Ornn Horn comes out this time from Vikla as a tragic ending. A tragic ending for DRX in what was a dominant Game 1 start to this series where they had such a lead. Game 2, their scaling comp had a massive advantage. They threw it away. And then in Game 3, just the same way. An early kill going over the Zarya, we can excuse that, but fighting into that choke point without knowing where Cuz was, where he could just cyclone his way to victory, give Zarya 2 additional kills, then she went up to 5. These are mistakes you can't be making as DRX because you see blood in the water, you want to make an aggressive play like we saw Deft try, because the consequences far outweigh the advantages and benefits of even getting that pick if you pull it off. You have to be so aware that if this Zarya is fed, there is just no recourse.
Yeah, and that's it's exactly how it worked out, Wolf. I think that Aiming has played an amazing couple of weeks here in the LCK as well. I think that he deserves all of the accolades that he's going to get after this series, after a difficult Game 1, turning it all around in these last 2 games and not dying once on both his Aphelios, that he was like the sole carry of that game, and here on the Zarya this time as well. Vikla going to give us his strong arms after having a bit of a tough series, to be perfectly honest. But it's all about this bottom lane, and Aiming, you can see he's tired. That's because he needs to go and get a back massage, because you could imagine that part of his body is very, very sore at this stage.
Yeah, this was a 3-hour series for these 2 teams. Like, this was, and you know, we often talk about every game of League of Legends is about an hour long with all the drafts and all that stuff, but these were the first 2 games, extremely long, 40-minute games that they played through. Third one was the most dominant, and they had control the whole time, but it was an aggressive, or not an aggressive, sorry, a very long series here as we talk about some of the aggression on the bottom side. Vikla certainly had his ups and downs this series. This was both in the same play, as he's able to flash in the brush to avoid that Sand Soldier. I do want to give him a shout out though, because a lot of players, especially rookie players, really suffer after getting solo killed like we saw in Game 2. He did not. He never lost his confidence in this series. Bounced back super hard. And that's the kind of thing you want to see in a player who's, you know, now the starter here in the mid lane for KT Wilster.
Yeah, and it's also something that's difficult to find in younger players as well. So having that tenacity, here's that triple knock-up as Life was hit by a pillar and a rampaging Ornn at the same time. This was one of those heroic moments for DRX, but it was extraordinarily short-lived as they were just unable to contend. Like, yeah, they got Aiming's health a little bit low, and so they want to fight. As now KT, they'll just put the last nails in this coffin.
Cuz I think is probably going to get a stray vote or two this game, even though, again, it was all about aiming Zeri. But Cuz's Wukong this game was incredible. He's the one who makes the winning play on the turn here to lock them into the stolen Horn, because he's just so ready to engage at long range. Flash is here for this play. Cuz played a great game. I think KT tonight showed so much tenacity and so much endurance in a series where they were the underdogs. They get the reverse sweep, and we have a lot more questions now about where DRX stand on the west side of the bracket.
Yep, I feel like DRX is just a team that never changes, Wolf. There's always that consistency issue. Some weeks, and even in this series, Zeka going from looking like an absolute god to making some really strange decisions. On the other side of the coin, Kingen also having a really rough one. It's just it's a roller coaster ride, and that should be KT's job. But instead, they just get like this roller coaster controller. His name's Aiming, and he just keeps that thing on the tracks, Wolf, and it's working out real well thus far.
Yep, full speed ahead for KT Rolster. This is a huge upset win for them. Who knows how far they can go.
Exactly right, but ladies and gentlemen, we have the guys standing alongside on the analytical chair, so let's throw it to them for a breakdown of that series.
Thank you, Atlas and Wolf. We are most definitely sitting here on the analyst chairs and collaborative carpet space, not standing. But yeah, that was a really nice Game 3 win. I like what Wolf said about, you know, the tenacity, the ability for KT to just stick it out throughout the series and essentially just wait for DRX to get a little bit inconsistent and for them to give them Zeri. I was very unhappy about that from the get-go. Obviously, if it does get fed, it gets out of hand. But I think just giving it over for free and taking the Azir instead, not my tempo, Chronicler.
No, there's a... I generally am very much on the let's give drafts a chance, let's try to take away the lesson, try to identify what the team was trying to do here. But Zeri's super busted, and if she ever gets even slightly ahead, you will not win the game. And she got ahead, she got like early kills because Cuz just camped bot as he should because he has a Zeri. Like went bot level 3, went bot again level 6.
Yeah.
And it worked out. I don't really know when we're gonna, because there's picks like the Sylas, which I think are incredibly strong, and warrant bans over things like the Akali, which is still very execution based, whereas Sylas clearly is just insane. And then you pick Ornn into Sylas as well, which is like, Sylas, thank you, that's another great ultimate. So overall, DRX, we often praise that drafting, but there's also moments like this where you're just like, I don't see it.
Yeah.
I don't see it. You get like the idea a little bit behind, there's a lot of power, you have the Lucian, but without Dynami, the Lucian really isn't that much of a bully. Fall behind early, and this comp doesn't do that much.
Yeah, and even the inconsistency in the series, right, as they were talking about, Pyosik, for me at least, looked great in Game 1 and Games 2 and 3. Didn't end up doing much. I think he was very lost on the Trundle as well. You know, what can he really do on the Trundle against a fed Zeri as well?
Well,
so.
Rocco would find a way, I'll have you know.
Rocco would find a way, but he wasn't in that one. Let's take a look at highlight number 1 first off, as we have a couple that are very close together because this is essentially the 2 most critical moments in the game. And one of them is saying, okay, let's try to punish the Zeri. She seems alone. She wasn't.
She is not alone. And this is after Aiming had already gotten an initial kill early on when Beryl was taken down by a really nice gank. And they just, yeah, even with them being a member down, it doesn't matter if you already take down the other members, right? And Zeka and Deft, summoners are used, you have to actually use a teleport here, so as a result, you invest summoners, you don't even win the skirmish, and Zeri gets a little bit fed, and this would have been bad, but not end of the game. But
we did have highlight number 2, which we can get up there very quickly, and it was essentially a follow-up team fight on that, in which, okay, we're just going all in, we're gonna try to deny the second Rift Herald take, and it wasn't the right choice.
And the game continued on for a little bit after this. There were some skirmishes, there were some fights. It's a good pillar, yeah, good intro.
The Ornn horn, you know.
It was nice, that was a good moment. And then, yeah, that was it. Aiming picks up another few kills.
They like hit tab and they're like, oh wait, why do they have Zeri and she's already 3-0 and
Yeah.
now she's 5-0?
Yeah. That was the end of the game.
What?
Yeah, I don't know. You don't have
Why
the
did that
lockdown.
happen?
You don't have any way of dealing with the champion, and she took over, as she has done so many times.
Pretty rough. Also, I mean, you have like the full surround, right? And DRX are just trying to force their way in. It just wasn't there. And KT, they were just playing solid League of Legends. That's why we're talking a little bit more about like DRX's mistakes rather than KT. Because KT, they played well, pretty solid, not like extravagantly well, but good enough. And that's all that they needed for this game. Let's take a look at POG for game number 3. As I'm sure you guys might know who it might be. It is Zeri. No, it's Aiming. For 600 POG points, you will join our other 80 carry Ruler. They're tied for first.
In the previous game, it was really Aiming. In this one, I think it's a 50-50. It's a little bit of Aiming, a little bit of Zeri. And the biggest difference between what really enables Aiming, besides the fact that, as pointed out, he's individually in really great form, is that, interestingly enough, I think KT plays around their 80 carry better than a lot of other teams. Cuz often falls behind in 1v1s, and in terms of skirmishing, he's not the best jungler, but he does sure know how to camp bot lane, and when Aiming's playing as well as he is, and add to that the form that Life is in right now, that's all Aiming needs, right? Like, we've seen Rascal make the split the tanks, which has been up and down, but the whole team is basically helping Aiming be the best carry that he can be, and he then smashes it out of the park, as it is just Aiming and Ruler. And if you need more proof that this is a bot lane meta, there's free 80 carries in the top.
Yeah, and this time around it is 13 out of 13. No, you know, going Galaxy Brain on a cuz vote or anything like that. Aiming will get the 13 out of 13 full vote there. So we should have that interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Hello, thank you so much everyone. This is Deer for the POG interview, joined by Aiming. That was the last match of round 1. I want to ask you how you're feeling after reverse sweeping. So although we lost the first game, we told ourselves, let's just finish strong, and we did pretty well. So Aiming, you are now joint rank 1 for the POG rankings. How do you feel about that? I don't actually pay too much attention to POG rankings, but it does feel good to be rank 1. Seems like you always have been getting unanimous POG votes. This time, it seems like there was a bit of a split votes. Does that matter to you as well? Yeah, so again, I don't really pay much attention to POG rankings, but yeah, it is a little regretful that I didn't get the unanimous votes. So Cuz and Life, due to COVID issues, they weren't on site today. Were there any issues with communication? I noticed that the two didn't really have much energy during communication, so I was a little worried about that. So, since I'm sure you're very concerned about their health, do you have anything to say to your teammates? I feel like it was definitely really empty without Life next to me. And I noticed that Cuz he looked like he was very sick. I hope that they both get well soon. In Game 2, DRX took out the Senna Seraphine comp, and seems like this comp has a pretty high win rate. And did you think that the picks that you guys went with, Aphelios Renata, would work against them? So, we've actually played this matchup before, and yeah, they hurt a lot. But I felt we decided that yes, if we do play well, it would work out and we can definitely win. For Game 2, for their 4th and 5th pick, DRX took Olaf top and Belbeth. And what was the discussion on the KT side like. We had no idea that they would pick Olaf top, but I think the way that we answered them with Seraphine, it worked out pretty well. So, what does KT think of Bel'Veth? I feel like Bel'Veth is definitely a high carry potential champion, and as long as you can play her well, it can definitely impact the game very much. In game 2, so with your ability to scale so well with Aphelios, you guys were able to take Baron 3 consecutive times. So what was the win condition you guys thought of? So since Aphelios has such high burst damage, and he's the ADC that has the burst damage, we decided that as long as we engage and poke them out, we would definitely win. In game 3, it looks like they left Zeri open, and you guys were able to take Azir as the first pick. So what were your thoughts on the draft? So I'm actually pretty confident playing Zeri, and seeing that they left it open, we just went ahead and picked her. This split, it seems like your Aphelios is undefeated. You have a record of 3 wins and 2 wins with Zeri, also undefeated. Which one do you like playing more? I feel like I'm definitely lean towards Zeri more. And what are your thoughts on Silas as well? I feel like with those champions, sustain is really important, and they definitely have high carry potential. So I believe that both champions are very viable. So both games 2 and 3, it seems like you did not die. So is there any secret for avoiding deaths? So there was someone who was bantering pretty hard towards me. His name is Dokdam, and it felt like I got pretty slammed, and I was pretty stunned by what he said, so I really tried to step it up this time.
약간 그때의 상처를 원동력 삼아서 이렇게 좋은 모습을 보여줄 수 있는 것 같습니다. 그리고 원딜분들을 보면 보통 보조룬으로 지배 아니면 결의를 가는 경우가 있는데
So for AD carries,
보조룬을 고를 때 어떤 기준으로 선택하는 걸까요?
Playing Zeri, it looks like it's usually a split between domination and resolve. So which one do you normally go with? I pick domination when I try to farm gold, and resolve whenever I want more sustain. So now you will be going into round 2, and your first opponent will be Guangdong Freaks. Anything to say about them? Last time we were against them, it was such a bummer that we lost, so we'll try to prepare so that we can definitely win this time around. This will be the end of the interview with Aiming. Back to the analyst carpet space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear, as always this week for that wonderful translation. That was a really good one with Aiming. Had a lot to say, even some in-depth information about builds and such, which was very insightful. As always, let's take a look at the standings, as we should see where KT do stands. They are still not at 500, 50% win rate, I should say. 500 average here, but definitely a good win to go into the second round with.
And for DRX, kind of continues the inconsistency that we've come to associate with this team. Also means that it provides an opportunity for Damonkia, if they can get a decisive victory, to really set themselves apart from DRX and try to make a legitimate claim towards those top 3 spots. Where coming into the split, with Nuggery coming back, I'm sure many of us were expecting to reside there.
Yeah, I mean, that's really the question. How far are they going to go comparatively? They do look better compared to guys like DRX and even Live Sandbox now, but we'll have to wait and see how consistent they can get. Speaking of which, the next matchup, guys, will be Damonkia up against the Kwangdong Freaks, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that second match.
바둑에서 수익기는 가장 기초인데요. 한 수 한 수를 둘 때 승부가 결정되기 때문에 굉장히 기나긴 두뇌 싸움이라고 해야 될까요?
저는 바둑이랑 LOL이 엄청 밀접하다고 생각하거든요. 조금이라도 더 먼 미래를 읽을 수 있는 선수가 수익기를 잘하는 선수겠죠. 바둑을 잘하는 것처럼 두뇌 회전이 좋은 선수들은 앞서 나갈 수밖에 없지 않을까 싶어요.
우리 은수는 너무 예쁜 아이. 대화를 많이 했어요. 책도 굉장히 이제 많이 같이 읽고 밤에 잘 때 이렇게 끝말잇기 게임도 항상 많이 하고 그러니까 모든 것을 같이 대화를 많이 했어요.
좀 착했던 것 같아요. 다른 친구들한테 항상 배려하고 그런 모습이 좀 좋아가지고 지금 이제 친척들 중에 윤수가 이제 가장 큰 형이거든요. 동생들 어디 가면 항상 챙기고 또 장기자랑이나 뭐 집안에 있으면 저희가 다 짜가지고 동생들 지휘하면서 했던 기억들이 많이 납니다.
외삼촌이 굉장히 브레인이에요. 그래가지고 외삼촌이 동네 장기 왕이었어요. 그래서 제가 그 얘기를 해줬어요. 외삼촌이 이렇게 동네 장기를 잘했으니까 너도 이 세 가지 중에 잘할 수 있는 게 있어. 그러니까 이제 초등학교 1학년 때 어떤 걸 선택할 거야? 그러니까 본인이 바둑을 가겠다 하더라고요.
53 살아야 돼 이거. 54.
바둑 학원에서 하루 종일 살았어요. 그냥 바둑이 너무 재밌다 보니까 계속 바둑 학원에 있었던 것 같아요. 이제 학원에 급이랑 막 단이 붙여져 있어요. 근데 한 달마다 그게 갱신이 되는데 그냥 거기서 딸 수 있는 단은 다 딴 것 같아요. 제 레벨에서 딸 수 있는 단.
전라남도 중학생들이 다 모여서 바둑을 둬서 거기서 3명을 뽑아요. 윤수가 거기에 뽑힌 거예요. 이게 전라남도 3등 안에 들었던 거죠. 어른들 아니고 초, 중에서는 최고까지 올라간 거죠.
다이나믹스 토너먼트라는 대회가 있었는데 거기에 상금이 한 명당 50만 원이라는 거예요. 그래서 그 이제 주변에 게이밍 친구들이 야 우리 이거 한번 나가보자 해가지고 나가게 됐어요. 근데 그게 또 결승전을 가면은 그 서울 호텔에서 또 뭐 경기를 진행할 수 있대요.
서울 호텔로 간다고 하니까 신이 났어요. 재밌었어요.
아니요, 처음에는 아빠가 엄마랑 이거 사기 아니냐고 그 태워다 주시면서도까지도 혹시 무슨 일 있으면 연락하라고.
저는 이제 놀러 가는 그냥 한번 대회 출전하는 대회인 줄 알았는데 그때 이제 알았죠. 이게 큰 대회인 것 같구나. 그래서 즐기라고 그냥 이거 이기고 중요한 게 아니라 네가 한번 경험해보는 게 중요하다고 생각하고 그때 그렇게 데리고 올라갔던 기억이.
아래가 비었죠 지금? 덮고 끌고 야 그래도 재웠고
살긴 한 거 같죠? 그래 오 이거를 예?
야 그리고 중력포 야
사실 뭐 저뿐만 아니라 저희 이군 감독님 이제 첼리 박승진 감독님이 사실 되게 꽂혔었거든요. 그 장면이 풀 예측 그랩을 쓰레쉬로 미드에서 와서 이게 되는 교전이 아닌데 만들어서 그냥 거기서 사실상 게임을 끝내버리는 장면이 있었거든요. 그래서 그거 보고 아 이 친구가 뭔가 이렇게 클러치 능력이 확실히 있는 친구구나라고 둘 다 좀 생각을 많이 했던 것 같아요. 결승전 때 사실 그 자리에서 저희가 한번 아예 집에 가기 전에 얘기를 했었어요. 너 생각 있냐?
제가 알기로는 이제 프로게이머를 지망하진 않는다고 들었거든요. 오늘 경기를 통해 조금 마음이 기울거나 변동함이 있었을까요?
저는 아직 그 생각보다는 빨리 이제 아빠 기름값 줘야 되기 때문에 그게 너무 좋습니다. 멀리서 올라왔거든요.
친구들은 다 못하고 자기만 이렇게 스카우트 제의를 받았다고. 근데 그때는 반대했었습니다. 저는 둘 다 공부해야죠 아빠 그러더라고요.
저희 집이 지금은 안 그러는데 게임에 대해서 좀 시켜주는 거에 대해서 굉장히 좀 보수적이었어요. 제가 게임을 하고 싶으면 뭐 엄마한테 허락을 받아야 됐고 중학교 때 그래가지고 일부러 엄마랑 싸우고 막 엄마랑 일부러 막 한 다음에 눈 광물을 콱 닫고 들어가서 솔랭을 하고 있었는데 우연히 랭크 게임에서 첼리 코치님을 만나게 된 거예요. 그때 이제 홧김에 저 프로 생각 있습니다. 그랬던 것 같아요.
그러면 한번 해보자. 대신 이제 조건을 했습니다. 네가 할 수 있는 거 최선을 다해보고 아니면 다시 내려와도 된다. 자기가 열심히 한번 해보겠다고. 공부는 너무 포기하지 말고 그런 순간으로 한번 해보자 해가지고 아마 팀장님하고 그때 연락을 했던 것 같습니다.
네, 경기에 나서는 두 팀이 입장하겠습니다. 먼저 농심 레드포스입니다.
네, 농심 레드포스 분명히 선수 면면을 보면 엄청난 선수들이 많이 모여 있었는데 지난번에 일종의 충격의 패배를 겪었다 이렇게 볼 수 있거든요. 피터 선수까지 기용되면서 다른 이제 변화를 꾀하고 있는 만큼 다시 이제 일어서야겠죠. 치고 나가야 됩니다.
네,
그렇죠.
네, 피터가 약간 걸려 넘어질 것 같은데.
그때 당시에는 그냥 재밌게 즐겨보자 이런 느낌이 강했던 것 같아요. 뭐 딱히 긴장되는 것도 없었고 기대된다기보다는 그냥 즐기자는 마인드가 강했던 것 같아요. 어차피 즐기면 잘할 수 있다.
좀 열린 게 많아요.
오.
이거는 선택의 문제였거든요.
저는 카르마를 픽하지 않을까라는 생각을 했는데 유미를 가져갔네요.
네.
그때 융수가 원래 그러니까 아예 근접 서포터만 하던 애였어요. 그래서 오자마자 윤수야 너는 유틸 서포터를 하려고 준비된 카드니까 유틸을 해라. 그러다 보니까 애가 이제 자신감이 붙더니 어느 순간에 그냥 카르마 유미만 하는 거예요. 자신 있었고 좀 잘했어서 그렇게 지어졌습니다.
In order to have skill expression with Yubi is very impressive, kind of like Lehens. And so for him to be able to pull off a huge highlight play, but also consistent support play, yeah, we got really hyped about him.
형 먹으면 되는 거 아니냐 하고 올라가고 있죠.
여기서 카일. 실드는 못했습니다만 MB가
근데 이거는 농심 레드포트가 이기는 그림인데요.
사상전이 막타.
일단 BDD가 도구를 받고
BDD가 떴어요. BDD 잡는데
이 다음에 마무리 되는
네.
거죠?
BDD 일단 놨고요.
도구 저체력도.
네.
근데 일단 또 버티면서.
잠깐 전령은
일단
전령 밑에 빠집니다. 조금 더 빨리 전진. 대단원 이번에는 안 될. 이번에는
대단원을 묶였습니다.
저희가 바텀을 2대2로 이겼거든요. 그때 당시에 제가 엄청 피 한 10 정도로 살아갔을 거예요. 그때 2대2 하는 기억이 가장 경기 내적으로는 기억이 가장 많이 남는 것 같고, 그리고 제가 평소에는 잘 안 되던 이즈리얼 브라운 궁 반응이 되는 거예요. 거기서는 그걸 보고 아 내가 집중하고 있구나를 좀 많이 느꼈던 것 같아요.
되게 성공적인 데뷔전이었고 임팩트 면에서도 상위권으로 치부할 수 있는 그런 좋은 경기 퍼포먼스였다고 생각을 해요. 유틸 챔피언도 잘하고 또 이니시에이팅을 담당해야 하는 그런 류의 챔피언도 너무 잘하고 그래서 굉장히 준비가 잘 돼 있는 상태인가? 그런 생각을 했던 것 같아요.
아마 1세트 끝나고 있을 거예요. 제가 이제 부스 안으로 들어가는데 상동이 형이 그때 당시에 거의 말도 안 했거든요. 근데 상동이 형이 딱 어깨 동무 탁 해주면서 저를 이렇게 수고했다고 토닥토닥 하면서 들어가 주는 거예요. 그때 좀 감동이었던 것 같아요.
사소한 건데 일단 딱 긴장이 딱 풀리고 나서 또 그런 칭찬해주면은 감동받을 수 있죠. 잘했고 일단은 긴장하는 내색도 별로 없었고요. 그리고 어쨌든 같은 한 팀으로서 좋은 플레이를 보여줬기 때문에 저희가 승리를 할 수 있던 거잖아요. 그래서 그 부분에서 잘했다고 칭찬해 주셨어요.
원래 그때 알리스타가 나오는 메타는 아니었어요. 근데 제가 자신이 있다고 하고 강력하게 어필하니까 너 해봐라. 그때 당시에는 각이 그냥 딱 보였어요.
달려들었죠?
그래서 일단 젤몬인 것 같은데.
네, 이번에 뛰면 퇴로가
이러면 라이프가 위험하거든요.
서로 교대.
이거
줄 거면 그냥 주고.
스테이시더라도
이거 알리스타가 막아주면은 오히려 레오나를 보고 있죠 지금. 그죠 레오나 폈고. 레오나 폈고. 그리고 잘 봤어요.
제자리 떴어요. 압박.
그렇죠.
안 되네요 진짜.
그거 안 돼요.
왜 이렇게 잘 뛰어요?
이거 알리스타
있어요.
그게 뭐예요?
어디 있어요?
알리스타. 비전이 빠졌어요.
잠깐만요. 근데 아직 왔는데.
근데 일단 에이밍.
빅터 파카. 와, 미쳤습니다.
알리스타라는 챔피언이 어렵나요? 어려워요. 그러니까 신인이나 어떤 그 프로 레벨에서 어렵고 쉽고 구분할 수 있는 거는 몸이 들어가냐 마냐가 중요하거든요. 알리스타는 돌이킬 수가 없어요. 들어가면은 그 상황에서 이기던 지던 확정입니다. 근데 내가 잘못 들어간 거 지는 거 확정은 나니까 판단이 좀 어렵거든요. 그래서 본인 주도적으로 생각하는 게 중요한데 그런 점에서는 잘 나은 것 같아요, 경기력이.
3 times that we had it there. Big thumbs up from him. Ooh!
Oh!
Spider-Man! He knows the meme!
I heard a Peter Pan.
Gotta love it.
for us, that was enough for us to kind of make jokes about it, you know, like, oh, it's Peter, you know, Peter Parker from Spider-Man, or it's, you know, Peter Doublelift, you know, Peter has the same name, you know. So it was easy for us to make like a lot of jokes, and it's kind of cute to watch a young player come into the LCK and come in with a lot of energy, and we just thought it was great, you know, when he had some great games and he was willing to like show his charisma and show off some celebrations. Like, it's just hard not to like the guy.
용을 칩니다. 한번 당겨봤고요.
오히려
뒤쪽에 드레드가
포킬러스가 위험해 보이는데요.
합류를 했는데 피터는 뒤쪽으로 당기고 들어왔습니다만 그 이후에 전투를 어렵습니다.
그래도 지금 먹은 전령을 통해서 플레이를 만들어야겠죠.
피터 너무 험하게 잡혔는데요.
이거는 약간 조금 깊었던 것 같죠?
이음이 잘 키우면은 이거 반쯤 당첨 복권이다 이게. 시점이 다르니까 너무 많이 맞다가 뜨거워요. 마무리까지만 안 되면 그렇죠. 자 찾아가. 에이미.
사실 윤수가 이제 처음 했을 때는 제 생각엔 좀 겁도 없고 좀 패기로 이렇게 무장하고 좀 이런 게 있었던 것 같은데, 경기도 지고 이제 연습 경기도 많이 지고 그리고 이제 제대로 된 연습도 못 하다 보니까 좀 많이 자신감도 떨어지고 보이는 각도 제대로 잘 안 보이고 이래서 좀 나왔던 실수라고 생각합니다.
그때 되게 가혹하다면 가혹하죠, 윤수한테. 근데 여긴 LCK고 다른 선수들은 다 이런 상황이 왔을 때 하는 거니까 연습도 해야죠.
스프링 때 성적이 그냥 그 정도로 나왔으면은 지금 이렇게 열심히 안 했을 것 같고 많이 자만했을 것 같아요. 바닥까지 찍어보니까 아, 내가 진짜 되게 열심히 해야 되겠고 자만하면 안 되고 이런 생각이 진짜 많이 들었던 것 같아요. 배워가는 시즌. 그냥 다 배우고 싶어요. 완벽하게. 그냥 운영에 관한 거라든가 라인전 구도에 관한 것들이 사소한 디테일 하나하나까지 제가 피드백을 하거나 그러시면 다 적고 있거든요. 게임을 했을 때 내가 다 이걸 생각날 수 있고 적용시킬 수 있을 때까지 노력하는 게 이번 시즌 목표입니다.
피터 선수는 좀 LCK의 빛과 소금이 될 서포터일 수도 있겠다. 확실히 차세대 서포터들 중에서는 가장 기대가 되는.
되게 잘하는 선수가 될 것 같아요. 연습생 기간이 다 1, 2년 이상이거든요. 근데 윤수는 그거 없이 여기 올라왔던 거니까 다른 선수들보다 좀 더 빠르게 성장하지 않을까요?
So for Peter, I just want to see more games, and then I can see is he going to become one of our best supports? Is he going to become just a really good engaged support? What we saw from Peter in those first few games, if he can learn to do that consistently, then he would be a really, really good support.
다음 2라운드는 새로운 종목을 넣어봤습니다. 이름하여 촉감 퀴즈! 뭘까요? 여러분의 촉각과 상상력을 발휘해서 정답을 맞춰야 되는 그런 퀴즈거든요. 자, 그럼 양 팀의 첫 번째 선수 선발해주세요.
네. 라스컬. 네. KT
지금
라스컬.
라스컬.
형, 저기도 탑? 너구리. 너구리. 탑 대전 보여줘야죠. 형, 이겨줘야죠.
자, 과연 포지션 순이냐 아니면 여기서
와,
너구리
너구리.
라스컬.
이 박스 안에 이것만은 없었으면 좋겠다. 딱히 없고.
라스컬은 상관없어.
네. 너구리는.
벌레가 있진 않을 것
같아요.
네. 자, 첫 번째 이제 저희가 문제를 진행을 할 텐데, 자, 선수분들 이렇게 나와서
네.
구경하실 수 있도록
구경하셔도
저희가 시간을 안내 쓰셨죠?
자, 오픈합니다.
공개하도록 하겠습니다.
기다려.
와, 진짜 위기다 이거. 자, 요거예요.
네.
저걸로 넣었네. 어떠세요? 보니까 잘 맞출 수 있을 것 같아요?
황건이 형 여기서 쓰러질 것 같아.
쓰러질 수 있다는 얘기가 나왔습니다. 첫 번째 저희가 진행을 해보도록 하겠습니다.
가겠습니다.
시작!
구경.
먼저 맞추면 돼요.
문어. 정답 문어.
문어 땡! 멘트만 다 해놓고.
나 조금 아니 그쪽 아니에요 그쪽 아니에요. 조금만 더.
자 여기까지 괜찮아. 여기까지 괜찮아. 여기까지.
아 너구리 선수는 안 들어가는데.
살아있는데? 잠깐만. 진짜 살아있는
너구리.
아, 정답!
정답.
낙지.
정답.
와.
좋아.
고생하셨어요.
너무 고생했어.
소름 돋았어.
자 이제 실제로 확인하시고 앞으로 오셔가지고.
먹어요.
그러니까 너무 놀랐어요.
옆에 있어가지고.
자 이렇게 해서 어쨌든 첫 번째는 라스칼 순서 맞추면서 KT가
그렇죠.
일단 1대0으로 앞서 갑니다. 선수 자리해 주시고요. 다음 선수에게 본인이 안대를 전해주시면 됩니다.
토스.
네. 정해주시면
원하시는
돼요. 본인이
선수에게.
다음 선수를.
재미를 위해 이번 판 좀.
커즈를 선택을 했고요. KT.
그리고 여기는
남원기아 너구리의
남원기아.
선택은 너구리 누구?
덕담인 것 같은데요?
덕담으로 선정이 되었습니다. 자 그럼 저희 두 번째 문제 바로 준비해 보도록 하겠습니다. 어때요? 켈리 선수 보면서 약간 겁먹은 것 같기도 하고.
뭔지 모르는 것 같은데?
제가 했으면 절대 못했을 것 같아요.
아리아는 그럼 본인도 맞췄을 수 있을 것 같아요?
제가 만졌으면 일단 절대 못 맞출 것 같아요.
이거 문제 약간
난이도가 굉장히 높습니다.
들어가기 전에 주먹으로 세게 쳐도 돼요?
누구를요? 저를요? 자 그럼 이제 선수들 마음의 준비 되셨죠? 덕담 커즈?
네, 준비됐습니다.
자 준비 시작!
예!
덕담 아직 시작도 안 했어요.
너 들어가. 안 물어요.
커즈 리액션 너무 좋은데?
정답! 해삼!
뭐야?
정답!
뭐야?
정답!
뭐야?
어떻게 맞추냐?
와 이거 어떻게 맞춰?
아니 해산물 만져본 적 있어요?
아니 이거 어떻게 알아요?
물이 느껴져가지고 왠지
네.
것 같았어요.
혹시 더 만지고 싶으면 더 만져보세요.
더 만져보겠습니다 이제.
이제 안 무서워요?
네, 근데 너무 무서워가지고.
덕담 선수는?
위기인데요?
자 이렇게 해서 촉감 퀴즈 뭘까용의 최종 결과는 KT 롤스터가 2대0으로 승리했습니다.
자, 또 세 번째 퀴즈가 준비되어 있죠?
그렇습니다.
네.
저희 스롤파의 대표 코너라고 보시면 될 것 같습니다. 다 같이 외쳐볼까요? 파티! 일단 양 팀에서는 각 문제별로 2명의 대표를 뽑아주시면 됩니다.
나온 대표는 바퀴 달린 의자를 가장 먼저 끌고 가서 테이블의 앞에서 턱을 대시고요. 정답을 말하면 됩니다.
자 그럼 양 팀의 대표 2명을 선발을 해주세요. 네. 자,
캐니언 등장합니다.
캐니언이 등장했고요.
네.
여기 미드 정글 나왔어요.
미드 정글이 나왔는데?
자,
네.
여기 캐쇼 나왔어요. 캐쇼.
아,
KT도 미드 정글로.
자, 이제 앉아주시면 됩니다.
첫 번째 문제를 내보도록 할 텐데요. 다음 5장의 사진은 과연 어떤 챔피언의 눈인지 5초 안에 정답을 순서대로 대시오. 정답을 알면 가서 턱을 대고
가서
말하면
턱을
됩니다.
대고 5초. 자, 커즈 도착했어요.
자, 커즈 도전.
모르가나, 신데라, 카사딘, 문도박사, 베베스.
정답!
뭐야 이거?
아니!
뭐야?
야 어떻게 맞췄어?
이거 어떻게 알아? 나 말파이트인 줄? 메카 말파이트.
자 이렇게 해서 첫 번째 문제는 KT 롤스터의 커즈가 정답이었습니다.
두 번째 문제는 주관식이고요. 초성 퀴즈입니다.
문제 2개 나갑니다.
문제 다 나와서 둘 다 맞춰야 됩니다.
둘 다 맞춰야 되기 때문에 나갔다가 하나 틀리면 적한테 도움이 될 수도 있어요.
캐니언 갑니다. 캐니언 갑니다.
나 진짜 아예 모르겠어.
자 캐니언 카메라 보면서.
카메라 보면서.
민첩송의 망토랑 BF 대고.
야,
정답!
야,
정답!
와 세다래.
아니 캐니언 선수 민첩성의 망토 이런 거 좀 어렵지 않아요?
많이 가봤어가지고.
이야, 아니 정글러들이 지금 맹활약하고
그러니까
있습니다.
커즈 선수뿐만 아니라 캐니언 선수도 지금.
세 번째 문제로 넘어갔습니다. 선수 교체 어떻게 하시겠어요?
선수 교체 하셔도 됩니다. 이번 거는 조금 어려워요.
가보자, 오케이, 가보자.
덕담 도전.
원딜 대신 서포터가.
네. 세 번째 문제 저희가 한번 내보도록 하겠습니다. 2022 LCK 스프링 정규 시즌 솔로킬 1위는 무려 30번의 솔로킬을 기록한
문제 안 끝났습니다. 예.
라스칼입니다. 자, 3위가 19번의 솔로킬을 기록했습니다. 이 3위 선수는 어느 팀의 누구일까요?
쇼메이커 나갑니다.
네.
일단 나가. 쇼메이커 나갑니다.
그래 나가
일단 나가, 빨리 나가.
줄 서.
젠지 초비. 땡! 정답! 다문 캐니언.
다음에 캐니언 땡입니다. 캐니언 선수 본인 솔로킬 몇 회인지 이런 거 기억하세요 혹시?
나 진짜 아예 모르겠어. 나 진짜 모르겠어.
자 스프링입니다. 스프링.
정답! 젠지 룰러.
젠지 룰러
땡!
일부러 아니 바텀이잖아 바텀. 아니 와서 침묵질.
아 바로 팀원들의 비난이.
침묵질하니 팬분들의 선물 침묵 다시 하고 있어 그냥.
힌트 드리겠습니다.
미드라이너죠?
나 늦게 왔어. 난 늦게 왔어.
자 미드예요.
정답! T1 페이커.
땡!
정답!
3위입니다. 스프링.
농심 BDD.
농심 BDD.
땡! 약간 라이프 선수들은 다 이 지나간 선수들 챙기는 것
그러니까요.
같다.
자
정답!
정답.
DRX 제커.
땡!
이거
체크
아니야?
아닙니다.
제커 하려는데? 광동 페이트?
광동의 페이트 정답! 와!
페이트 선수가 총 19회로 네,
그렇습니다.
3위였죠.
역시 같은 미드라이너끼리 통하는 게 있어.
페이트 형 잘하네.
정답 맞힌 쇼메이커 선수 대신에 그러면 담원기아 다른 선수 도전하는 걸로 그렇게 가보도록 하겠습니다. 자 너구리 선수 등장.
KT는 그대로 가나요?
라스칼.
KT 라스칼? 오케이, 라스칼 라이프와 너구리 덕담. 2022년 LCK 서머의 시작은 내구력 패치가 이루어진 대격변 메타입니다. 12.10 패치에서 강타를 가장 많이 쓴 정글러는 덕담.
정답. 다몬 캐니언.
다음 캐리언
땡!
정답. KT 커즈.
캐티 커즈 땡!
정답. 미는다. 브리오 넘티.
땡!
가보자 강이요. 정답. T1 오너.
땡!
농심 드레드.
농심들은 땡!
이제 담원기아의 턴이 왔는데.
그렇죠. 자 과연
너구리.
너구리
너구리. 카메라 보고.
하나 옴플리.
오플릭
정답!
세 번째 라운드 박퀴즈의 승리팀은 담원기아였습니다. 스트리트 롤파이터 이 명예의 전당에 오를 최종 승리팀 서머의 KT! 자 축하드립니다. 우승 소감 한 번씩 들어볼까요?
여기서라도 우승해서 너무 좋네요.
야 언제나 승리는 좋은 거니까요. 거의 선수도
팬분들한테 선물 줄 수 있어서 너무 좋았습니다.
맞습니다. 그게 진짜 제일 의미 있는 거니까.
열심히 잘 즐겨줘 우리 담원기아 선수들.
똑딱 선수 어떠셨어요?
마지막에 이기면 너 개 못하잖아 시전할 수 있어서
그쵸.
충분히 좋은 것 같아요.
마지막에 이겼기 때문에 괜찮다. 이것도 역시 뭐 게임을 하면 누구나 공감하는 거고요.
네, 뭐 재밌게 놀다 가는 것 같아요.
다행입니다. 감사합니다. 자, 그럼 우리 스트리트 롤파이터 다 같이 외치면서 마무리해 보도록 하겠습니다. 레디 파이트! 감사합니다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, joined by a remote Wolf as we get into our second series of the evening. Wolf, Kwangdong Freaks taking on Damwon Kia. An interesting matchup and a top lane matchup we haven't seen for 2 years, which is crazy.
Yeah, it's gonna finally be Nuguri going up against Keen. It's been a long time, and you know, one of these players started off a little bit rocky this season in Nuguri and then found his way back to form. Keen, unfortunately, has been pretty inconsistent this season around. Yeah. Even in seasons past where Afrika Freaks, you know, and now Kwangdong, of course, looked a little bit shaky, Keen was the one consistent part. This time around, not so much. So that could be a big problem for them facing up against a Titan like Nuguri.
Yep, and I think that medal has fallen to Teddy, who seems to be the man in Elo Hell on that team at times. So we'll see whether this Kwangdong Freaks is going to be able to sort themselves out, because you even saw in that little video that we showed that Showmaker respects Fate, thinks that he's a pretty good player there in that mid lane, and he's now up against him. Let's get into points of the match here as we start this one off. Will Damwon Kia, the East Side Slayer, get a clean 2-0 victory against Kwangdong Freaks, who are the kings of the East at this point in time? Of course, if Damwon loses here, they will be even in match scoreline with the Kwangdong Freaks.
Yeah, and it's crazy to think about how much both Damwon Kia have struggled through this season, some of these matches, and Kwangdong Freaks have kind of turned things around here. So it's exciting to see how this matchup will happen as Kwangdong Freaks take that upset win against T1 and are looking to hopefully turn their season around too, because, or further that season turn around, because they're on the edge of playoffs, right? With a lot of teams right now that are looking very strong, as 2-win streak here after COVID hit them, and we had the funny walkouts here, obviously, with the players bringing in the baskets and whatnot, but Kwangdong didn't get phased by this, and they've looked stronger and stronger. It feels like we have this trend of hyper carry late game players, or players who are good at hyper carry late game AD carry champions are doing well. Prince, Aiming, Teddy, these players are all starting to come back to the forefront here in the LCK.
Yeah, and Dom was one of our Aphelios Lords as well, so we'll see whether he's going to be jumping back on that pick once again. He mentioned that he was like, yeah, I guess this pick is actually kind of strong. Is this that stat that we were talking about before? 727 days since Nuguri faced off against Keen. Of course, after 2020, Nuguri went over to FPX, and then he didn't play in spring of this year either, so it has been an extraordinarily long time. But when Nuguri was here, facing off against Keen, yes, Damwon were much stronger, but also it was often in Nuguri's favor as well. 4 times that Keen's managed to do it versus the 11 of Nuguri's. We have a look at some of the team stats here, and not a lot of them are super great when it comes to these neutral objectives for Damwon, and often they fall behind in the early game and then just find a team fight and win. And the game's
exactly. And it's so clean the way that Damwon Kia are able to actually win those late game Baron fights, those Elder fights, sometimes those Soul Point fights, as they walk on stage here. And Damwon Kia has been a team that has always been good at identifying their win conditions, even in lost landing phases, even in poor game states in the early to mid. And that is something that, you know, in the past we used to say, wow, you know, Damwon Kia is just untouchable. Even in losing games, they turn it around. But now, in recent times, it has felt like, why are they in these losing game states so often? I think a lot of it comes down to drafting around lanes for comfort sometimes rather than lane prio. So they haven't been able to win the early objectives, but they're very comfortable with how they play the late parts.
Yeah, that certainly seems to be what they're leaning on, their ability to just find team fights. Do you know what I'm excited about? Nuguri not having to move his hair out of his eyes at every single moment. He's got a haircut, and it's now looking like he's ready to not have to deal with fringe problems that were plaguing him in previous games. I have a feeling this may increase his power level at least like the same amount as not having 2 ninjas on your team when League of Legends was released. Okay, here we go. Kwangdong Freaks making their way out onto the Rift for the first time as a full team in what feels like a very long time. Moham is going to be in the support position one more time. Gives us a wave there. Absolutely adorable. You can see big grin on his face. Yeah, the mask cannot hide that one. he was definitely showing that one off. So looking forward to seeing whether Kwangdong Freaks can give a bit of a challenge here to Damwon Kia. Certainly, this is considered a match that is in Damwon Kia's favor, but Kwangdong have been taking wins where we haven't expected it for quite some weeks now.
Yeah, and if we talk about the wins that Boham has picked up here, since he's kind of become the mainstay over Hoyt, his wins are 2-0 on Nami, Amumu he's 1-0, and Seraphine. So he is a very early adopter of the new meta we're seeing on both red side with the Seraphine and the Amumu picks, but also the Nami that Kwangdong Freaks was given twice, and he and Teddy dominated those games, got the early lane advantage, and I think that he is a really nice fit here. Even though Hoyt was looking so fantastic at the end of spring, Boham has just been something completely different for this squad, and I think it makes Teddy's early game look even stronger because we know how good Teddy's late game is, but when his early game is also popping off, that's when you should be worried. Now, Teddy and Duckdom have both been have not been as consistent as they were in previous seasons and years. Teddy on T1, you always could guarantee that he in the late game was going to pop off. This time his team isn't as strong. He has to carry a lot of that weight. On the side of Duckdom, he carries the weight when he can. Obviously on Nongshim, he was a much stronger player in terms of where he sat on that roster versus where he is now. I think he is not the #1 player for this team. But he still has done a large amount of damage, not as much as Teddy. But what has plagued Duckdom has been really impatience, I think, in the late parts of a lot of the games here for Damwon Kia, where he's just been picked early because he's trying to force a fight, trying to look for a Gale Force angle on his Aphelios, trying to look for some extra, Mystic shots on his Ezreal, stuff like that. So if he could just shore up that positioning, that consistency, definitely is looking to be a top 80 carry, and I'm really excited for the battle between these two tonight.
Yeah, me too. I think that this is going to be a huge one because Teddy has certainly been performing so much better this season around than where he was in the last season. And Kwangdong Freaks are really finding themselves. Even Elam and whichever support is playing Hoyt or Mohan, both, like those three players have all been struggling to really bring their carries into the fold and online. But have been having better experiences recently. You've seen big smiles on Elam's face as well, which is something that we hadn't seen too much of in the spring season because it hadn't been too many reasons to smile for the jungle player, but he has been performing better. But this is a big test up against Canyon now, and I think that Canyon really needs to rearrange how he thinks about the game, and he has been outspoken about this, saying that he doesn't necessarily have like the true understanding of the best way to win in the jungle, but I think some earlier pressure in some of his lanes and being able to actually lock down a few of these neutrals in the earlier stages of the game could be an avenue for Damwon Kia to find success, because we've seen so many of these junglers set up the games for wins by focusing on that bottom side, like you like to talk about, Wolf, as well as being able to get in and get those invades happening, and that's not where Canyon has been.
It's definitely true. Canyon has the widest jungle pool in the LCK at 12 champions played, and he holds himself to a high standard, right? Like he's saying he doesn't understand the game right now or as well as he'd like to, because he holds himself to that standard. I think he does understand the game very well, but he's playing a meta where the meta is that he should be empowering his laners, but his laners are not playing towards prio a lot of the time, and he hasn't been on a team like this in a while, where they're not just crushing lane every time, because Duckdom and Kellen haven't had that same sort of success on this roster as they did in Nongshim, where they were given a ton of resources. Showmakers are playing more utility picks. He's played the Twisted Fate, the Lissandra, etc., so hasn't been able to dominate as much. So these things make Canyon a little bit stifled, I think, in his early games in a meta where we're basically seeing only early game junglers. He thinks otherwise. He's played quite a large pool of them, but I'm excited to see what he does here against Ellen, because that is one of the biggest mismatches outside of the Nuguri Keen one, based on Keen's current form, that Kwangdong Freaks will face.
No, I agree. I think that there will be a lot of eyes drawn to the jungle, just because we're so used to Canyon being this huge carry for Damwon Kia, and he has had a few off games where he's been able to find those carry moments. Of course, the Graves comes to mind, right? Just building the Gore Drinker and going to town on opposition. As Damwon Kia looking to finish off their first round robin alongside Kwangdong Freaks. Quantum Freaks, if they can win here, it will be absolutely huge for what the rest of their season is going to look like as they ban away the Zeri, and the Callista is also going to be taken away from Teddy.
Yeah. I just had to have a giggle because I don't know what Nuggery is doing to his keyboard, but he's Flash Ruler-esque what he's doing there. Is back to the gameplay, as you said, 280 carries here taken off the board right away, taking away Teddy's Callista. The Poppy, we're going to see this a lot more on blue side because it threatens... So, like, Poppy is one of the only champions in the game right now that can pretty consistently shut down a winning 2v2 on blue side. So you don't want to give that one over on red with another strong prio pick. And the Lucian becomes stronger as a first pick as a result. So I think Quantum Freaks will have to ban that one.
I think so too. And I think that if, like, you see a Lulu ban here or something like that, for example, Quantum Freaks will be forced to ban the Lucian, and then Damwon Kia get Corki. And I guess that makes the game very hard. So they're going to go for it. Lulu going to be banned away here. And now Quantum Freaks has to pick their poison.
It is, you know, for a while it looked like, okay, there's the ban on the Lucian, but the Corki will be potentially available here for Showmaker. Although this is the kind of pick that we've talked about a lot. Showmaker has ignored a lot in these drafts, even though it's a high prio pick. Just simply because he wants to play what he likes right now. He wants to play Lissandra. He wants to play a little bit more utility. He wants to have the flashy plays. He will not this game around. We'll just go ahead and lock the Corki in.
I've seen the future, Wolf. I have seen the future. Last time it was you that saw the future. This time around it's on my side of the desk, and I get to see the future.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
The Senna Seraphine future?
Ooh, that's a powerful future, but I actually feel like maybe it's the Senna Tom Kench because Moham wants to be a catfish. But
yeah, he's very
Senna
good
Seraphine would definitely be better, and of course, this is the team that debuted that particular bottom lane, so they can just go for it if they'd like.
Yeah, they don't necessarily have to lock in the Seraphine right now because it's not very appealing for Damwon Kia's comp, and then they can, of course, pivot to the Tom Kench if they want to, so we might just see a jungle priority pick here for Elim. Wouldn't mind something like that, as the Gnar will just come in straight away, but Damwon Kia now have so many options into the Gnar since it's picked this early, and they already have scaling in their mid laner. So we could just see Nuggery pick up the Gangplank he's been so comfortable on all season long.
Yeah, that or the Gwen is another option that he could take into the Gnar if he feels like it. Plenty of different choices. He personally generally goes towards things like the Sejuani. And honestly, Damwon Kia could just pick away their top side, just grab Trundle Sejuani here and be happy. But Tom Kench is going to be picked away, and we'll see what Dokdom is going to bring.
Aphelios angle for the Aphelios player?
I would actually very much enjoy the Aphelios angle.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to deny this Tom Kench pick, it's also pretty strong into a Senna lane if it's played correctly, and that's what they're going to do. Now, we've seen Dokdom across several different eras of LCK metas crush these types of fasting Senna lanes with Aphelios Tom Kench, with Aphelios Thresh.
Yeah.
And win the lane, get a ton of plates, and then get a ton of plates topside and just wipe the enemy team out by the power of his laning prowess. And I mean, I think this Senna Seraphine is still strong here for Kwangdong Freaks. Don't get me wrong, but we always say don't give Dokdom Aphelios for a reason. And I think he's potentially in this game going to show everybody why, because it is a strong lane where you have a lot of engaged power with this Tom Kench.
Yeah, and this is exactly the same situation that DRX found themselves in our previous series, Wolf, and it might just be that history is going to repeat itself as different support for the Aphelios. However, he now has a Corki alongside him as well, as that Sejuani that we were talking about will be banned away. But Senna Seraphine is very, very strong, but I want to see what the rest of the Kwangdong Freaks comp is going to look like. Remember, when they played a bunch of these Seraphine comps, it was with, like, Fate on Ornn and things like that. Like, a lot of crazy picks did come through.
I think that the Ornn pick is definitely a viable one here, and one that Damwon should potentially look at removing. Because Ornn plus Gnar is a lot of engage, and you have a lot of sustain. But what I'm really curious about is what if Fate is actually given a champion where he can pressure the Corki super hard with. The Azir is gone, obviously, here, but an Ahri in this comp doesn't make sense. But what if Fate was on something like a Syndra? I wouldn't really mind that here for what Kwangdong Freaks' comp is trying to accomplish with the engage they already have. Because normally if you're running the Seraphine Senna, you do want something super hard engaged like the Ornn, or, you know, something like an Azir if you're running the mid lane where your damage is going to be to win early Rift Herald fights. Because right now, this Kwangdong Freaks comp is very weak in the early mid, whereas Damwon Kia have the Aphelios, they have the Corki who's going to have package power early. So I want to see some sort of really strong power here to try to put the Corki down early for Kwangdong Freaks.
Well, Silas is available, and that's been the most popular pick into the Corki, and Fate is almost definitely just going to pick it here.
They take the
Ornn
Ornn.
is taken away from him, though. I think that's really, really cute.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I think I think Kwangdong needs some sort of extra power in the early mid. If it's just going to be an Ornhorn and that's it, great. The Swain here, we've seen this. This has worked a lot in the past, but it has, you know, some serious risk attached to it when you're playing it into the Aphelios Corki here with all the burst damage. Swain just might not be able to play the game, might not be able to fight. If the engages are not perfect, he might just get kited. So high risk choice here, and because the Gnar was picked so early, you know, I was feeling like Gangplank might come through for Damwon Kia, but since Damwon got the Tahm Kench Aphelios and then the focus was on Tank's top side here, looks like Nuguri is just going to get the matchup he wants here. He's played this one so many times this season, twice in fact, and dominated both times. So not a shocker, of course, if you're familiar with Nuguri in times past, as I know you are.
Oh, yes.
But the viewers, of course, at home, a lot of them are too. And okay, this would be a very nice pick to tie it all together.
It is indeed. This is Canyon going on more of that playmaking jungler here. He has been a little bit of a herbivore of late, so good to see. The Lee Sin coming out. Ellen back to an old favorite of his too, if the Xin Zhao is going to be locked in. But Kwangdong Freaks have an absolutely beautiful draft. I love everything about it. Senna Seraphine and Swain. I mean, it's a lot of S's, but it's also just a lot of control of particular areas. And yes, Damwon, they have Gangplank, right? He does have Cannon Barrage that he can put down. Barrels, when you've got a team that does want to be close together like that, the barrels can get a lot of value. But I think the Kwangdong Freaks have managed to pick exactly what they wanted to take into this composition, and there is so much on this Aphelios' shoulders, so much on Corki's shoulders as well, to make sure that they can get the value that they need. Because Showmaker's damage number at the end of the game could be absolutely gigantic, and it could also be entirely irrelevant.
Yeah, it could just be completely irrelevant. It might just be shots fired into this really sustainable composition that Kwangdong are running because of all the heals and the shields. But my biggest look at for this game here, or my biggest thing I want to look at here, is how much this bottom 2v2 for the Senna Seraphine actually impacts the early mid, because that is one thing that you really have to look out for here into Damwon Kia's comp, because if they're just allowed to scale freely and take early Heralds and early Drakes, then some of your late game is just based upon the fact that Damwon Kia might be too timid or might not have enough damage or might not set up their barrel chains. We've seen a lot of teams fail into what Kwangdong is running here, including T1 in a different variation because the drafting style wasn't that known. But I think Damwon Kia do have some really strong options to actually take control of early game objectives for once with this draft and snowball the game in their favor.
Yep, they're going to need to do so. Let's see how it goes as we hop under the rift here for game number 1. All right, Wolf, you're going to have to update your notes, my friend. Canyon now has an extra unique champion played this season.
+1.
Yeah, it's going to be, what, 13?
It's 13, and it's crazy because, like, this is one of the more popular champions, and it's his 13th that he's played this season.
Yeah, and he's got a pretty large win rate on the Lee Sin just in general. It's one of his most played, and he has had a heck of a lot of success on this champion in the past. So we'll just have to see whether that is going to continue here as Kwangdong Freaks move towards some vision that Damwon Kia do have down, but not really going to worry. And of course, of all time, this is actually Canyon's most played champion. So he's played 61 games of Lee Sin. Next highest is Graves with 31. Canyon has played a heck of a lot of professional Lee Sin.
It's crazy that it's that much higher than his Graves. Like, I would have thought it would have been like within like 15, but that's a much higher number actually than I had anticipated. It
Close
also
to a
is
70%
bias,
win
I
rate.
suppose.
Close to a 70% win rate as well, including internationals and things like that.
Yeah, I guess there's some recency bias in that he has not played a lot of Lee Sin recently.
Yep.
But the game states that we're going to get into later on in this game, I think, are going to be this is the kind of game that is decided a lot by objective power, as look at Nuguri just winning this lane so hard. Parlays back into the bush. Ellen, though, coming up for an early gank.
Yeah, great position here as Keen is starting to build that Naba, gets the ward in the brush, and now Ellen going to come through and try and get the flash. He does do so, gets the knock-up as well, but the parlay is going to come out, the boomerang is going to miss, but still, flash is down on Nuguri, and that is mission accomplished there from the Xin Zhao.
So much pressure relieved here for Keen. It's going to feel a lot more comfortable. Now, this is not going to just be like a, okay, now the counter pick is worthless scenario, but still means that Nuguri will have to be a lot more careful with how much he goes up in these lanes. But going back to what I was mentioning earlier, I want to talk about the ways in which this game will look when we go into 25 minutes plus. A lot of it is going to be based on forcing fights around soul points, souls, elders, and barons, where, for example, if Damwon Kia have a Drake lead, they can just simply avoid those fights and continue to try to poke and win wars of attrition, try to avoid fights where they don't have packages. They'll have a lot more options in the late game in terms of, do we take this fight, do we not? Because you have to be so decisive against Kwangdong's comp, because if you hesitate for even a second, we all saw what happened to T1 in that series. So I think getting early control of this game is not necessary for their scaling. And we talk about how much Corki can just by default become powerful later on in the game. But it does mean that they're going to have a lot of cushions for late game objective setups that I think is really important to note in this game. As Canyon going to scry this.
Actually
wants to steal it.
Ellen moving on over. Yeah, he's not going to steal it. However, he will get face checked. Moves out of the way as well. As Ellen... Oh, he had an idea of what was going on. Canyon sees that this ward goes down and he's like, I do not want to give him vision of me. And he is going to continue to deny that. So Canyon keeps himself invisible. We'll see what they're going to be able to get from that lack of information that Kwangdong Freaks now have about the location of this Lee Sin.
It affects how Teddy and Moam have to play this bottom lane, because it could just be a very aggressive path down to Krugs from Canyon and a gank opportunity. So notice that this hidden vision here keeps Moam and Teddy guessing a little bit, and they're not going to look for trades or super aggressive Qs here from Teddy during this time. So lots of information denied, and by the time that window of danger has passed, so to speak, that's when Canyon now at a delayed timing comes over to Krugs, and we'll actually be able to potentially gank here. So if if this super long con play actually works out, it would be incredible. But still a lot of respect being shown down there from Teddy and Moham.
Yep. Also, Rift Scuttler is still available, but LM not going to go over there. He's just going to continue clearing, as beat drop is not going to happen. Moham is very low on mana, but he can eat biscuits and things like that. He'll be fine.
Yeah, this is kind of one of those Canyon games where you're like, oh, Canyon is really just such an experimental player in terms of how he's passed this one out. Takes the Krugs, is unfortunately going to be seen on this ward.
Yeah, we'll clear it out. Ward down, and LM is going to double scuttle. That is definitely good news, but that's still just going to be an Abyssal Dive that gets a flash. Gravitum comes out as well. Q will connect, but it's onto Teddy and not Moham. This beat drop is going to get some slows. Infernum not quite going to get the damage there, as LM's going to steal away some popcorn chickens.
If that ward is not there, then Canyon has this really interesting timing that could have been some really big stuff to happen bottom side. Still going to grab a flash, as now Cannon's caught.
He's level 4. He's going to have to flash to get himself out of the way of the level 5 LM here, who is ahead by quite a bit. Couple of camps.
Yeah, it's going to... Yeah, that double scuttle really hurts Canyon's pacing here towards 6, and with Lee Sin, you can obviously have some power if there's setup CC for you, because you do a lot of damage, but pre-6 you're not really able to set up ganks that well. You can obviously slow, but that's kind of the end of it. So we usually see Lee Sin ganks much more powerful in lanes like that bottom side post-6, or even in the mid lane post-6. And the fact that he sacrificed a little bit of his clear to actually look for that really long pathing bottom side means he's further away from 6, which means he won't be able to protect Showmaker here when some of these subsequent ganks potentially come through from Ellen until he has that level 6. He backs again. And Showmaker, as you can see, is just respecting that fact quite a bit here into the Swain matchup.
Yep.
And this is not the power matchup I was talking about, I was looking for Fate, but it's working out in this early part of the matchup.
Yeah, and of course, Showmaker's very happy just to sit back and try and get whatever farm he can. Right now, he's only behind by 5, so not too worried about it whatsoever. Just trying to land whatever rockets he can onto this Swain. As beat drop not going to connect. Control ward goes down as LM is going to get tongue lashed. Avoids a lot of these skill shots. If you can call Piercing Darkness that. As, all right, Never Boom does connect. Big one going to not find the mark, though. And Fate's still going to lose out on the trade because Phosphorus Bomb doing a lot of damage right now, but otherwise, Swain going to be absolutely fine. Can demonically ascend anytime he likes, and he'll also eat some honey fruit, so he'll be okay. Quandong Freaks to get this first Cloud Drake.
Step 1, Quandong Freaks get the first Drake. It's a lot of extra padding in terms of what objectives Damwon need to take later on, and I'm going to keep bringing this narrative up because we've seen so many times with the Senna Seraphine Swain.
Oh dear, Moham's going to get tongue lashed. The flash comes out there as it's actually the Gangplank that picks up the kill with the Cannon Barrage. All right, Doctom uses every summoner, and it's going to be Noggery that picks up the kill. That is just, that's not fair. However, definitely helps Noggery in the lane that he was struggling in.
That was just a really well set up play, though, from Damwon Kia. They know Moham does not have flash because of that earlier gank from Canyon where he took it away. They follow up here, get the knock up, and then all summoners expended. Gangplank ult expended. Even Canyon is looking to get in on that with his Sonic Wave. And that's a Seraphine removed from the game. So, yeah, get a Drake early, but it comes at a heavy price here for Damwon Kia, or rather for Quandong Freaks, giving over that extra gold to the Gangplank.
Absolutely. Moham taking a bit of an aggressive route towards that bottom side as well, so punished. And Noggery now going to be able to go back and buy a bunch more after picking up that first blood. He's very close to him being first blooded, as he does have flash available again. And if there's another trial by fire, he's just dead. Speaking of just dead, Moham gonna try and find the beat drop as, gets the Devour. And Kellen is on a mission today. He just does not want Seraphine to be alive ever during this game.
Just getting hit by 2 of those back-to-back here is, you know, partially to a certain extent on Moham, but the aim was good from Kellen. The follow-up is real from Duckdom. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Canyon is not done here yet either. Keen will hop away. Thought perhaps he was going to look for the Q there towards the top side, but they have the better setup here on Herald now. And this is Duckdom on Aphelios, getting accelerated in the early game, which is why I love this pick into Seraphine Senna with the Tahm Kench, because Tahm Kench offers you both defensive options in the later parts of the game, but also in the 2v2, you can just straight up get kills into Senna Seraphine because it's a very fragile lane that has no real escape outside of obviously Senna if she has her beat drop available. But Quandong Freaks are actually going to group up faster for this. A little bit surprising that Damwon Kia don't commit considering how much vision they had, but they just want the Duckdom plates on the bottom side instead. A little bit slow for this one though, but they should be able to get at least one.
And this is once again the Damwon Kia of this season's MO. They just don't fight for early objectives at all. As we're going to see this one more time. Kellen's like,
preemptively sets it up on the path around the edge. And then you see the follow-up there from Duckdom. Very clean. Meanwhile, we're just watching, obviously, the Gangplank ult that steals it. He's like, oh, I got the kill?
Oh, I got it. Big pun. Sorry. Yeah. But, oh man, Kellen
this is just Kellen
really waiting this one out. Oh my god, he
stays for so long. And Duckdom doesn't have Gravitum, so just has to...
I mean, the Devour is going to be better.
He gets the Devour commitment, and you know what? It's just that clean, it's just that simple, and that's 2 times the Seraphine's removed from the lane here, finding herself very far down on farm, which naturally happens anyways, but accelerated Duckdom Aphelios. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
we got a problem on our hands, Quandong.
We do definitely have some issues here. Quandong Freaks, though, they have the Swain, and they certainly still have a game plan when it comes to how this composition is going to function. Plate goes down here towards the top side, so nice work by Noggery, who's getting closer and closer to his Trinity Force. Component ahead of Keen right now as far as that battle is concerned. Actually, no, never mind. He's a Ruby Crystal ahead as different items were purchased. So yeah, slight advantage, but Noggery might be able to go back and get it now if he decides to actually go back.
He is about to have his teleport back up, but he is looking for a pop-off trade here, it looks like. Will not go for it as the minion wave gets thinned out.
Yep.
The Imperial Mandate is done for Fate, which is unfortunately in this comp not really a big spike for him. It's going to be much stronger, of course, later on in the game once he hits his Rylai's. That's where he's actually going to do a ton for this team and will, of course, work really well with the Seraphine.
I've seen this one before. Yeah, it's all right. Seraphine is going to get herself out of it. But Damwon Kia in a great position here on this bottom side. The Gale Force completed here for Dokdam. Does have Gravitum now as Showmaker has a whole lot of Corgi treats ready to deliver to Kwangdong Freaks. If any of them are dog owners, going to be very happy about it. If they're not, though, they're going to be wondering why the deliveries are coming over. And there's 9 seconds on this second Drake of the game. Damwon Kia should be able to get themselves into position to take this one down. 3 plates already consumed by the Aphelios.
Let's see what soul this is going to be. I'm very excited. If it's Mountain or Infernal, which the chances are quite high, it is going to be amazing.
Oh, it's going to be Mountain Soul. Okay,
It's
definitely
Mountain
huge value for Kwangdong Freaks if they can turn around the tempo of this game, get themselves a lead.
And I feel like, Atlas, we have seen so many quirky games into these sustained comps where the sustained comp team just gets the Mountain Soul option. And it's like, not even fair. Like, this is something I was going to talk about earlier when I was talking about Drake advantages, because when we saw it wasn't Mountain at first, I was like, all right. Then it wasn't Mountain the second one. I'm like, well, you know.
Well, the Rift Herald's just going to be taken down here. They tried to use it as a bait as Dawning Shadow flies forward from Teddy. Kellen is going to go down low, but no kills, and they deny the Rift Herald charge. Plus, Showmaker with some free time here as Keen going to have to hop away from Nogari, who is very scary. Hitting that Trinity Force spike before the Nari's huge here for the Gangplank. And Keen,
might
I know, there's a flash available. I mean, flash, trial by fire, and a parlay, and Keen's just dead. I mean, that's just how that one goes.
Or he just pushes them away and grabs more plates. He's winning either way. 2 more plates here for Nogari.
Barrel is going to connect. And now Nogari can just walk past.
Flash
There's
parlay.
the flash. Yeah, flash is traded. Nice work by Keen. Holds onto it until he needs it.
Yeah, it was really well played from Keen, but if he is just even a little bit slow, he dies there. And that's all the maximum amount of plates Nuggery could grab before this one times out. You see the teleport will come through here for Keen, but it's going to cost him a lot of CS.
Oh my
866.
Goodness. Yeah, that's a huge
the gold
lead.
advantage he has.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same for Dokdam as well. If you have a look at his advantage over Moham.
It's like 800.
Yeah. This Aphelios is also extraordinarily accelerated at this stage of the game. Kellen and Canyon going to be moving towards Keen here, who's overextended. Oh dear, yet another Abyssal dive to come through as the Gnar comes down. Sonic Wave immediately afterwards is Dokdam. He's going to turn up. Elim is going to get into the area as well as Piercing Darkness. Not going to find the value. His Calibrum Q does go off from about 1,000,000 miles away as Nogari is going to set up shop here on the bottom side. And he's just real psyched about how this game's going right now.
So is Showmaker, who's starting to actually compete into this Swain in lane as the game has accelerated so quickly into Damwon Kia's favor that he's able to actually threaten. As this is the really cool play here, coming through from Canyon as he calls it out
as well.
He kicks it. Let's leave. Really well played to deny that Rift Herald as plates were going down mid lane, as you pointed out. But look at the bounty, that Showmaker has.
Yeah.
200 just from farming more than the Swain and picking up plate gold in mid. Like, he is
1,200
gold ahead himself.
Yeah. It's like basically 1,500 exactly. Man, he's extraordinarily accelerated. Now grabs himself a Blasting Wand and that Lost Chapter, and okay, well, Showmaker is just naturally getting advantages by being in lane, I guess.
First strike
and
also
first strike,
is,
I guess,
is stacking up. That's it's a little bit nerfed coming up on the future patch where that's not going to affect your bounties at all. So it's actually a buff to Showmaker in that case, but it's a lot of winning that Damwon Kia are doing all across the map right now, and they needed to with this comp, but it was working out so well. Dokdam has this choke point controlled with his ultimate.
He's a trebuchet.
This is not a place to be.
Yeah, Showmaker's just a trebuchet, just firing all of these things at Kwangdong Freaks as Nogari is going to look for the barrel chain, gets it onto a couple. Both solo laners to take a bit of a chunk here, and man, this is even early in the game. He has just a longsword augmenting that Trinity Force. If he lands barrels like that in the future, it's going to get even worse here for Kwangdong Freaks, who are still trying to grab Shirley. They want some extra power, but Dokdam, he's going to take an outer turret. He's probably super happy to do so. Canyon throws away a Q randomly, but doesn't really matter. Nogari's splitting on the bottom side, and they're getting more money for Aphelios.
So they force Kwangdong Freaks to try to slow down their tempo by grouping up like this, and then Nuggery decides not to commit. He goes bottom side. Showmaker's pushing mid. They have top side control. Aphelios gets a whole extra turret, and the gold lead just keeps getting bigger. And Damwon Kia won in 3 lanes, while Kwangdong Freaks hold a second Herald that will not guarantee plates, and there are no vulnerable turrets on the map for them to actually secure with. So this Herald is essentially worthless in terms of its standing gold potential. Obviously, crashing into a turret is going to be value always, but it's not going to be gold that goes into anyone's pockets here at this stage of the game, and they don't have a carry. Kwangdong Freaks need to slow this game down rapidly, but that's a problem because they need to get these Mountain Drakes to be able to compete with this already fed Corki Aphelios comp.
Yeah.
It's a lose-lose scenario right now if you're Kwangdong Freaks, and it's going to have to be a miracle fight, and that's going to happen once we see that second item from Swain, because we haven't seen a single ult from Fate this game.
Well, Kane's looking for Canyon here. Canyon's going to get bullied away as Showmaker looks for the big one, doesn't get it. Kane, Mega Gnar right now as Kwangdong Freaks do have perfect position on this Drake, and also a perfect Gnar from Keen. So
Good
they
turn.
should be able to grab this, but Showmaker has package, and he picked it up especially for this Drake take. The Dragon does go down. Vision of Empire comes in there as Showmaker just going to use the package to get back to lane. You thought he was out of position, but of course package is pretty broken as far as an escape tool. And Damwon Kia just going to focus on these turrets. Dokdam possibly out of position. Gale forces to get himself out of the way. There's the Encore. Dawning Shadow flying forward.
Canyon.
And Canyon gets the kick into the back line. You saw him lying in wait. And he found exactly what he wanted. That rocket so close to hitting Elam. I don't think that would have been the kill, but definitely would have been high value. So Damwon Kia winning out as far as fights and structures, but still not able to win the fight for the Drake.
Yeah, they can't get the Drake, but they win the fight that happens afterwards. So we'll be able to grab this turret, and it's Damwon Kia with now 3 turrets, the advantage here. And I really appreciate that Damwon Kia didn't all in on this idea of forcing the fight with an aggressive package, because they have all this extra damage here in mid, and the package is just used defensively. Now, the consequence of this is, well, one consequence of this for Kwangdong Freaks is that Canyon is unseen, and they end up getting the kick here onto Keen. Elam flashes and almost dies, as you pointed out. So lots of value here, but the only consequence for Damwon here is that the one Mountain Drake goes over to Kwangdong Freaks, and this can become a problem over time, but this is not an even game state. And oftentimes games like this, where you have the Corki versus Seraphine Senna comps and Gangplank and Dinar, stuff like this, the game is very even at this stage because it's very difficult to force advantages as the Damwon Kia team, because you're running a scaling comp, but they got so many leads from Canyon that, I mean, they just don't care about one solo Drake anymore. That's not a problem for them. That's not an issue. Aphelios has 3,600 gold in Dokdam's advantage right now. Like,
I mean, it's closer to 2,000. I guess it's like 1,900 because really you need to be looking at
true. Yeah, I always get boomed by those.
Yeah, don't worry. I've seen that there's at least one person in chat that gets confused about it, and everyone else does let them know exactly how the Senna interaction works when she is the support in the lane.
But hey, I mean,
no one makes
he is
jokes
ahead
about
that
it, though.
much.
It's great. Yeah.
He is ahead that much about
Yeah.
Senna, okay?
Yeah.
And the Seraphine that he's ahead of is not going to have the same sort of impact on this game, and will not be able to put kill pressure on
Look
carries.
at where that ward went. That's
Yeah.
not in the
Man.
Baron pit. This Baron has already been taken down. Crescendum's here for Dokdam if he wants it. The rest of Kwangdong Freaks, they do get a control ward into the pit, but that was
And look at
almost
where
real dicey.
Look at where that gold went for Dokdam as well, into these 2 items that he has, and the extra damage he has at 21 minutes. Like, he can clear this very quickly with those guns. But he also went for Collector's second. And in a game like this, where you have this innate advantage and map control, the only champions you can't necessarily kill this game in a 1v1 if you run into them are the Xin Zhao and the Swain. But you can kill an R if he doesn't have Mega. You absolutely can if you're this far ahead. He's a level down, but has the damage with the Collector. You can kill a Senna or a Seraphine, or even both of them, depending on what summoners and ultimates they have available. this is the time where we really like to collect your second on the Aphelios. We don't always, but this is 100% the moment to go for it.
Yep, I'm pretty pleased with it as well. Keen going to get spotted out here by Canyon, who gets a Sonic Wave over the top. Spots out that there's a control ward here, as yeah, we're having a bit of a battle for this one, and Canyon just says, "I'll smite it," and actually doesn't. That was weird. Look, did he actually resonating strike? I'm very confused about what he just did there, because it looked like, yeah.
I did get the update, by the way, that about 5 minutes ago when we were discussing the first strike value for Showmaker, he had already gained 200 gold off of the rune. At that point, he has since gotten a lot more. I don't have the exact number. I'll probably get a second update on that, but just letting you guys know, like, that's a lot of extra money to just go into a Corki's pocket in a laning phase where he gets an entire turret, lots of plates, is ahead in CS. So first strike value into Swain outside the first few levels, you're just going to get a lot of it because the Swain can't really answer. You have so much range. It's now up to 350 nearly. I just got the update. 330.
Oh, man. Well, that's a lot of value. Canyon going to be moving down here, looking for Keen. Keen's going to hit Mega once again. Speaking of hitting things, nice little snare there from Teddy. But oranges are eaten, and Teddy's going to be taking down some barrels here. Watermelons being shot by the center. As Dr. Arm can move towards this mid lane. Teddy finally upgrades his support item as Moham is just doing the very best he can to hold on to the state of the waves here in the mid lane. But Quandong Freak's well and truly on the back foot as LM's trying to change that situation with a bit of control perhaps in this river.
Can't cross map here. You either have to fight or just completely give up. And they are going to teleport in. 2 teleports for this. Showmaker has package.
Yep, another package is going to go down here as they bought enough time to get that one back again. Nice little zoom there from Jonas Strong to show us the snare does not land onto Showmaker, who's just trying to push them away, threatening with these big ones as well as the package. As LM dashing forward, Keen gets another Narbar. Not going to be able to use the transformation here, but does still have access to that big ultimate, and his flash is up. These rockets not quite landing from Showmaker either. He only has one more in the tank as Canyon has to get out of this pit. There's the package delivery as Showmaker immediately goes golden as well. The AoE damage, oh my god, Doctom! Red, white, and you better not fight, but they do! And they will find out the consequences. Flash forward and Noguri gets his barrel denied. But Quandong Freaks are now just fish in a barrel. And I thought the fish was on Damwon Kia's side of the rift. As now Doctom, he's bearing down on them. Oh my goodness. This is just unfair. I don't want to watch Wolf. His fate's going to get taken down as well. All of them just disappear. And Damwon get everything they wanted.
They got everything they wanted. They got a full ace at 25 minutes. Checkmate, Quandong Freaks, because you either have to walk away from this fight as Quandong and let them go to Drake parity with you with no cross-map options whatsoever. Look at the mini-map. Look at the very limited options there are. Or you're forced into a fight here where package is available. They have Duckdom's Aphelios with big damage here. Collector stacked up with his ult coming through in an AoE session that's set up by the engaged Corki, who has a stopwatch. With all that extra money, why not? As you can see in live, Baron is going the way of Damwon Kia as well.
Yep, they are going to be able to take that. Let's see whether LM is going to die, as the Sonic Wave is not going to be taken there. In fact, it's the Baron that is going to be prioritized. Interesting choice. Definitely the right one. As Showmaker is going to find a rocket onto the center. Not able to find him yet again, but you can see Teddy is... Yeah, he's not in the power position that centers can sometimes find themselves in, and it's a 12,000 gold lead, ladies and gentlemen. Damwon Kia have all but won this game.
Yeah, the game winning conditions for Quandong Freaks revolve around longer fights, and generally into a Corki comp, that's almost every fight. That's usually what you get. You have these extended neutral fights where Corki runs out of rockets because you keep shielding them and healing them up with the Senna Seraphine, and then you are able to eventually, once he's exhausted, engage into a fairly low range comp outside of Corki. Yeah, the damage is real. But by the time Swain has his second item, which isn't Rylai's because he's behind and he needs his Zonias, the game is already over.
Yep, and Showmaker is just chasing down a Gnar with impunity. Kane doesn't have an Narbar right now as this turret is taking so much damage here. It's the Baron, it's Noguri, it's Doctom. Oh my goodness, these structures do not last a second.
He is level 16. He got so much extra experience this game from all the solo laning, plus the Krugs he stole repeatedly and other things. All the extra first rank gold, like, he's got a GA at free 30 minutes here. It's his third item. He went straight to it. Was not interrupted at all.
Well, Moham is almost dead. Barrel is going to connect there as well. Nogari's had a great game so far, despite some difficulties in the early game. That was just one flash, and it did not phase him. They'll take the first inhibitor of the game here at 27 minutes. And Damwon Kia are just making this look easy right now. The
It's
barrels
outside
plus
of those-
Graviton's also a pretty strong combo.
Outside of those 2 Drakes Kwangdong picked up, it's a perfect game angle here for Damwon
Wow, I
Kia.
didn't even notice. What the heck?
Yeah,
and it's
no
also
deaths,
they
no
gave
turrets.
away exactly those things on the stat sheet that we're like, ooh, Damwon Kia don't know about that. They gave away those things, and otherwise it's a perfect game. So I guess I guess we shouldn't say anything bad, as the first turret
their
does
perfect
finally
game.
goes down. Yeah, no, exactly.
Top inhibitors down here, super strong for cross map, rotations for Damwon Kia, or rather priority of the Soul Point.
Yep.
Again, not very relevant for them. Like, I mean, Mountain Soul was more impactful for Kwangdong Freaks in this game. But if you think about the limited damage Kwangdong has with Senna Seraphine and Swain and how far behind they are, imagine a Mountain Soul to further deny the lack of damage. It is pretty bad, no matter which way you slice it here.
It is. And do you know what's crazy to me, Wolf? For me, it's a POG Kellen angle. Just because of the amount of times he shut down Moham on this Seraphine and never allowed this comp to actually ever work. It's nutty that that's how the whole thing sort of eventuated in my brain.
Because for me, I was trying to trace back, like, how did the Aphelios get fed? Was it bad team fights for Kwangdong around objectives? No, it was just straight up Seraphine getting caught multiple times.
Yeah.
And, Showmaker laned incredibly well, and I'm still trying to side between these 2 DPS players. Of the 3 that Nuguri has now become as well. What I want to do, because Showmaker obviously laned so incredibly well and side laned so well that he was given so much extra gold to then pop off in the fights he did. But he's poking really well, but his Valkyries, or packages with the Valkyrie, have just been utility.
Okay, well, finally, something's going to hit Noguri here as he gets devoured in the end. There's the Moonlight Vigil, but not exactly going to find too much damage. Demonically Ascended Fate is just going to walk, top left. And Kwangdong Freaks, that's about it.
This
that's
is what
about
I was talking
the
about.
end.
Swain's just going to get kited, man, in games like this when you're behind. And the game state is not where Kwangdong Freaks can force Drakes.
And now there's the kickback. Once again, Keen is going to be found without an Arbor. This turret's also going to go down as Canyon's in the thick of the fight. He will get snared as now Teddy's going to be found by a Sonic Wave. He flashes to get himself out of the way, but that is not going to save his base as Dawning Shadow flies through, and Damwon Kia said, oh, so what? We don't mind about that, as this minion wave is now going to be carried towards this inhibitor turret as well. 2 inhibitors now down. Kwangdong Freaks on the ropes well and truly.
Yeah, if you had Moham survive those early 2 deaths, if he doesn't walk into those really nice engages from Kellen, which was preemptively set up, he's predicting the angle that Moham takes and the speed at which he takes it. He's just basically predicting Moham's angles there. It gets the Aphelios fed, the mid-prio there. If you didn't have all these things, then maybe we'd be looking at a game state right now where we're like, oh, Kwangdong Freaks, maybe 1,000 gold or 2,000 gold behind. But they can still win this. There's not that much burst. Showmaker's rockets aren't doing that much just yet. And we're getting to the point where the, 2-item Swain, 3-item Swain, which is coming up soon. Like, this is going to be relevant, but when we're getting to these spikes, is only now at 30 minutes the Rylai's is complete. Your base is in tatters at this point. You are 13,500 gold behind. Like, these spikes were hit so late because Damwon Kia just took so much of the map. Every time they were given an inch, they took a mile.
Yeah.
Looking to set up for another Baron here in 30 seconds when it spawns.
Yeah, it's all a bit elementary here, Wolf.
Yeah.
Kwangdong Freaks, I mean, they did get a lot of really powerful picks. You can see Fate's damage compared to Showmaker's is something I'd prefer not to show. That's over 5 times the damage done. Of course, Corki versus Swain, you can kind of understand why, but still, probably shouldn't be that much of a difference. And Kwangdong Freaks have just never been allowed to be off the ground on this composition. Like, they've just never been given access to the game. as Kellen, he might be given access to the Death Chamber. He's going to flash to get himself out of the way. Teddy takes way too much damage there by a barrel. And Baron's just ignoring Elim, and the Baron is going to go down. Elim's going to have to flash to get himself out of this one. They do have some healing there, but Damwon Kia, I mean, yeah, they lose the Catfish's flash. That's the outcome, and they get a Baron.
Yeah, the empowered recall to teleport back in. I don't know if he needed to do that, but he used his summoner spell very well.
He did. Showmaker's now going extraordinarily fast with this package that he's just picked up. He's going to try and use that one to end this game. Dawning Shadow comes in. Demonic Ascension once again for Fate, who's just trying to frontline for his team. Snare comes down. Calibrum Q. Not going to connect there, as now Doctom could be in trouble, but no never moves. More Vision of Empires going to land here. As Quantum Freaks now sit with just Nexus turrets between them and defeat. Can they defend them is the question. Keen wanting to charge up that Narbar where he can, hopping away from Showmaker, who is just massive, doesn't have a lot of rockets, so therefore isn't as much of a threat, but as soon as he gets them back, he's putting them into this Swain over and over again. Quantum Freaks just desperately trying to push these minions away. Doctom trying to get to work on this inhibitor turret. And with Showmaker here, should be able to do so. It's grabbing him. He's going to land onto Keen. Takes a lot of damage. That Infernum Q does come through. The reactivation there is okay. This inhibitor will go down as well. Canyon on the flank, looks for a Q, doesn't find it. As in goes Ellen. Showmaker immediately just Valkyries away. The ulti has to be used there from the Xin Zhao. Gets healed up. Piercing Darkness is going to help him as well, but he's still due back on the fountain. And Teddy, I mean, there's just nowhere to run. He needs to heal everyone, and he just doesn't have enough of a cooldown, as now they're going to have to go for some sort of fight. Keen is down very low. He does have the Narbar there, but will he actually find the Nar? Will he find the angle? The answer is, I don't think so, because the Nexus turrets are both falling down. Ellen dives forward, but immediately he's almost taken out. A Devour is there for the answer, and Doctom's like, no, let me back in this fight, as Fate is going to go golden. And I think, yeah, this is done and dusted. Canyon will eventually go down. Moham is given his first kill of the game and first kill participation of the game, and then his next death as Damwon Kia take down the Nexus here in game one.
Damwon Kia went for a 100% run of Quantum Freaks in game number one. They were going to take every single inhibitor down and win the game with minion waves crashing through, denying any flanks, denying any entry. Showmaker did so much damage this game. The game was about, at the beginning parts of things, the accelerated Aphelios, because Doctom had such a lead that it didn't matter what Seraphine Senna wanted to do. He's getting plates bottom side, he goes top side, gets a turret. The macro that was set up so well by Canyon, but also by Showmaker winning that lane matchup into the Swain parts, past the early parts of it so well, just meant that he gets so much gold, Aphelios gets so much gold, Doctom is just swimming in it, and Gangplank also, you know, had a rocky start, but then Nuguri just starts to pop off and, like, starts to win that matchup, surprisingly, to no one, because he's played this matchup already this season. Gangplank into the Gnar, he feels really comfortable on this one. Yeah, overextended once, but then was just slowly able to grind his opponent out of the game, and this was a masterclass from Damwon Kia for all 5 players. There was not one weak point on the game on game number one for any of their players. And Quantum Freaks on the other side, the draft did not work out. They did not play well around the bottom side, and some of the positional errors on Moham got punished so hard.
They absolutely did. As you can see, Canyon did no damage in the first 15 minutes of this game, but it did not matter. Quantum Freaks did barely any damage throughout the entirety, and this was, like you were saying, every lane won, and every lane was making the plays that they needed to as well. A masterclass indeed, Mr. Wolf. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, it's the analytical chairs and collaborative carpet space, and then game number 2.
뭐야? 아래 점프 왔다.
포킹해 포킹해. 대한민국
포킹해.
내가 포킹해.
포킹으로 가.
형 미니언 디펜스 어떻게 할 건데? 미니언 디펜스. 나를 들어간다. 오. 이따가 잡았고. 미니언들. 나 나를 잡고 올게. 미니언 랜덤. 나 나를 잡고 올게.
가자. 좋았네.
나를 못 잡겠다.
Neela is an endlessly joyful melee marksman who makes waves with the strength of her allies. She steals power from the demon of joy, Ashlesh, siphoning incomparable magic from his prison. With every step, her water whip slays monsters that would destroy the world. So the legends say. Welcome to the Neela Champion Spotlight.
Joy, unceasing and forever.
Neela's passive, Joy Unending, makes ally heals and shields more powerful on her, increasing their value by a small amount. When a nearby ally casts an ability that heals or shields Neela or themselves, Joy Unending buffs both of them for the bonus value. See, everyone's happier when Neela's around.
Joy protect you.
Though she's quick to crush foes, Neela is a caring friend. When she last hits a minion, she'll whip up some bonus experience and split it with the nearest ally.
Such happiness.
Use Neela's Q, Formless Blade, to attack enemies with her Water Whip. Roll 3d10. Wait, no, that's not right. Formless Blade strikes in a line, damaging all enemies hit. Hitting an enemy increases Neela's attack range and attack speed for a few seconds, and her basic attacks will splash in a cone, dealing additional damage. Formless Blade has a short cooldown. If you hit it consistently, your sustained AoE will wash enemies away.
My waters cut deep.
With Formless Blade's passive, damage against champions will ignore some of their armor and heal Neela for part of the damage dealt. This effect scales with a crit chance and can overheal, granting a shield. Neela's W shrouds her in Jubilant Veil, where she briefly gains bonus move speed and dodges all incoming basic attacks. She also takes reduced magic damage to really rain on her enemy's parade. Touching an allied champion hides them in the Veil as well, but they'll be protected for a shorter period. With her demon hunting responsibilities, Neela must be swift as a coursing river. Her E, Slipstream, lets her dash through a target unit, damaging all enemies she passes through. Neela can hold 2 charges of Slipstream at once, and she'll always move for a set distance, so get ready to go with the flow. Cast Formless Blade during Slipstream to pull a wave in your path, dealing damage and activating your empowered attacks. Neela unleashes a surge of power with her ultimate, Apotheosis, lashing her whip in an area around her. With the final burst, she pulls enemies in toward the center. Apotheosis heals Neela for part of the damage dealt, converting any excess healing into a shield. This effect scales with crit chance and is granted to nearby allies. After all, joy is meant to be shared.
Now you know what you're up against.
In lane, longer range opponents can easily poke Neela out, so rely on Joy Unending to keep you healthy and gain extra experience. Neela's self-healing and armor penetration scale with crit chance, so you'll need a few items before you're really whipped into shape. When you're ready to dive in, managing Neela's mobility is key to giving your enemies whiplash. As a melee marksman, she has to be especially alert to stay out of hot water against tanky frontliners and bruisers. Slipstream has a long cooldown, but it holds 2 charges and targets allies as well as enemies. It's a powerful tool for maneuvering around a teamfight, if you use it wisely. Jubilant Veil can also ensure Neela's survival by blocking basic attacks, and you can even use it to protect your teammates in a pinch. There may be an I in Neela, but there isn't one in Team. She wants to be the star of every fight, but be sure to stick with friends who can keep her alive. Without support, your tail might end up with an H2 oh no!
Remember my name.
Neela's true power lies in mid and late game team fights when your foes are grouped up for cutting down. Activate Formless Blade's passive as often as possible and you'll topple the greatest of giants. Clump up enemies with Apotheosis, then use Formless Blade to empower your attacks and deal tons of damage. Combined with ally heals and shields, you'll slice through the enemy like a whip sword through butter.
Joyous.
With skill, grace, and a water-bending whip sword, the Joy Unbound will slay with a smile. Continue the epic of Neela at the links below.
And how strong are you?
And welcome back to the Analyst Carpet Space. It is me, Valdez, with Chronicler, and that was kind of, you know, it started off scary. We saw the draft, and it was like, uh-oh, is Kwangdong going to do it again? But this time around, felt like Damwon Kia had the answers and just a straight-up better play. Did like their draft to start it off first, though, Chronicler.
Yeah, Kwangdong's draft was very reminiscent of the draft that they used to beat T1, and we see a lot of the same elements. You have the early power of the Xin, which actually LM utilized very, very well because you win the early fights against Lee, and Kenyon was kind of forced into a awkward position. But most crucially is that if you get ahead with the Kwangdong comp early, if you're able to utilize your strong level 6 or your early team fight power, not skirmishes, because your skirmishes are pretty lackluster, but team fight specifically, you can run over this game because you can reach like critical velocity on your death ball, and then Damwon can do nothing. That didn't happen. Damwon got ahead early, and then the comp does nothing because your engage is lackluster and your healing isn't enough.
Yeah.
Then you're just kind of sitting there as Gangplank, Corki, and Aphelios completely boom you. So that's what happened.
Kind of just raining hell on you, quite literally, in this game. And yeah, I mean, like you were saying, if we got to a point where the teams were kind of even, we could have seen some of the sustain and big team fights kind of help against all of the poke and the damage, but we never got there because the game was kind of over before it began. Let's take a look at some of the highlights and highlight that especially. Started out in the bottom lane where, fortunately, Moham is just not having a great time at the LCK.
Yeah, Moham, it's been up, it's been down. This game was very much down as this was actually really a heads-up play from Kellen, and I think Showmaker's going to get POG, but I would love some Kellen votes because he just sat in that brush. And that takes confidence, that takes discipline, and with these early kills, not only did the Aphelios get obscenely accelerated, but it also meant that Moham was very behind on the spikes, and that really is one of the big win cons that you have in early team fights.
Yeah, I mean, the Seraphine eventually, towards the middle of the game, after they were behind even 3,000 gold, it was like she would throw an Encore in and do a little bit of damage, but it was not hard hitting. She wasn't sustaining well, and the game kind of fell over from there. Let's take a look at highlight number 2 and throw that up on screen, which is essentially the result of what happened early on.
And there was a lot of frustration here, specifically from Valdez, which you guys unfortunately missed, because this is Corki with no counterplay. As he goes in, and we just got rid of the previous Corki with no counterplay, which was Corki who just rockets. Well, now they package in Stopwatch, and then Showmaker is also going to turn this. Yeah, you take the moment. You take your moment.
It's the new way to play Corki, which is survive, survive, survive as long as you possibly can until you hit critical mass in terms of damage. Then you get a Stopwatch, and then you go in with the package first, and you literally just press it into the enemy ball, wherever it is, or the weak spot. And you stopwatch, and even if you die, it's fine because you already did your job. But you stopwatch, and generally you survive. And then you make a Guardian's Angel, and then you do it again and again. And if you get to that point, then there's no stopping you, and that's why this kind of 3-item spike with the Ludens and the Muramana and the Guardian Angel, that's like now the way you play Corki because it's just the same thing every game.
Not a lot of counterplay, and I'm glad I let you have that moment because you feel very strongly about it. But it is actually what happened here. It was a combination of the first strike gold, which actually amounted to about a kill, the attempts at roaming from Swain and team fights not really working out, and Damwon having basically perma-prio in every lane. I think Aphelios got 2 turrets, Showmaker got a bunch of free play gold, and then also had a cull that he and Nuguri both cashed in on like relatively early. So what happened was there was such a big gold lead right from the get-go. The early Drakes from Kwangdong doesn't really translate into gold, so they never actually got the team fight on a relatively even footing. It's just the diff from like the laning phase. It's too big.
I think I heard something in my ear that said 1,164 damage?
By the end of it, yeah, that makes sense.
Oh, gold earned by the end of the game.
Makes sense.
From first strike. The POG is ready, guys. Let's take a look at who picks it up here for Damwon Kia. I have a sneaking... Ooh, it's Kellen!
I love that!
008!
I love that. I was
really
a coward. I went for the big boom damage. But Kellen had the crucial game picks, or early laning picks on Moham repeatedly. Then secondly, his Devours took out any playmaking potential that was there at any point, really. And he really played a game of engage, and that didn't really do it. Wow, okay. Also benefiting, but I think he's earned it. I think he deserved it. I love some Showmaker votes, some Canyon votes. We got everything.
I feel like it's a bunch of people trying not to vote for the Corki. It's like the only thing I can think of here. They're like, oh, I'm just gonna vote for something else. I don't care who it is. And Kellen, you know, he gets the majority for a good reason at the same time, so that's good. That's gonna do it for this segment of the Analyst Carpet Space. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and I voted for Kellen. I actually put it in our voting chat, and it was right there for everyone to see, and I assume my vote counted, and that's why he picked up the POG. 100% deserved. I think that he owned the early game and played a great game of League of Legends.
I thought honestly every player had an argument you could make for voting for them, and that's why we saw a great split vote there. And you know, I think it's ironic that Chronicle and I think both were trying to fit in with our Showmaker votes, and then we were the ones who stood out. Kwangdong Freaks will choose blue side here, and I think that will affect how this draft plays out pretty significantly, because we're not going to be looking for any Seraphine counter picks or anything like that. Might just be a solo strong pick here. Something like an Azir for Fate, maybe. Maybe they take the Corki away, try to look for a Lucian lane for Teddy. Something like that. Could be a different angle of attack here, because just playing it slow and passive, yeah, it worked against T1 when no one knew how to play against this comp, but it's not going to work here after several weeks of Seraphine play against a team like Damwon Kia.
No, exactly right. I think that this is going to be a different looking draft, as well as on the red side, Kwangdong Freaks banned away Zeri, Azir, and Lucian, and I think that the Azir will be replaced by the Corki ban, and then we'll have an honest game of League of Legends. That's what I'm expecting as we move here, Wolf, into the draft for game number 2. And look, I may get my wish because the Azir is already banned, but this time on the blue side.
Yeah, that part of mid lane for Showmaker is taken off of the table. We'll see if we see a Poppy ban here from Kwangdong Freaks and or a Lulu ban. Well, we definitely won't now. This is the one time you actually want to save Lucian till last, usually, actually, because you can sometimes get several bans for one. But now at least Kwangdong Freaks not focused on that. Wow, just going to take the Corki away straight off the bat here, too. So just taking away 2 scaling mids now from Showmaker. And Showmaker has preferred playing utility, actually, this season. Has played more games of Twisted Fate and Lissandra than both of these scaling mids.
Yeah, and I actually think that this is Kwangdong Freaks taking away a lot of like first pickable champions, right? So Damwon Kia now gets rid of the Zeri, and they're like, we got a free ban. We're going to be able to take away whatever we'd like to from Kwangdong Freaks after this moment, and they might be able to focus towards the jungle perhaps and get rid of one of those picks, and we'll see exactly how it's going to go.
I do wonder if this is just going to... I mean, I understand the idea if it's true, but just an early Kalista pick here. Well, this screams maybe it's an early Gnar pick, but
yeah,
just giving Teddy early Kalista and trying to then draft around that, but you won't have any sort of follow-up scaling in the mid lane to do the DRX Deft and Zeka style of Kalista for the early parts, the boom boom damage for the late parts style of drafting. So, yeah, Kalista's banned though.
Yeah,
so,
pretty easy
bye-bye.
ban. And Damwon thought about it for as long as they could, and then decided on the pretty obvious one, as Teddy has had some pretty good games despite not being all that successful on the champion. We all know a lot of everyone's opinions on the Kalista.
This was not what I was going to love.
Yeah.
Especially very face-up like this. I was going to say something like a Renata that is just impossible to quote-unquote counter, that's strong in every scenario, just react. Then it's like, well, why did you pick blue side? But the bans here on Kwangdong Freaks are a bit head-scratching in general. And it's almost like Kwangdong Freaks are saying, well, I'm going to take away Showmaker's playmaking ability on the Corki, his poke damage, and his prio on Azir, and then we're going to play the same style we did in the previous set. He just won't have that big lead. He won't be able to chip away at the Swain.
Yeah.
I hope I'm wrong, but it does feel like that so far, as Damwon Kia will actually prioritize the Gnar here, despite Gangplank being available, because the Sylas is banned, and they're much more concerned with that.
Yep, I'm just going to write down Tom Kench because that's what Canyon will lock in for Kellen here. There we go.
Because why would you give that one over? You're just like very happy to go, oh, okay, you're going to run the Seraphine Senna again? And we already know how to play against that. The Aphelios is still open.
Okay, that's Draven. I don't know whether that is going to be a
Support
thing.
Senna, question mark?
Yeah,
No.
This is much less interesting than the Draven, but also Draven Senna doesn't sound like a lane that would be all that powerful. So you do need a little bit more engaged there, but it is going to be Senna Seraphine yet again. I mean, Senna Seraphine Swain could just come through here.
Yeah, it's going to be Senna Seraphine Swain. I'm a little bit disappointed by this from Kwangdong Freaks, to be honest, because I think it means they haven't properly identified what the issues were in the last draft, because the Corki was a big issue. And the fact of the matter is their macro was very poor against Damwon Kia, and Damwon Kia got those kills bottom side, but I think they would have gotten edges elsewhere, as the Gangplank will actually be the choice instead here. So want to make sure they can lock down a counter for Nuguri here for Keen before the second phase, but now you're going to lose the Swain.
Yeah.
And I am, you know, trying to figure out what the follow-up here is for Kwangdong Freaks is, because obviously Duck Dom is going to play the Aphelios still. I think it's a pretty obvious call here.
Yeah, so Aphelios is going to be locked in, and now Damwon Kia bans Swain and whatever else that they feel like. I mean, I even think getting rid of the Lissandra or picking it away makes a lot of sense here as well, but Lissandra Gnar has been something that even Damwon Kia has played a couple of times so far here in the LCK, and would probably be very happy to lock that one away and then save counterpick for Canyon if he'd like to. Poppy going to be removed here, and that shows that I think that the Canyon final pick is likely to come in if you're going to be banning junglers.
I think so. Yeah, I agree. Might just want to take away the Trundle next.
Yeah.
It does leave the Volibear potentially, but interesting Diana ban here, because Diana Yasuo is a possibility. We saw obviously the Diana Yasuo Yone work out for T1 into a very similar draft to what Kwangdong Freaks are trying to put together here. Obviously it was a Gnar on the top side, not a Gangplank.
Yep.
Damwon Kia obviously already have their top laner locked in, but I like the Diana ban as kind of a catch-all. There's the Trundle ban I was talking about. It all just starts coming together. I feel like Damwon Kia are just like, all right, I don't know exactly what you guys are doing, and nobody's 100% sure, but we'll just ban the standard picks and probably play a similar game to what we did in game 1 and hope to close this one out 2-0. Like, it seems very textbook what Damwon is doing right now in response to Kwangdong Freaks' draft.
I also really like holding on to Showmaker and Canyon's picks, as they have been linchpins for Damwon Kia so far. Talia going to be taken away, something that Canyon has carried on many times before. It does help deny Showmaker one of his AD picks in the mid lane. We'll see where they're going to go, with it being either a mid laner or a jungler. It looks like the jungle is where they're going to choose, as the Wukong is going to be locked in. And I like the Talia ban, purely for the fact that it's flexible between Showmaker and Canyon.
They banned the Poppy and the Trundle, and the only pick that's left that could have a similar impact here that's meta right now is the Volibear. And LM's Volibear has left a lot to be desired over the last few seasons, and I think you don't want to play around that when you already have scaling here. Lissandra is a strong pick for Fate. He's played it really well. You mentioned it earlier. He's got a lot of experience on this champion. He's played it twice this season, and it's a very blindable champion because there aren't a lot of great counters to it.
Yep.
But it doesn't really fit this style of composition. You're really trying to all in on every single fight you take, and you run out of steam really fast if you don't absolutely snowball and own this game. And when you have a Lissandra pick like this into a draft like this, where you're also not winning that matchup necessarily, and your opponent gets counter pick, I worry about its longevity here. For Damwon Kia, all you're really looking for right now is a safe scaling pick. I hope it's not Victor, because we all know how we feel about that.
I'm less worried about it. I'm less worried about it because the Azir situation, he's been banned away. Is Showmaker thinking about going back to an old favorite in the Zillion, and then that'll be just locked away. All right. So Showmaker's going to say, no burst for you, everyone. I shall chrono shift and everything will be fine. No chrono breaking, not today. That was
Not
yesterday.
today.
We don't
Knock
talk
on
about
wood.
that anymore. As
No.
yeah, we're going to be chrono shifting in this game.
So the Zillion here, like you mentioned, makes it very difficult to kill the hyper carry Aphelios that Dom is going to be piloting. But it also takes away a lot of long-term damage here for Damwon Kia. In a way, I think that this pick for Damwon Kia actually bolsters and empowers Kwangdong Freaks' draft, because it means that Damwon Kia are missing that final 20 to 30% of damage oftentimes they're going to need to win longer fights. Because, yeah, Zillion can bring Aphelios back to the dead, but if you've lost control of the fight by that point because you're running out of steam into the Seraphine Senna, that Leandri's damage is ticking through, the heals are coming through from the Senna, you have this strong engage with the Lissandra, and then, yeah, you saved somebody a Zillion, but then in the longer fight, shields keep coming through, heals keep coming through. I could see a way in which in late game team fights, Kwangdong Freaks actually do very well because the Aphelios is so low range, and there are so many engage options here that are so easy to set up for Kwangdong Freaks. This Zillion pick, as cool as it is and as fun as it is, take the nameplates away, I don't like it that much.
Well, I mean,
for me personally.
I mean, technically, Dom has 3 lives this game because he's got Devour as well. It's a lot of protection here for the Aphelios. Let's see how it works as we get into game 2. All right, Blood Moon Zillion making his way out onto the Rift. The other thing as well, Wolf, is the fact that you double bomb people as this Zillion. You do a bit of damage.
Yeah, I mean,
and we'll
he's
see what
going
his
to do-
build's
he-
going
yeah.
to be.
He will do some damage, like, don't get me wrong, but it is not going to be the same kind of damage. I think this comp needed to be what we often in the LCK call an evergreen comp. It kind of covers all the bases. You have your scaling mid laner, your scaling bottom laner, engaged top laner, you know, et cetera, et cetera.
Are you calling it a deciduous comp, Wolf? Is that what's happening here?
Yeah, it's a little deciduous.
Oh no.
And
I don't know
do
very
think
much
the-
about deciduous compositions because I'm from Australia and we just don't have deciduous things.
The leaves of Damwon Kia's comp can fall off in the very, very late parts of this game, depending on the lead that they have. Because just like last game, if Damwon Kia get a nice lead here, it won't necessarily matter that there's all this scaling and shielding and like Keen's cannon barrage value, et cetera, et cetera. Showmaker has played 6 games of this, a lot of it earlier this year, where it was kind of a really interesting pick that only Damwon was doing. But if Dom gets ahead, just like we've seen Aphelios do quite a lot tonight for some reason, then he gets so powerful that it doesn't matter that later on he isn't going to have that much range and he isn't going to have that much ability to break through the shields and utility that Kwangdong Freaks comp is. But let's see how it plays out. I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad pick, but I am worried about what it could mean.
I think the only time that the Aphelios, his range is a problem is when he's outranged by the opponent. And I just don't see him being outranged by this opponent. That's the problem that I have. They have a lot of engage
Sure.
on top of Dom, but he's got Cleanse, Devour, Chrono Shift. And Kwangdong Freaks, they've got a lot of sustain, but they don't have a lot of sustained damage, right? Because it's a Senna 80 carry who's not going to be constantly auto-attacking and being able to bring him down naturally as this goes off. They rely on skills to be able to take him down. So the anti-burst nature of this from Damwon Kia is, I think, actually kind of ingenious.
Yeah, okay, this is...
Oh dear. Okay, Fate is going to have a bomb brought towards him, but the Q's going to connect there from LM, so Canyon's going to have to make his way underneath this turret. A bit of damage is going to come through, but Showmaker, he's continuing to throw gears at this Lissandra, and even the bomb going to connect there as well, as Canyon's going to help clear out this wave, and she has to take the long way around, might miss a few creeps.
Yeah, it's the Prio actually here set up for Kwangdong Freaks trying to look for a play like this, gets turned on its head by Canyon, hiding out there, but still, it's going to be a fairly even exchange.
It's a bit of a re-engage there from Kellen.
Yeah.
Possibly a dangerous one, however, not going to get punished.
Well, not. I really enjoy this conversation, though, about the ways that this works out for Kwangdong, because like you said, the burst damage that they want and the burst setup they have with the Lissandra engage, the Seraphine ult, the Senna damage, and like barrels, for example, if Duckdom lives through that with the Chrono Shift, then you feel amazing, right? He's like, oh, okay, I'm ready to turn this fight around now with all my damage, but it's going to be a lot of shields, and I think that, like, it's going to come down to execution, and it really is going to be about who is ahead when we get to that later part of the game.
Well, there's the Abyssal Dive as Moham once again flashless in this situation. Canyon just decides that he wants to get out. He's like, yep, got the flash. Absolutely fine, guys. Nicely done. Didn't really need the Wukong there, and he doesn't need to give himself away, as I believe he was spotted before he left.
Yeah, I think
but
so.
Still, very high value being able to take down Moham's flash. Also has no mana right now as well, and we've seen what happens when he doesn't have a flash. Wolf might be, he might be catfish food.
This is my biggest problem with Kwangdong's draft, is that there's two schools of thought here, right? One is, okay, we messed up our laning phase last time. Kellen shouldn't have been able to set up those picks. It was kind of on Moham. But he won't make the same mistake twice. He's got a clear head now. We're going into game 2. It's going to look a lot better. But generally with newer players like this and with high-stakes games where you're down a series like that, putting the pressure on the player like that often even increases the amount of mistakes he could potentially make with the lack of experience that Moham has here in the LCK. Just because you're basically saying, run it back again. Don't screw up this time.
Yeah, be better this time.
Yeah, and so far he's flashless. So we'll see if that leads to anything this time around. But the laning phase here is going very well for Duckdom and Kellen, as we expected.
Yeah. Noguri avoids that barrel here as we have a check on the top side. He's about to hit that Mega Gnar as well, as Keen going to respect that particular fact. So Noguri's going to throw some houses around. One of my favorites just because I like saying throws houses around. So this is one of my more preferred skins.
This is my favorite one just because I always think of you when I see it and the house thing. Yeah. And like you often actually say throwing a house even if it's not a house. And
I know,
so
but like
I
sometimes he's throwing
special.
drills and stuff like that, and that's boring. Like, and what's the one where he like throws a slab of concrete?
Yeah. Not as fun.
No, it's really not as fun at all. But definitely throwing a house, that's the best. Love that one a lot. Throwing a clock is another good one. The Debonair Nard, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I do like the clock. Like throwing Big Ben at people. It's pretty cool.
There's one where he like grabs a helicopter out of the sky in his back animation. I like that too. It's okay.
Oh, yeah, that's another flash here towards the bottom side. It's Ellen not going to find any Qs onto anyone. Keen has thrown down the cannon barrage, but Damwon Kia just basically ignoring it. They might need to pay it a bit more attention though, as Duckdom stuns about everyone with his Gravitum. He's still alive and he gets the Chrono Shift as well. He's already playing the playstyle that they wanted in the late game, and Teddy's going to go down first. Kellen's going to pick up the kill, and Ellen is 100% baited in. He's going to be able to get the kill on the Canyon there, and that's definitely good, but the kill's going to be immediately traded back, and that's even more money over to Damwon Kia. That kill going to Aphelios, I don't think it was worth it, Ellen.
Yeah, no, exactly. That is an extra kill going to Aphelios. It picked up an assist, but it was a big split assist, so that part isn't as bad, but once again, Duckdom Aphelios gets ahead. 2 flashes down here for the bottom side because the Moham flash was taken earlier. Teddy lost his in this exchange. And now, follow-up ganks here from Canyon once he hits 6 and gets that Cyclone is something that they have to fear. As Showmaker is going to get some extra push done here in the mid lane. Not going to amount to any plates or anything like that, but we didn't talk about, like you said, this comp coming online in the early game and the Chrono Shift actually being very valuable in these early skirmishes around objectives. But this is Teddy flashing early here, did not actually get caught by that Abyssal this time around. Notice how much damage Canyon actually puts off here when he splits as well. Just barely escapes. And then when Showmaker shows up, it's like this root, high value, and then Duckdom
just
cannot be
walks at
killed.
him.
And Quantum Freaks are in between a rock and a hard place, and we don't like to use that phrase too much here on the LCK, but if they do not kill him, then he wipes them, but if you kill him, then you only get him gone temporarily because he is just going to res. So you remove that damage slightly, and then still it comes through, or you don't remove it and it still comes through. So catch-22 problem here. Zilean kind of have to be a win more champion here, and right now Damwon Kia winning pretty hard that team fight.
Yep, and it's those mind games. I'm really glad you brought it up, Wolf. It's those mind games with the Chrono Shift that's the biggest problem, right? Because you can just not kill him, bring him down low enough, and then allow the Chrono Shift to time out. But the problem is, I have a feeling that if you give Docdom that time, he just kills you. Because he's now just queuing towards Keen, and Damwon Kia are going to take this Rift Herald. This is unlike them. Neutral objectives at the beginning of the game? Absurd.
Keen no ult.
As, all right, Frozen Tomb is going to fly through, as that's going to be the steal from LM, so I told a lie. In fact, Damwon Kia will continue not getting these neutral objectives, as that one is just going to be thanks for the leash. And Kwangdong Freaks now have control of this mid lane as well. Pretty big shift back in their favor.
Yeah, and the way this fight goes for Damwon Kia is, I think it's kind of a preview, so to speak, of how some of the late game fights could go. Is Kane is in such a safe spot. Like, his barrel hit there is so massive, and he can be very far away. Like, Gangplank inherently does not outrange Aphelios per se. It can, like, Q him and then that's it. But we can set up barrel chains from a very far distance away, and no one can get on top of Keen. He's actually going to be one of the players who does the most amount of range damage in these neutral fights later on for Kwangdong Freaks. And there's so much healing, there's so much hard engaged for Fate, that it's complicated to play this one out for Damwon Kia. It's not unwinnable by any means. Like, it's a very strong comp, like we've pointed out so much, but the onus is on them on execution, I think, in a lot of these fights. And later on, depending on the game state, again, it gets easier or harder. Right now, in an even state, feels like the answer is going to be harder.
Yeah.
Back to the Aphelios angle, by the way, like, depending on what build he goes for here, he will be able to, oftentimes, if he's ignored in those chrono shifts, heal through a lot of the damage and then just be like back up at half health. I don't know if he's going to go down the Immortal Shield Bow route, but he could. I think he's probably just going to go Gale Force, though.
Yeah, could also be Gale Force Bloodthirster, right? And you can grab your Bloodthirster a little bit earlier. We've seen a lot of people that do still like getting a Bloodthirster at an earlier time. But I think with Devour, you may as well just build Gale Force Collector IE and just go all in. Then get yourself a GA and be like, I've got 2 zillions now. It's the best. But it is a lot of onus on him, right? And so if the Aphelios is ever dealt with, then it does mean that Damwon Kia will have just no damage whatsoever. But so far, off to a pretty good start.
Yeah. Gold very even here. Kwangdong Freaks taking a small lead with that Rift Herald crash. Very close fight for that one, so I mean, you could just imagine. This could have swung a completely different way. A small lead for Damwon Kia had they been able to secure that one, but it was taken away by Ellen. And this game is very slow paced. It is very tense because neither of these teams want to give that edge to their opponents because it really is kind of on a knife's edge in terms of how these two comps operate. Same thing we saw last game for the Senna Seraphine. If you fall behind, you have no agency, you can't do anything. But the same is true of this one DPS comp here for Damwon as Nuguri.
Yeah, Fate gonna look for his way in here. Does have the Flash Tomb in the queue. And that will just say goodnight to the Nug. Greeting for a plate was Nuguri. He's done that before.
And he had Canyon nearby, but unfortunately Canyon can't 1v3 here, and he was nearby but not nearby enough. So the greet for the plate does come through.
Keen! He's just gonna get taken down, and Canyon is looking to just hold on to the Cyclone as well. Even wants to give the kill over to Docdom. Disaster for Kwangdong Freaks.
And Docdom had just lane swapped up here and is looking for potentially some more plates here. Grabs a teleport out of Moham.
Oh,
and
man.
In the mid lane, Showmaker got a plate, I believe. Yeah, he did. So Damwon Kia just out-macroing Kwangdong Freaks all over the map right now after what was a disaster for Nuguri. They turned it instantly.
Well, Kellen is going to get hit by a Sonic Wave. Ellen decides not to follow it. Scryer's Bloom is going to spot out the rest of Kwangdong Freaks as they move on up. Oh man, that is just so sad for Kwangdong to have that great play. The punishment on Nuguri there, just so instantly and sadly removed from the pros column. I mean, it's still good to get the kill, but trading it back 1-for-1 means that advantage that you're hoping for just doesn't
mean as much.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean as much as it did a moment before that, as this game has been very back and forth. 5 kills here at this stage, but the Aphelios is the one who holds all the cards. And once again, this is the problem, and why I was hoping for a draft change, because yeah, you could say the reason why Kwangdong Freaks fell so far behind and why Duckdom got so ahead was Moham's misplays there. But in another game state, he's still ahead for a completely different reason here because Damwon Kia know how to play around him and empower him, which is why they sent him to the top side in a surprise lane swap there. Give him a kill. His fate.
Ooh, yeah, ward goes down. Turret plates also have just fallen as we check in on the gold. See, not a gigantic lead outside of Duckdom being super far ahead. It's about to the tune of 1100 here. Okay.
Serious lead to have.
Yeah, this is the first strike of the game at close to 15 minutes, which is a very, very late one, as Duckdom is being the poke champion now. Does have Calibrum available, and the zoning bombs flying through, that's going to guarantee the Drake, and Damwon Kia demonstrating the zone control of this composition if they get control of the area.
They have such a massive lead right now. And Duckdom's lead empowers Showmaker, because now Showmaker can do so much more as Keen is tussling with the wrong character.
Yeah, he is going to flash the boulder toss as Dawning Shadow is going to miss, but double flash is now down for the top laners, and they agree that they are going to leave. Keen's going to get knocked up, though, with the Cyclone that Canyon prepared earlier, and he does have a second charge of that one. In goes the Abyssal Dive as, oh man, that was almost so cool. But Ellen was smart and decided to not follow instantly on the Sonic Wave.
Yeah, that would have been very disastrous. That would have been a lot of extra money going into Canyon's pocket there. Is at least going to shore that one up. As Showmaker has just been able to side lane this game supremely well. Got a plate in the early parts of this. Is just playing Zillion as a side laning champion right now and getting extra experience, getting extra leads elsewhere as Damwon Kia defend aggression bottom side.
Yep.
Now, Teddy does have his Umberglaive now, and it is a still fairly neutral game. Damwon Kia took a pretty big lead with that last fight, but it's only 800 we're talking about here. So big in the context of this game, not so big in the context of just overall the meta. Umberglaive needs to be used to control vision as Duckdom does not have a lot of it over here. We'll get some with the Scuttle Crab he steals.
Yeah, Scuttle Crab is going to be secured there. I thought that Ellen might be able to take that one away, but doesn't want to use the Smite because they're going to start the Herald. Noguri now trying to break down this turret on the bottom side. Steady over here supporting the rest of Kwangdong. Top laners outside of this fight, but Damwon Kia not wanting to give this one up without a fight. You can see Aphelios in that mid lane. Snare connects onto Canyon. And I think Damwon are pretty happy with giving away a second Rift Herald.
Yeah, just like last game. You don't care about it.
Yeah. Fate not even going to go in on the claw as Moham once again has to put that flash on cooldown. Bombs are set up, and Damwon Kia just once again, just tell them to leave. And Quantum Freaks have to acquiesce. There's just no other choice.
Yeah, there's also just no communication on the ultimate there for Canyon after he used it bottom side. As we're going to watch this flash trade here, which is just kind of comical. Flash on the opposite sides of each other, and the Dawning Shadow is dodged. No flash. He calls out, oh, he has no flash. So the follow-up from Canyon, from his perspective, after calling out no flash, ends up getting the kill. And then subsequently, okay.
Never mind.
Never
Nice
mind.
little wallop there, just the tip. Very nicely done. Canyon, oh no. No flash, yeah? Yeah, no flash. He's going to come through. Keen's another just dead pirate. And it's all too easy.
No resources have been given to the side lane and gangplank here, so he's just getting dove repeatedly. And Elam is not protecting him. And when he's out there flashless, in no man's land, you have to kind of surf around the edge of where he's side laning or he just won't be able to do it. Canyon is just seeing gold opportunities. He's got dollar signs in his eyes. Nuguri has Snarbar.
Yeah, oh, Control Ward gets put down. It's actually really nicely done. Great Wallop gets a whole bunch of value there as Nuguri's still going to die, but, you know, decent effort. Ellen's going to pick it up with a Sonic Wave as Damwon Kia are going to try and push elsewhere. Looks like Showmaker up there towards the top side should get some work done on that outer turret.
Every time Kwangdong gets one step forward, it's the follow-up 2 steps ahead that Damwon Kia gets. He says, oh, he still has no flash.
Yeah.
There's the stun, there's the house, and then the follow-up.
Okay.
I got it. 220 he picks up, not worth a whole lot of gold at this stage in the game. And here's the follow-up, of course, on the Nuguri. Nuguri buys a lot of time here, despite the control ward being committed. Does, of course, hop into this brush, hits a house, does get taken out. It's a big shutdown going
Yeah.
into the pockets of the Kwangdong Freaks members. But the point is, after this happens, Showmaker gets top turret. Like, notice it doesn't exist anymore. It's gone. He got it. Every time they make a play, they're one step behind Damwon Kia.
Yep. Damwon did lose their bottom outer turret, so at least Element Fate were able to take that. But Damwon Kia are still ahead in gold, and they should be able to position themselves to at least fight for this second Drake. Beat drop is going to connect there, gets the snare on to Showmaker, but Teddy hanging around. Barrel's getting set up. Noguri hits the Meganar. As alright, Fate goes golden, but Canyon's just going to pre-cyclone, and that's a very dead Lissandra. More Gravitum shots flying forward here, and Kwangdong Freaks, they cannot fight this. Cannon Barrage now on cooldown. And once again, they're just told they're not allowed to come over here, and Canyon will secure the
they're
Drake.
They're not allowed to come over there, and unfortunately for Fate, he wants to set up an engage so desperately, but as soon as his stopwatch
okay,
is done,
Dogdom running at them. Scary.
as he can, because he is very scary at this point in time, is building towards his collector, is very close to it right now. Teddy is taking so much damage, 5 levels down, because that is just the state of Senna, who roams around the map and does not actually get experience. Once the stopwatch is broken, the grave of Fate is, or the tombstone is already written out, because Cannon is just ready to pre-cyclone it and prevent him from ulting. Then they grab the second Drake of the game. The Drake pacing in this game, as you mentioned, is very slow, because the first one was taken at 15 minutes. But notice also Showmaker is building damage this game. We talked about how he needs damage, and we were like, yeah, he can kind of technically do it, but look at Cannon. He's like, yeah, you stopwatched, and so now you cannot ultimate, and there is no follow-up.
And also,
like, can do nothing.
The CC hits immediately, because as soon as you come in contact with the
it's just
Wukong,
instant.
you're knocked up. So there is no counterplay to that.
There is no
particular
counterplay.
moment.
Yeah, you
Very,
cannot
very cool.
press it fast enough. But yeah, the damage that Showmaker can actually do this game, although I don't think his number at the end of the game will be high, is going to be more than negligible, actually. He's going to have a lot of extra damage in these subsequent fights we're looking for here. Damwon Kia only 2,000 gold ahead, but he's got a lot of HP.
Yeah. There's a kickback. That's going to be pretty high value as teleport comes forward from Noguri. Team is now looking for the gangplank, and oh dear. Well, let's see whether this is the way they catch Captain Jack Sparrow. And the answer is, this is the way they caught Captain Jack Sparrow, and it didn't look great.
Yeah, Kian has just been bullied this game, and unfortunately his team has left him out to dry. And he hasn't played, I mean, like, there's two sides of the coin here. He hasn't played around the fact that his team isn't setting up for him or giving him vision, or, you know, he's being flanked. This Baron take here, pretty safe outside of the fact that Moam is holding this ultimate.
Not to
Lissandra
mention,
on a flank
Ellen
angle.
is going to be here, so it is... Okay, there's a Nah. So the Lee Sin's going to get pulled out. Oh my god, Dogdom has just massive guns for this moment. Ellen's going to have a house thrown at him. What's the counterplay to that, Wolf? I don't know what it is. And Showmaker's going to throw bombs on top of this Baron, and Damwon Kia will finish the job.
Yeah, well, that is basically lights out for this game, because now Damwon Kia are going to have map control for the rest of it, and it just doesn't matter what you want to do. The Kwangdong Freaks were trying to force a fight so hard here around the fact that Damwon Kia were taking what they perceived to be a risky Baron.
Really? Okay, thank goodness.
Okay.
Thank goodness. He at
No,
least
that's not
deserved
crazy.
that, right?
Meanwhile,
okay, well,
Canyon doesn't have... Okay, just got it.
Yep. So Smite comes in.
Smite.
I like that Keen's wearing the FPX Gangplank skin as well.
Look at this angle from Fate that he wants to find so desperately. As soon as Damwon Kia identify it, they just pull the trigger first.
Yeah.
Seraphine is killed as she's trying to cast her ultimate. And unfortunately for Kwangdong Freaks, they were split to try to collapse on top of this comp. But if they are split, it's easy for Damwon Kia to just kind of divide and conquer on top of these split members, and instantly Canyon engages.
Well, Kellen's just going to say hi to Element Fate here, and Showmaker's going to speed up the Catfish. That's terrifying! They get the Cannon Barrage out because it's like the Catfish has Nos Wolf. It's just like running so fast. Oh my
also,
goodness.
Showmaker, Majai's.
It's
Majai's Soul
faster
Stealer.
than the Fury Fish, I think is what it is.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Thanks, man. I thought real hard about it.
I wonder how many of those they'll make.
Okay, we're going to go for it yet again. Canyon's dead. They do manage to get it. Finally, some of the lockdown is going to pay off. They will lose their inner turret, though.
Yeah, they'll lose an inner turret. They'll lose bottom side prio. And Canyon will be able to respawn with Smite for this Drake fight. Seraphine's ultimate, you know, depending on how long the setup takes here, probably going to be available for this one. So it's not going to be the end of the world for her. It does not have level 16, of course, so it's not really getting lowered cooldown, but still a good idea here for Kwangdong in terms of getting a pick, committing that ultimate. However, there's just not enough to defend these pushes now, and you can't turn in this interim before the Drake spawns, as the speed-ups are insane.
Doctor just moving back and forth, looking weird. I like that Severum Q going off. But Damwon Kia, yeah, just in position to grab this first Infernal of the Infernal Soul.
How many ults has Showmaker used? I can only really think of the first one that he did in the early game. So maybe all of our conversations about the Zillion don't really end up being important because Damwon Kia just dominated every other metric of this game. He could have been playing practically anything. All the speed boosts have been very nice.
It's the threat. It's the idea, you know? It's the vibe of the thing, you know? It's Marbo. Oh, wow, that is a very old Australian quote. And if someone gets that in the chat, then congratulations. You're also old like me. Damwon Kia going to be able to take down this Drake. That is going to be Infernal Soul Point. And yeah,
and
it's all working.
There's just nothing you can do as Kwangdong here because you don't have enough prio to do anything. Like, this pick is well done, but they commit 3 ultimates for it, and it means that they don't have any defensive setups or any potential peel or turns for when Damwon Kia just ripped 2 turrets off the map, 4v5, because they don't care because they're ahead, then just kite back and take the dragon anyways, which is exactly what we're watching. Is Dom is 5-0 this game, 3 items.
Is this
the adaptations in the draft we didn't see from Kwangdong Freaks are coming back to bite them.
Indeed, and I feel like we've been watching this all day. It is just Aphelios or Zeri.
Yeah.
Like, these late game short range hype carries just getting to play the game that they want to play. And like this comp from Damwon Kia is like, it's that to the nth degree. Is Dokdam's answer to the cannon barrage is murder the turret extraordinarily quickly as Fate pops over the wall and Nagari is going to hop away. And Damwon Kia will take inhibitor turret, inner turret, and inhibitor.
So 4 people try to kill Anar.
Good trade.
And fail. And 4 people try to kill the base and succeed. Nagari can just stop the backs. Goodbye, Kwangdong Freaks. You're out of this
Keen
one.
got an inner turret, Wolf. Keen got an inner turret. Nexus turrets are both dead, though. As Canyon's looking to try and interrupt Fate. He's down very low and just pops like a balloon. What the heck? Dokdam's taking some damage. There is the first defensive cooldown. He flashes, and he might just kill the Nexus. Yeah, the Nexus is gonna go down, and there's no chrono shift. We saw one Wolf as Damwon Kia pick up the 2-0.
So I guess Showmaker was just trying to tell us that at the end of the day, it doesn't matter at all. Now, to be fair, that one chrono shift is what got Dokdam a large lead in this game because it saved him and turned the subsequent fight, got him that first kill. So yeah, value in the early parts of the game. We never got to see any of the fun and cool stuff that happened later on in the game. But, I mean, who would win? 4 angry Kwangdong players or 1 Hoppy Boy who just goes over the wall and the rest of the game ends because the Hoppy Boy who went over the wall stops the recalls as Damwon Kia just pushed the top of the map and end the game. They're so ahead, they're so fed, they had a Baron they took. It's a very, very anticlimactic ending to this game, and I was really hoping that in Game 2 at least we were going to have a little bit more parity, especially after that early game, heading to a late game where maybe we could see the complexities of these 2 comps collide, but no, just fed Aphelios things, just Dokdam Aphelios things.
Yeah, he invented the 200 years here in Korea, back when he was on Nongshim. It was domination. Nagari as well, I mean, the haircut buff certainly working out here. As he had 2 back-to-back games, won both sides of the Na GP matchup. And Dokdam feeling a little bit sheepish, a little bit embarrassed, but he had a great game on his Aphelios. Back-to-back great games on Aphelios, to be perfectly honest with you. Damwon Kia, they just don't lose to the Eastside teams, Wolf. They just need to show us that they can do this against teams that are close to them in the standings. And I just think someone forgot to mention that Kwangdong Freaks are actually pretty close to them in the standings. No one said that, And therefore they're like, oh, is this a bottom tier team? All right, we'll just win real hard. And they did.
I am just glad to see more Aphelios in our LCK, because we were kind of just on the Zerilution and other archetypes of Senna triangle here for so long.
Zaya was really starting to bore me, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. Now we're seeing some Aphelios, which means Jinx comes back. We're all going full circle. I did find it. You pointed this out earlier, and I noticed it as well. Like the FPX barrage just felt very poignant in this game against Nuguri, but
yeah, not able to win the mind game there was Keen, but I did like the idea. I think the mental battle is definitely at least half of the actual battle.
Canyon had so many punish moments onto Keen that the Gangplank was just not able to ever side lane or participate in this game. This was another great moment from Canyon where he's able to just, as you mentioned, the second the stopwatch ends and the Cyclone is still there, there is no counterplay. You can't beat that by pressing Alt-R super fast. And Canyon just, I mean, I voted for him. I'll just spoil it, but like the more I watch these highlights, I'm like, yeah, this is a Canyon game. I mean, yes.
Yeah, I'm feeling that vote.
I'm
definitely feeling that vote, Wolf. I don't think it's the 200 years angle. I don't think it's the boom boom damage angle. I think it is the monkey angle. 100%. I think Canyon had a fantastic one.
They're just calling like, can we finish? Can we end this? And Nuguri's like, I'm gonna stop him.
Yep.
I'm just gonna stop him from backing. And they're like, okay, I think we end. I think we end. I think we got this. Slowly.
Towers.
Focus the Nexus. Yeah. Fight. I'll save you. Showmaker says. He's like, I just want to use more than one ult this game.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was expecting too.
Showmaker, the 6.4k damage this game. After building Ludens and Majais, and I don't know if he ever finished a death cap. He had like one needlessly large rod. I don't know what he was going to build that into, but Duckdom also finishes the game at only a mere 8,000 damage because there was just not a whole lot of fighting.
It was top laners.
Or team fighting at all.
Top laners were just shooting at each other and throwing houses and all that sort of stuff, and then the game just ended because there just wasn't an answer to the, what is it? The Aphelios with how many lives? He had 1, 2, at least 3, was going to have 4 as the game went on, and Kwangdong Freaks didn't have an answer for it, couldn't figure it out, and it did not work as 2-0 here for Damwon Kia, but we do have the gentleman on the carpet space to take us through that 2-0 win. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, casters, for your wonderful work today. Hope, Wolf, you're feeling okay as well after the cast. And a pretty straightforward second game there. I think Damwon Kia, quite obviously the better team here. I think they drafted better in both games in ways to try to just counteract what Kwangdong were trying to do. And then once we got to the gameplay as well, like the second game, there was no action because Damwon just shut the door before it even began.
Yeah, the Kwangdong draft is the Senna Seraphine we talked about last time around, so I still like this combo. I think it's strong. But you need an alternative damage threat, and ideally you need hard engage. And they kind of got both. They got the damage threat and Gangplank. It does take a while to get going, but if you get going or you get an early lead, then you can really run over games. And you have the Lissandra, and that in of itself sounds like, that's okay, you know, Lissandra lead, that can work. And then you have the Kenshin, you're like, well, that can be a little risky. But it's playable, and then Zoe comes in, and it's not playable. Yeah. The moment that Zoe comes down, the only way with this draft you win as Kwangdong is if Keen get monstrously fed. So what did Canyon do? Camp Keen, and Keen died a bunch, because Keen currently is not really in the greatest of shapes, and no Keen in this comp with that Zilean, you don't get to play the game. We saw Fade like try stuff, it looked silly, but he had to.
Yeah, I mean,
what else are you gonna do?
They tried a couple of times, maybe 2 or 3 times, and basically every time it was either Devour, or it's a Revive, or just Duckdom good positioning, the team difference and the gold, right? It was so many different things by the end of the game. So let's take a look at highlight number 1 and kind of throw up how this did get started. Obviously, we had a lot of shenanigans in the top lane to begin.
Thank you, observers, already showing that Duckdom here is already, it's a little fed. And as we mentioned, Keen being ahead, very important. Duckdom being ahead is the worst case scenario because it's a protect the Aphelios comp, and Aphelios is getting fed. And then you get this, and you're like, that's honestly fine. You get a kill, that's nice. But then crucially here, I don't know if the call was that Alan is like, even if I stay here, we're probably going to get collapsed upon and we're going to lose and it's not going to work out and I'm just going to die as well. But Doc Dom casually walks in, picks up another kill here, and this is the point where the Aphelios hits critical mass. It's also Doc Dom who is at least a top 3, top 2 Aphelios in the LCK, even though I think we can talk about his form on other champions, but on Aphelios he is just insane. That's what he made his name on Nongshim. You get ahead?
He got really far ahead after that. I mean, that was just gross that he was able to sit there and wait until Mr. President walked up and just received the kill. It was not very fair. Let's take a look at highlight number 2, which was, you know, we had to get something, so we got this, which was basically just Damakia. This is what every single objective looked like, though. It was like, you are not allowed entrance into the club. You are not cool enough. You do not have enough money. And they just got boomed every time.
Teddy gets collected, another kill, and the key thing here is Alan also tragically dies to Nuguri. Nuguri actually having a really good game as well, also having some off moments. The O2 power spike was in fact hit, and then he became really, really strong. But what's really key with these protect the hyper carry comps is that the hyper carry actually plays well. And I think Showmaker had a great game, but if Doc Dom doesn't play as cleanly as he does, then you don't win. And I love the ending, where it was just, no, I want to go home. I'm not gonna attack champions.
He I think he stopwatched and then he got devoured and then just
never
popped out, auto the Nexus again. Yeah. I just like to think, even though we got the comms, we just like to think that Showmaker was just whispering in his ear, or yelling in his ear to tell him to end the game so he could go home early. Let's take a look at the POG of this one as I have a feeling, okay. Yeah. Nuguri, he actually, you know.
He had really good team fights.
There were some good plays.
It was a classic Nuguri game. The O2 into playing the fights really well, forced some stopwatches, actually drew a lot of attention, really going in very aggressively, and consistently providing his team with the front line that this comp otherwise does kind of lack, and then Canyon, I think 3 times comes in for the kill. But a lot of the work was done by Nuguri. I'm expecting another split vote, honestly, because I think that there's multiple angles that you can go for here.
So sad for Keen, by the way. He just he never got to play this game. The entire game, he was camped.
He didn't.
It's just not, the only action we had was actually just Keen dying over and over. It's so sad for him. Just to add on to what has not been the cleanest season. As you can see, he did, Nuguri in this case, get 7 votes. 3 votes actually for Canyon and 3 votes.
I like it.
For the Duckers.
Yeah, all had good games. Overall, I think Nuguri, especially if you see the replays, a lot of the fights was done very well. But it was a low action game, so those high impact moments really stand out.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we should be getting into this interview in just a moment. Not quite ready just yet, but it will be Kellen, who was able to pick up the Tom Kench, the active, proactive, the guy who was in your face is Tom Kench, making the Seraphine look like a nobody in that bot lane, and then of course Nuguri. So that's all the time for Damakia, it's Canyon Showmaker every single day. So I'm glad that we actually get to hear from 2 of the other guys.
Yeah, get some variety here. As a Damakia, as the casters also already mentioned shortly, trying to really set themselves apart and show that they belong to the top 3, not the middle of the pack, unfortunately DRX earlier today.
Yeah, middle of the pack right now, I guess DRX, Live Sandbox.
KT, yeah, maybe. Kwangdong, maybe.
KT Kwangdong kind of fit in
It's
there.
hard. It's hard.
Kind of depends on where you would fit Kwangdong and KT. Do they make it into middle or bottom? But
yeah,
certainly above Fred Brion and Hamalife at the moment. But either way, guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hop into that with Deer for the translation.
Thank you, and hello, this is Deer for the POG interview, joined by Kellen and Nuguri of Damwon Gaming. You have reclaimed your 3rd place after today's victory. Let's hear what you gotta say. I'm really happy that it was a clean game today. It's your first POG at the split. I feel like maybe it's a little difficult for a support to receive POG, but I'm really happy that I got it.
경기 마친 소감과 함께 본인에게 어떤 의미인지도 들어볼게요.
So you as well, Naguri, it's your first summer POG. How does it feel?
오늘 경기에서도 그래도 바텀이 되게 잘해줬지만 그래도 픽의 좀 의미 같은 거를 좀 잘했다고 생각해서 조금은 만족하고 있는 것 같아요.
Yeah, so our bot lane did really well today, and I'm really glad that we got a clean 2-0 victory. I think my pick worked really well, and I think we did pretty well overall.
아펠 탐켄치가 어떤 강점이 있다고 판단하셨던 걸까요?
So it looks like the bot comp remained the same throughout the match today. KDF prefers Senna and Seraphine, so what makes Aphelios and Tahm so strong against them?
사실 오늘 바텀 쪽에서 세라핀을 2번 연속 잡아내면서
I feel like if you go an engaged comp, it usually works very well against the Senna Seraphine comp.
기반이 됐다고 생각하시나요?
조금은 네.
아, 조금은?
네.
한 몇 퍼센트 정도?
30% 정도.
알겠습니다. 그리고 이제 켈리
So
선수의 탐켄치가
it looks like you are very comfortable with the Tahm pick. So what do you think is the likelihood and that you guys will win the game once you get Tahm? I think maybe the percentage goes up by 30%.
경기에 있어서 특히 뿌듯한 부분이 있을까요?
Is there a moment you were very proud of?
뒤에 숨어서 세라핀 킬당 3명
Just getting a pick on Seraphine while I was hiding in the bush.
그리고 오늘 심연장수 적중률도 굉장히 좋았던 것 같고 여러모로 좀 많은 노력을 했다는 게 느껴졌거든요. 연습 과정이나 얼마나 연습했는지에 대해서도 어필해
It seems like you were able to hit your skill shots really well today. What was the practice process like? I just ended up practicing a lot. I think that's about it.
탐켄치가 좀 버프도
Are you
많고 좀 핫한
also-
픽이라서 거의 상대가 있거나 뭐 저희 팀에 있거나 해가지고 저희가 하는 것뿐만 아니라 상대도 계속 하면서 되게 이해를
Naguri,
많이
what are your thoughts on Tahm? I think Tahm is a very good engaged support, so I think it's very valuable to have in a team.
오늘 일단 2세트 리산드라를 보고서 레드 막픽으로 쇼메이커 선수가 질리언을 꺼내기도 했습니다. 너구리 선수
So Showmaker picked out Zillion. It was sort of a surprise pick against Lysandra in game 2. Walk us through the thought process of the draft.
질리언은 제가 좀 왔을 때 되게 좋다고 얘기를 많이 하더라고요. 저는 질리언을 뭔가 많이 접해보지 못해가지고 좀 생소하긴 했는데 그
So we
레벨
have always talked about how good Zillion is,
갈수록 이제 리턴이 엄청 좋다고 해가지고
but obviously I don't think I personally have a lot of experience playing with Zillion, but I think it's just a pick that worked out really well based on the draft.
상대하고 2세트에는 나르로 갱플랭크를 상대해야 했잖아요. 이 구도에 대해서
So for Naguri, it looks like you have played Gangplank and Gnar, and it was Gangplank versus Gnar matchup this entire match. What was that like?
가능한 만큼 좀 바텀이 어떻게 보면 갱플이 좀 더 좋을 수도 있고 정글러 입장에서는 이제 갱플이
I think for Gangplank, when you can actually support bot lane with the ult, is really good.
이런 상성
And Gnar has a really good initiate potential, so I think they're both really good in a team fight.
요즘 너구리 선수는 뭔가 딜과 무력으로 찍어 누르는 것보다 좀 팀을 위해서 희생하는
So
모습이 자주 나오고 있는 것 같아요.
it looks like Naguri, you're going for more for like a team play. You're becoming more of a team player than just doing your own damage atop.
좀 잘 찍어 누르고 싶은데 잘 안 돼가지고 그냥
I honestly, yeah, I wish I could do more damage.
앞으로 계속 그냥 더 찍어
But I think
누르면
it also feels really good to be able to support your team like this.
모습까지 보여주는 너구리 선수 기대해 보도록 하겠고요. 그리고 2세트에는 켈린 선수 갑자기 게임이 끝났습니다. 넥서스로
And Kellen, it looks like the game actually ended very abruptly in game 2. So whose shot call was it to just end the game?
덕담 선수의 시원한 판단이었군요. 자, 그러면
It was
이렇게 오늘
덕담.
승리를 가져가게 됐는데 확실히 너구리 선수 2020년을 생각하게 하는 게이밍 헤어를 장착하게 됐거든요.
Now, Naguri, you got a new haircut that reminds us of 2020 summer. What inspired you to get this haircut again?
이제 초심을 좀 잃은 것 같아서 초심을 찾아보고자 한번 시원하게 여름이기도 하니까 시원하게 잘랐습니다.
좀 장착하니까
It's
확실히
summer. I wanted it to be cool, and I also wanted to get back into, the initial mindset that I I was at when I first started my career. Start new, start fresh. So now you're about to head into round 2. Let's hear about what you have to say about round 2. We'll make sure that we end round 2 with all wins.
상위권 팀한테 전부 다 맥없이 진 게 너무 한인데 2라운드에 꼭 풀어내도록 하겠습니다.
It's really regretful that we weren't able to win against any of the top tier stronger teams. So I'll make sure that we win against them. That was Nuguri and Kellen from Damwon Kia. We missed you, Jason. Back to Valdez and Chronicler. Thank you.
Thank you, Deer. As always, yes, Ji-sun's still down with COVID, but Deer's doing a fantastic job filling in for us, hoping that Ji-sun feels better. Let's take a look at the standings, as we do have Damwon Kia, as many of the signs did point out from the fans. They have secured 3rd place ahead of Liv Sandbox. We'll see how long they can stay there.
Yeah, the game score, pretty sizable. Still, Damwon Kia needs a lot more to prove that they're part of the top 2. Gen.G and T1 still very much in a league of their own. And as you pointed out, actually, so Damwon Kia and Liv Sandbox, you kind of got a feel for where they are, but KT, Kwangdong, the form of these teams looks to be up and down. And then beyond that, it's the real bottom, and Kwangdong KT really have to keep winning to hope that they don't end up near there, because Nongshim and Hanwha and Fred Abriel in particular are struggling so much.
Yeah, big time struggle street for them at the moment, and DRX as well. You know, kind of lump them in with KT and Kwangdong up and down. Need to see where they will end up. And speaking of which, guys, tomorrow the matchups are going to be quite interesting. We got Fred Abriel up against Nongshim Red Force, and then Liv Sandbox up against Life Esports.
Yeah, the final game of round 2, I think Fred Abriel versus Nongshim Red Force, which is Fred Abriel actually going to go 0-9, or is a floundering Nongshim Red Force going to give them a third? I don't know. Second match should be close, but I've said that about Liv Sandbox before in the past. I've been hurt, and Hanwha Life actually looked a lot more revitalized with Chani, and they have a game 2 that is unbeatable. Just lose game 1.
They do have a game 2 that is unbeatable. Maybe if they can get it started in Liv Sandbox, you never know, but they're looking a little bit more consistent this time. But that's going to do it for us here on the Carpet Space, guys. Hope you did enjoy the LCK once again today. We'll see you tomorrow on the casting desk for that day of the LCK. Have a great night.